76. To Cedric. Boy, you should know that you are walking on a dangerous road. At least, you should know that that person will not allow you to do this. I've read your speech. I have to say that you have done better than I did back then, but it is still a wrong path after all. From Grindelwald. That's all? After reading the letter, Cedric felt a little disappointed. This old man. He must have exhausted his fighting spirit in the tower. Failure and lovelorn. It has made it impossible for him to have his original ambition. Forget it, let me try to see if I can get your template. Cedric felt extremely sad. Perhaps, this is the fate of losers. He didn't like this, so he decided he couldn't be a loser. Soon he wrote the reply, then got up and went to the kitchen. In the original work, the last secret letter Dumbledore wrote to Grindelwald before his death included a packet of lemon olaf. In Grindelwald's reply, it was the last letter that was returned by the Ministry of Magic, marking the recipient Dumbledore as dead. In this letter, Grindelwald not only lamented that he had not eaten candy in 50 years, but even complained that the guards had left, and his only watch that could tell the time was also gone. Finally, he asked Dumbledore for parchment. Because he was so embarrassed that he was about to tear up the sheets and write a letter. Follow what is required in that letter. Cedric picked out some of his favorite candies from the kitchen, wrapped in a large package of parchment paper, and a few little alchemy toys to pass the time. There are no guards anyway. There should be no one searching for these things. Cedric packed everything into a big package, 190, and mailed all the written replies. He spent the next week busy answering letters, until he was in the hallway and heard Ronald correcting his classmates to stop teasing Quirrell. This is a flag node, proving that things have reached the point of the original work again. The Harry trio still believe that Quirrell is protecting the Philosopher's Stone. And Hagrid, no, her own dragon is about to hatch. Noon on the third day, Cedric was informed by Hagrid that the dragons were about to hatch. He came to Hagrid's hunting lodge for 3 consecutive days to record the changes in the dragon eggs so as to gain experience for his own hatching in the future. On the third day of observation, the 3 of them, Harry, knocked on the door of Hagrid's hunting lodge. Hagrid walked towards the door. Cedric stood up and came to the stove. He stood in front of the stove and blocked the dragon egg. Now that you have your own space. So, it's better not to let a few people know about the fire dragon, so as to save trouble. Behind him, I saw the 3 of them were Harry. Hagrid quickly let them into the hut. Seeing Cedric standing in front of the stove with his hands behind his back, Harry and the 3 of them stopped walking further into the hut. They haven't seen Cedric in a long time. After all, they felt that Cedric recognized Snape and could not agree with their views. Simply avoid talking about it. There is a reason why they came this time. Wait until Hagrid closes the door. Harry asked eagerly, Hagrid, I wonder if you can tell me what other mechanism protects the Sorcerer's Stone. I don't know, and I can't say even if I know. Hagrid rejected them without hesitation. During this period, he was questioned several times by the other party, and now there was something he didn't want them to know. So I said a few more words. First of all, I don't know, but I know that I can't tell you. There is a reason why the Philosopher's Stone is here. He was almost stolen. You know this, right, so don't ask any more. You really do know. Hermione had roughly figured out Hagrid's temper during this time. She complimented Hagrid in a sweet female voice, actually, we just want to know who designed those mechanisms. In other words, I just want to know who else besides you, Dumbledore would trust to help him. Cedric, who was observing the stove with his hands behind his back, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. No wonder Hermione turned out so beautifully. The tricks this girl knows are already at her fingertips in the 1st grade, and her hormones are still very strong. Advantages of girls. In addition, Hagrid likes to be coaxed by nice words. After hearing Hermione's kind words, Hagrid's beard trembled with joy. Especially when he heard about the person Dumbledore trusted, his raised chest made Harry and the others very sure that he had been impressed. Okay, it doesn't hurt to talk about this. Hagrid was quickly talked out of words. After hearing that many professors, including Snape, had taken action, Harry and the 3 of them immediately looked surprised. Snape? Yes, are you still doubting him? Hagrid didn't trust Snape. But Dumbledore trusted him, and he never thought that the professors at Hogwarts would be bad people. He continued to comfort him, Snape is also protecting the Philosopher's Stone. He won't steal it. This only fueled the worries in the hearts of Harry and the other three. Because I participated in the protection work, it was better to take advantage of my work to inquire about other professors' organizations. Correct. Harry bit his ears with Ronald and Hermione as if he suddenly understood, so Professor Quirrell never told Snape what mechanism he designed. Ronald and Hermione thought so too. The only thing the three were lucky about was, although Hagrid revealed the news about Lua, the monster behind the room has changed. New monsters. No one but Hagrid and Dumbledore knew how to get through it. After confirming this, Harry and the three of them felt a little relieved. I've finished asking about the things I care about. Harry also noticed that the temperature in the room was very unusual. Although it was a sunny day, there was still a roaring fire burning in the fireplace, and even the curtains were drawn tightly. Hagrid, can't we open a window? It's too hot here. Harry shook his collar. Immediately, I felt a burst of burning hot air coming out. Sorry, we can't, we have something to do. Hagrid glanced towards the fireplace. Harry followed and took a look, but because Cedric was blocking it, the dragon egg under the kettle was not noticed by the three of them. Due to Cedric's presence, the three of them didn't stay long and quickly left the hot room. Finally gone. Hagrid pulled out a book as thick as his arm from under his pillow. He came to Cedric's side, pointed at the contents of the book, and chanted word by word, "Look, after it hatches, just feed it a bucket of brandy, wine, and chicken blood every half hour. I've prepared enough for 3 months." Hagrid smiled very happily. What we got is a Norwegian Spinosaurus, which is very rare. It grows very fast. Don't be afraid of this. When the time comes, no one can find it if it is kept in my space. Cedric tilted his head to Hagrid and joked, "As long as you don't tell it yourself." Hee hee. Isn't that matter already made up for? Hagrid scratched his nose. The embarrassment on his face did not last long, and he soon squatted down, humming a little tune and fiddling with the fire. A few more days passed. It was finally time for Cedric to break out of his shell. Coming out soon. Hagrid's face glowed, and he squatted beside the fire very excitedly. Cedric looked over his shoulder. The dragon egg was lying in the flames, and its color had turned black and red. Under the gaze of 2 people, the dragon egg soon clicked, and a hair-like crack appeared. It's ready to be taken out. Cedric took out a pitchfork and stuck it under the egg. Hagrid wore thick dragon leather gloves and carefully moved the dragon egg to the table. After the first crack appeared, the clicking sounds came one after another, and soon, a deep crack appeared, separated by a layer of translucent yellow harima. Cedric could see that something was constantly moving inside, making a funny clicking sound. The two held their breath and watched all the changes closely. Soon, after a harsh scratching sound, the egg cracked. A small dragon with a black body, like a wrinkled black umbrella, fluttered out. It has a pair of spiny wings, which are very large compared to its thin body. It also has a large white nose. There are horn bumps on the head, and orange-red eyes protrude outward. Feel the movement in the air around you. It sneezed, and a few sparks came out of its nose. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid's eyes almost melted, and he stretched out a hand to touch the little dragon's head. But Xiaolong dodged his big hand and walked towards Cedric. Is this? Pet affinity has taken effect? Cedric tentatively stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Xiaolong's head. The raised horn bumps crossed the fingertips, feeling cold and hard, like a special alloy. It seems to like you more. Hagrid was extremely uncomfortable. It was clear that he was the one who worked hard and served the dragon eggs. When Xiaolong opened his eyes, he saw the two of them at the same time. Why did it recognize Cedric? In front of the beast. Hagrid also rarely became jealous. He looked at his strong arms and muttered in his heart very unhappily, in the fire dragon world, is it also about appearance? Go get the food. Cedric had already held the little dragon in his arms. Good. Hagrid had just taken 2 steps when his face suddenly turned pale. Who's there? His huge body instantly ejected and pushed open the door. After a while, a short-haired wizard followed Hagrid back to the house. Hagrid waved his arms, not knowing how to explain. Private individuals cannot keep dragons. Everyone in the magical world knows this rule, not to mention that Pansy is from a pure-blood family. This is common sense. Compared to Hagrid, who is awkward, Cedric is much calmer. Because he knew that the other party was coming for him. How did you come? Cedric handed the little dragon in his arms to Hagrid and motioned for him to handle it. Hagrid he carried Xiao Long to the other side of the room, turning his head to look at the two of them from time to time. I noticed that you have been away from the castle a lot lately, so I followed you here to have a look. Actually, this was discovered by other Slytherins. They wanted Pansy to have a chance encounter with Cedric, so they asked her to come and hang out when she had nothing to do. She clasped her hands on her chest. Guyen looked cheerful and anxious. I didn't expect to see your secret. You threaten me? Cedric raised an eyebrow. Pansy did not answer this sentence, but suddenly tilted her head, with a sweet smile on her face. He even stretched his hand towards Cedric's face. Senior Cedric, I really like you. Cedric raised his hand to block her palm. He had a headache. Immediately, his index finger felt violent contraction again, which meant that the other party was not lying. But what puzzled Cedric was, why hasn't he been able to trigger the opponent's character template yet? The other party hasn't been impressed by you yet? It's obvious that her love is so strong that it's weird. This kind of vision. It makes him more and more unable to trust the other party. It's useless for you to say it, I will send it away tonight. Cedric was already planning to end the chat. But Pansy suddenly said something else. Lord Cedric. I don't mean to threaten you. It seems that because I like you so much, you only need to answer one question for me, and I will immediately turn around and leave, and I will keep silent about what happened today. Pansy stretched out her left hand and took out her wand with her right hand. This is the act of preparing to make an unbreakable vow. She is using this method to express her serious attitude. Well, as long as I can answer you, I can answer you. If it's inconvenient to answer, then forget it. Cedric was also curious. Pansy, what does she care about? He planned to listen to the other party's question. Perhaps, he could use this question to explore the other party's true thoughts. Thank you, Lord Cedric. Pansy spoke very quickly. Obviously she had already thought about this question. I would like to know. What career do you really want to do after graduation? Cedric frowned at Pansy. This question is not complicated. In fact, it is too simple. Because Cedric has hinted this on many occasions, especially the last time at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. The books have been written. Although it is impossible to find out what the other party really means. But if this solves the problem, Cedric doesn't mind repeating it again. I've said this many times. First of all, I think the mysterious man is not dead yet, so I have to deal with him first, and then I also hope to carry out some reforms in the magic world. But don't get me wrong. I will work hard to promote the establishment of various magical laws to promote reform. Pansy didn't care about Cedric's explanation. She just stared at him with burning eyes and asked, so, you want to become a big shot who can change the entire magical world, right? It doesn't matter if you are a big shot or not. Cedric corrected, but I will definitely push for some reforms. Ding, moved Pansy Parkinson successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Pansy Parkinson character template card. Before Cedric could figure out why this answer touched her, she immediately heard something outrageous. Pansy gracefully lifted her robe and saluted him. After getting up, she recommended herself to Cedric with a face full of reverence. Lord Cedric, I will really be a good wife. 77. You really made things difficult for me. There was a rare tangled look on Cedric's face. The ring on the index finger began to shrink again. This means that Pansy is releasing strong love emotions towards him again. Just, why? Hagrid, who was feeding the dragon next to him, chuckled, apparently simply expelling the simple confession scene. But then Pansy said something. Hagrid also realized that something was wrong. I am a descendant of the pure-blood noble Parkinson. I am a noble pure-blood Slytherin. I was born to be a queen. Senior Cedric. I have been training hard since I was a child. I learned how to manage finances, deal with people, manage the house and raise house elves. I know everything you need. Pansy held her head high. She was proud of her presentation. However, Cedric found her more and more inexplicable. Love is not measured by these things, at least not here for me. Cedric rubbed his temples. Why does this girl seem to be more troublesome than Voldemort? In a daze, he suddenly remembered that young Vader Rozier called Grindelwald his master. Is this how pure-blood nobles are educated? You like me? The smile on Pansy's face was mixed with just the right amount of arrogance. She raised her hand and gently brushed her cheek, looking a little crazy and obsessed. I didn't even expect it. My original idea was to marry another pure-blood descendant, but... Pansy suddenly became excited. But you like me. I can see that you like my appearance. Right, Cedric? That's right. Cedric doesn't bother lying on this point. Your appearance really amazes me, but you should know that I only like your appearance, right? We actually match each other very well, and I like your appearance very much, Lord Cedric. Pansy's unabashed words made Hagrid feel a little bored. Although it is only a one-sided show of love. But why is there always a smell of teeth gnawing on bones in my mouth? Hagrid turned sideways with some boredom, focusing more on the little dragon in his arms. He forced a crumpled smile. Good baby, Xiao Long is the best, isn't he? Not only Hagrid is tired. Even Cedric was speechless and choked. The conversation ends here. Only then did he remember that the system had just prompted him to get Pansy's character template. Cedric immediately opened it to view, preparing to find more information inside. Template card, Pansy Parkinson talent, low-level master wizard, magic plus 5 points, upper limit of 70 points. Noble temperament, charm plus 1, majesty plus 1. Charm explanation, increases attraction to all existences, and comprehensively supports emotions such as friendship, admiration, and love. Majestic explanation, you will have a majestic and serious aura. Your friends will respect you because of your majesty, your subordinates will obey you because of your majesty, and your enemies will be afraid of you because of your majesty. Life wish list, the first item, graduation successfully, pure-blood wizards are not allowed to drop out of school. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. The second item, a woman wants to please herself. If you become her chosen husband, then within the period of her approval, she will have 80% of your data strength. Current goal, none. Completing this wish list can strengthen the effect of aristocratic temperament, charm plus 3, majesty plus 3. Special reminder, after being confirmed by Pansy as your chosen husband, if your ideas change drastically, she may give up on you directly. Hiss. She actually has so many new things? Cedric really didn't expect that Pansy would be as good a helper as she said she was. 80% strength. This is definitely a joke when it comes to other people, but what about yourself? Coercion is also a good thing. Just the fact that it can make enemies tremble is enough to show how powerful it is. This is brand new data. In a battle, if the opponent is stunned by your own coercion, he might be killed in an instant. This is a good skill. And that woman who pleases herself? Think carefully. Pansy did follow Malfoy for 7 years in the original book. But in the end, Malfoy married Astoria Greengrass. Because his thoughts changed, he finally fell in love with Astoria, who had the same thoughts as him. Now it seems. Maybe it's not that Malfoy doesn't want Pansy, but maybe Pansy no longer likes the changed Malfoy. After reading this, Cedric breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is a reason why I play this way to impress the other person. At least my own values are different from hers. I love winning though. Cedric knows how to persuade Pansy to retreat. But many times, I don't assess the situation, but make some decisions that seem stupid to you. In addition to pursuing victory. Sizing up the situation is another major characteristic of Slytherins, and they even vaguely pursue victory. This is why Slughorn is called the quintessential Slytherin. He is proud and proud. I will never look down on ordinary students. He carries himself with elegance. The most common occasion is the drinking party, and the people he makes friends with are all the future stars he likes. He assesses the situation. In the era when Voldemort returns, he will wisely choose to avoid all dangers and even disguise his home as a ruin. Refuse Voldemort's solicitation. It shows that he is a truly smart man. These are very Slytherin. But you are so talented. Pansy's eyes flashed with heat. You are so awesome that I feel that the only way to make the right choice is to follow you. And you can rest assured that if I follow you, I will agree with your beliefs. Cedric was a little confused when he heard it, and he was even more shocked inside. Is there still this way of thinking? Don't tell me that the reason why they ridiculed the 3 Harrys in the original novel was because they followed Malfoy? I don't like how lifeless Slantlin is. Cedric didn't quite believe it. Attitudes and concepts are engraved in your bones. He didn't believe that Pansy's arrogance was all because of Malfoy. It was not easy to change his attitude. It is as difficult as pretending to be dumb for a good person who can talk. Cedric finally stated, you already know what I'm going to do, but I don't really believe you can change it. I can. Pansy smiled confidently. As she swayed slightly, her short hair on both sides fluttered and became full of vitality. Isn't it just elegant and lively? It's not difficult at all for me. You'll find out. Pansy didn't even pause. She turned around and opened the door and walked out. When she turned around, the way her robes fluttered was really beautiful. Have to say. It's really a bit like ZYY spinning in circles. That's weird too. Cedric couldn't help but think. If the other party really turns into Pansy, who is not too cold as a killer, will she accept it? The answer is it's really hard to say. Seeing Pansy leave, Hagrid came over with some relief. She won't go out to tell the truth, right? No, we have to move it anyway. If there is any benefit to Pansy's appearance, it is that it gives Cedric a reason to enter his own space earlier. $7, $300. Although Hagrid is reluctant to give up. But in Cedric's space, he can watch it regularly for 3 meals a day. It's better than having it confiscated or executed after being discovered. But I haven't given it a name yet. While Hagrid was moving the little dragon, he still gave it the same name as in the original novel, Norbert. The moment Noble entered the space, a system prompt came to Cedric's ear. Ding, it has been detected that a Norwegian Spinosaurus has entered your pet space. Your pet space has automatically evolved to adapt to the alpine woodland where the pet lives. After entering the pet space, Cedric and Hagrid immediately became busy. They carved out a giant stone bowl on a boulder in a relatively flat open space. After washing it clean, Hagrid poured the prepared food into it and carefully held Norbert to eat. Norbert ate quickly. After 3 or 5 bites, the first meal after eating the eggshell is over. Immediately afterwards, it made a low and sharp cry from its mouth, and its wings kept flapping, and it struggled in Hagrid's arms. What's going on here? Hagrid suddenly panicked. On the other hand, Cedric had a look of astonishment on his face. He slowly stepped forward and made a similar sound. Now it was Hagrid's turn to be stunned. You? How could that happen? Give it to me first. Cedric took Norbert and let out a sharp cry again. Soon Norbert calmed down, rubbed himself in his arms, found a comfortable position and fell asleep. The satisfied Norbert also yawned, and a few sparks and black smoke came out. Hagrid, who was squatting beside him, relaxed. He sat down on the grass and asked Cedric in disbelief, what happened just now? It's dragon language. Cedric's bestiality ability was activated just now. Norbert was calling his mother. So he took over and said a few words of comfort. It turns out there really is a language of dragons. Please teach me. Under Hagrid's entanglement, Cedric recalled the pronunciation of Draconic and taught Hagrid a few simple words of Draconic. It's not easy to say simple. Every tone of Long-U's voice was extremely extreme. After shouting several words, both of their throats were almost smoking. But Hagrid is still very excited. He raised his head and looked around, his eyes shining with anticipation. When will I have such a space? The Traceless Extension spell. Cedric smiled and said, you should be able to master this spell by the time you study the 6th grade course. Then you can also create a private space for yourself. That would be perfect. Hagrid couldn't help but giggle happily when he thought about having a space to raise wild beasts. The days went on. Everything was calm. Harry's trio is still very active, and there is no 150 points deducted for breaking into the tower at night, to send Norbert away. Harry is still Gryffindor's favorite. Noble grows quickly. His body length is more than 1 meter, and the color of the dragon wings on both sides of his body gradually becomes darker, and occasionally he can fly for a short distance. Hagrid is not as embarrassed as in the original work. 437 Because Cedric has money. There are many things you can buy with money, Hagrid just needs to move in regularly and feed Norbert. As Noble grew up, the frequency of daily feedings also dropped dramatically. According to the records in the book, it only takes a month to feed him once and he can be managed for several days. Cedric also keeps some goats. After Nob is 3 months old, he can hunt on his own. A few goats will be enough for him to digest for several days. The only thing that makes Hagrid uncomfortable is Norbert only knew Cedric as Mom and seemed to only regard him as a food delivery chef or something like that. The one who has changed the most is Pansy. She spoke significantly less. He always likes to stay close to Cedric when he has nothing to do. He doesn't speak and only speaks a few short words. She knew about the fire dragon and didn't keep it secret. She just often came to Hagrid to help her with magic. As time went by, Norbert would not even threaten her when he saw her. It even changed the somewhat gloomy style of Slytherin. The neat short hair is full of energy. He always laughed so hard that Cedric felt itchy. I couldn't help but feel happy when I watched it, but when Cedric thought about it, he always felt a little uncomfortable. You're just pretending. On this day, Cedric specially asked Pansy to walk back to the castle from the hunting lodge. Rather than pretending, it's better to say that I am changing. Pansy knew what Cedric liked. She shook her body, and after seeing Cedric in a daze, she smiled happily. You are growing fond of me, aren't you? Lord Cedric. You're lying. Cedric emphasized. What is real? The two of them had reached the gate of the castle now, and Pansy turned around to face Cedric. If I can pretend to be you for the rest of my life, what's the difference between it and the real thing? As long as you like me, we can always be together. Not waiting for Cedric to answer, Pansy turned around and walked away full of energy. It is indeed completely different from before. When the gloomy and arrogant Pansy started to walk with a breeze and a smile on her lips, it was enough to surprise many people. Many young wizards secretly named her the Flower of Slytherin. This is, really. Cedric shook his head. Stealing the Sorcerer's Stone is about to happen, and he may be thinking about this recently. He planned to wait for 2 days. Slughorn prepared another manuscript for him. After that manuscript is published, Cedric will settle his reputation. And making final preparations to complete Quirrell's mission. But he didn't expect it. One night before this, Harry's trio found him again. 78. Why are you all suddenly free to come see me? Cedric slowly glanced at the three of them. The final exam is coming soon, shouldn't you go review your homework? All three of Harry were a little embarrassed by his gaze. After all, they took the initiative to distance themselves from Cedric, and now they came back to ask him for help. It's a bit embarrassing. But they had no choice. Although there was no incident of sending Nobel, they still observed that Professor Quirrell's recent state was getting worse and worse. The professors didn't believe them at all. So I had to come to Cedric. The course is really intense. Harry pushed up his glasses helplessly. He is just like Ronald in his studies, but he has been numbed by the review recently. There are complex magic gestures and spells, complicated and perverted potion formulas and preparation steps, and even the dates of major magic inventions and goblin rebellions. Hermione is the best at studying, but she is also a stress freak. They studied in the library day and night, and Harry felt like his head was turning to mush. But those are not as important as the magic stone. However, they did not think about trying to persuade Cedric again, but made a surprising plan. It was up to them to stop Snape themselves. Therefore, they want more combat experience. Harry composed himself. Senior Cedric, you promised to take us to the Forbidden Forest before. Is it still valid now? Forbidden Forest? Since picking up the unicorn, Cedric hasn't paid much attention to the Forbidden Forest. Because Voldemort could no longer hunt unicorns to regain his strength. He has successfully imposed restrictions on the other party. Now all you need to do is wait. If the other party can't hold it any longer, just attack directly on the magic stone. Certainly. He also needs more experience points. Cedric would not refuse the opportunity to teach Harry, no problem at all. We will meet at the edge of the Forbidden Forest at 10 o'clock tonight. You can get there, right? No problem. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Then we'll see you tonight. After seeing Cedric walking away, Hermione held the book in her arms and said with reluctance, Senior Cedric is still so responsive to requests. It's a pity that he and Snape are in the same group. Ronald shrugged. No matter what, he is the only powerful wizard who can help us now. Harry felt extremely regretful. It would be great if Senior Cedric could see Snape's true face clearly. There is no need for me and others to be so anxious. But if Cedric were to face Snape, they still weren't sure who he would help. They can't take the risk. Therefore, we can only settle for the second best and increase our strength as much as possible. At this moment, they have not realized how big the gap is between themselves and the others and the truly powerful wizards. At night, on the bright moonlit field, Cedric and Hagrid were carrying the food that Inobo had specially purchased that had just been delivered today. There are dozens of live goats. There's also a lot of pork, liquor, and the like. I wish you good luck. If anything happens, just call me. When Harry and the three arrived, Hagrid winked at them and walked into the whirlpool door carrying the last box of brandy. Lumos. Cedric lit his wand and asked the three Harrys to follow his footsteps. Today our main target is spiders. Spider. Ronald shivered when he heard it. Yes, they have reproduced too much in the Forbidden Forest and have caused damage to the ecology. The key is that their venom can be exchanged for money. Tonight we need to hunt them and earn money like a wizard who collects potion materials. Gold galleons. Cedric's comfort was very effective. Hearing that they were destroying the ecology, Harry and Hermione's conflict disappeared. I heard you can make money. Ronald's eyes lit up. Although Gemini has begun to make money for the family, Mrs. Weasley has mailed most of it to her two eldest sons. They were married at first. The family didn't prepare much, so now it's a kind of compensation. She kept the rest. He said that he would also build a good house for his children in the future. Light up your wands too. Unless you are ambushing someone, the light will always be better, at Cedric's request. Harry and Hermione both lit up their wands successfully, but only Ronald's wand's tip emitted a ball of sparks when he used it. You're trying too hard. The pattern created by the intersection in the air should be symmetrical from left to right. Under Cedric's guidance, Ronald quickly completed his own fluorescent flash. Oh my god! With a look of disbelief on his face, Ronald showed his glowing wand tip to his two friends. We should have come to him sooner. His tone was full of admiration. He actually taught me well in one go. Usually at this time, Hermione might even get angry and say, don't ask her to teach you in the future. But facing Cedric, she just nodded and said with great regret, yes, Senior Cedric is the best. Seeing Hermione's loneliness, Harry and Ronald looked at each other. Recently, there are rumors in Hogwarts that Cedric has taken a liking to Pansy, the beauty of Slytherin. And Pansy also made a lot of changes to cater to Cedric. The rumors are true and false. But it's not all smoke and mirrors. At least people are surprised to find out. Pansy no longer used to be so arrogant and taunting people all day long. Her arrogant and cold face, coupled with her unique cheerful smile, has fascinated so many little wizards. Some even swear by it. He said he saw Cedric and Pansy kissing passionately behind the statue of a man and a horse after their morning exercise. About this statement, this was strongly denied by the Ravenclaw girls. They firmly believe it. The behavior of coming to the Ravenclaw lounge to accompany Chujong almost every afternoon can truly prove Cedric's feelings. Don't worry too much. Harry thought for a long time before he thought of a comforting word. We will help you when this matter is over. Yes. Ronald nodded vigorously on the side. After you fall in love with him, you must let him understand that Snape is not a good person. Thank you very much. Hermione rolled her eyes. These two guys, who have never been in love at all, can talk so shamelessly. And if I really fell in love with Senior Cedric, could it be that my purpose was to break up his friendship with Professor Snape? Please. What I want is sweet love. Harry and Ronald, the stupid pair, didn't understand the girls' thoughts at all. They said in unison proudly, "You're welcome." After the three of them chewed their ears, they quickened their pace and caught up with Cedric in front of them. Cedric shook his wand rhythmically from side to side. The light from the tip of the wand swept evenly across the dark forest, carefully examining the shadows that were living there. Soon, there was a clicking sound. Several shadows of spiders escaped the light of the wand and got into the dark shadows of the trees. Almost there. Cedric stopped. He did not look back, but carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power around him and assessed the current risk level. Which of you will come first later? The threesome trembled suddenly and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Harry stood up first. Although Hermione was the best at learning charms, but he felt that he had a mission and he had to fulfill it first. Remarkably brave. It was Harry who Cedric wanted to teach the most. After all, he gives the most experience points. Come and walk in front of me. Stop when you see a spider. I will only miss one for you. Think about the spell you want to use. Okay. Harry swallowed hard. Behind the two of them, Ronald and Hermione were nervously wondering who the king should be. For about 3 minutes, none of the four people spoke, except for constantly scanning the surroundings and listening carefully to the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves. Quiet in the Forbidden Forest was anxious. Only some insects chirped regularly. Coming soon. Cedric sensed many creatures approaching. Not tall, the formation is still very dense. In this Forbidden Forest, only the eight-eyed spider group should meet this condition. Let's turn into the lane. Cedric patted Harry on the shoulder and urged. Harry, who was highly nervous, was startled and jumped back a small step, only to realize that it was Cedric. Feel sorry. Harry licked his dry lips, I'm just too nervous. Relax. Cedric smiled, as long as I'm here, it won't be a problem even if you fall into a group of eight-eyed spiders. Harry nodded and braved the path. It's even darker here. You can't see anything outside the light, and you can vaguely see many thorny vines growing together on the ground. Suddenly, the branches in the sky swayed. What is that? Ronald shouted. While he looked up at the treetops, he leaned towards Hermione and his whole body began to tremble. There really is something. Harry's breathing quickened, and there are quite a few. You stepped on me. Hermione pulled her foot out from under Ronald's feet. Her mind was racing. There were 4 or 5 spells going around in her mind at the moment, but she didn't know which one to use better. I had to ask Cedric for help. Senior, what spell should we prepare? Hey! Little wizards! You're so nervous. Cedric spread his hands helplessly, that was just a frightened bird. He comforted the 3 people again, you don't have to be so nervous, otherwise when you actually see the spider, you will be confused. All 3 of them looked embarrassed when he said that. Sorry, we made too much fuss. After the 3 admitted their mistake, Cedric asked them to first shake the arm holding the wand, and then take a few deep breaths. After confirming that the 3 of them were in a good mood, Cedric nodded with satisfaction, then, let's get started. He raised his wand forward, they're already here. Holy flame! After Cedric's voice came out, the tip of the wand sprays immediately shoots a golden flame. The flames fell to the ground, jumped more than 1 meter high, and spread rapidly on the ground, forming an irregular flame circle. Within the flame circle, in addition to the 4 people, there was also a giant 8-eyed spider, which was also trapped inside. Spider! Ronald screamed. His eyes were fixed on the 8-eyed spider, his face was ashen, and the words I'm afraid were written all over his face. Ha! Harry, dressed roughly, pointed his wand at the thing. It was a long, hairy mass of information. It has 6 slender black hairs that are bizarrely long and thickly hairy, as well as a pair of large shiny black eyes. Outside the ring of fire, there was the sound of joints clicking and claws clashing everywhere. Hermione glanced around quickly. 8 eyes, 8 legs, everything from the size of a palm to the size of a horse. Harry! She screamed, they are 8-eyed spiders. I know. Harry's hand holding his wand shrugged and then tightened it again. The scene before me. It was the most terrifying scene he had ever seen since entering the magic world. Beyond the golden circle of fire, the ground covered with forbidden forest was covered with dense spiders of different sizes. The number is really quite a lot. Cedric sighed. He waved his wand, letting the holy flame surround their heads, and glared at the 8-eyed spiders that were about to land from above. This is the first time he has used this spell. Worthy of the name Holy Flame. Although it is burning fiercely, it will not cause harm to flowers, trees, or even small insects. Unless Cedric tells him to. Under normal circumstances, it will only burn those dark creatures, as well as creatures with certain magical powers. 8-eyed spider meets both criteria. And the power of the holy flame is very powerful. When Cedric was directing the holy flame circle just now, he felt that 7 or 8 8-eyed spiders were swept by the holy flame and were instantly burned and vaporized. You must know that this is the 8-eyed magic bead. Not only are they rare, but their fighting power is very impressive. Even the proud centaurs are troubled by the threat of their 8-eyed spider swarm. Its venom can even be sold for the same price as dragon blood. The holy flame does not burn to death slowly, but directly vaporizes, which shows how violent the damage of the holy flame is. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of magic power, Li Di Hao. Even though Cedric's magic power is already superior to that of young wizards, it can even rival some adult wizards. But this is still not his strong point. So we still need to make a quick decision. Harry! You have to hurry up. Cedric urged again. Harry raised his wand and cast a spell on the horse-sized 8-eyed spider, Expelliarmus. A dazzling red light flew towards the eight-eyed spider. This is indeed the trick. Cedric sighed, it seems that every wizard has a spell that suits him very well. When using this spell, it will be particularly powerful. Such as Harry Potter. Just hold on to Expelliarmus and compete with the big-mouthed melon again and again. Don't tell me yet. Others won in the end. This time was no exception. After the eight-eyed spider was hit by this curse, it was so hard on Dehye that it was pulled out. After having a beginning, training became smoother after that. The spell Hermione used was Blazing Fire, which also had a good effect on the eight-eyed spider. As for Ronald, Cedric taught him a trick, split Gryffindor into pieces. This move seems to be very consistent with the bloodline of the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny in the original book both used this move to kill their enemies. Ronald also learned well. Cedric and the three of them retreated while fighting. After an hour, this trip to the Forbidden Forest ended perfectly, and the three of them walked away chattering as excitedly as sparrows. And Cedric also made good use of the experience points he had. Deduced the last alchemical tool to deal with Voldemort, the snake-binding chain. This alchemy tool. It is used to bind people, mainly because they are afraid that it will be too painful when the soul is separated, which will lead to struggle. As for the treatment, there is no need to worry. After Pansy joined, Cedric has already collected enough love emotions, so he doesn't have to deduce the treatment device. Now, everything is ready, all that's left is Voldemort. 79. The first semester is coming to an end. The last History of Magic exam also ended today. When the ghost of Cuthbert Binns told them to put down their anti-cheating quills and roll up their answer parchments and hand them in, Cedric heard cheers ringing around him. Even third-year wizards. The attitude towards exams is no different from that in first grade. Thinking of the next week's rest, the whole Hogwarts was full of lively atmosphere. The little wizards rushed towards the grass in front of the castle. Many wizards also found a place to sit in the shade of a tree by the lake, feeling the relaxing breeze blowing on their faces. Let's go for a walk by the lake. Chuzhong extended an invitation to Cedric. Okay. Cedric readily agreed. Before the final battle, this was one of the few moments of relaxation for him. When getting along with Chuzhong, the two chatted about their studies and talked about the future without any scruples, which was very relaxing. This is the charm of Chuzhong. Beauty is in the east, gentle as water, with a heart full of heart. The two finally chose a remote place to sit under the shade of a tree. Chu tightened her tights and rested her head on Cedric's shoulder. This is for the shy and shy Cho Chong. This is already a very bold move. Perhaps in order to cover up her nervousness, she opened her mouth and changed the topic after she gained a steady position. I can feel that you seem to have something on your mind all the time. Indeed there is. Although Cedric has always looked down on Voldemort. Although the other party does have a lot to look down upon. But this is all strategic contempt for the enemy. That is to say, from a long-term perspective, Voldemort, the villain, must perish. Justice and humanity will definitely defeat him and the Death Eaters. This is an objective law that will never change. But in practice, it is necessary to pay attention to the enemy tactically. That is to say, on specific issues, we must not underestimate our opponents, recognize the difficulties and twists and turns of the struggle, adopt a cautious attitude, and go all out to defeat hundreds of enemies. In general, it means to despise the enemy from a strategic point of view and pay attention to the enemy from a tactical point of view. There is no conflict between having the courage to fight and being cautious. I want to help you. Chuzhong said very firmly. This is a rare thing for Ravenclaw, because they usually only pursue more knowledge and truth. He rarely works hard for anything else. You're already helping me. Cedric's right thumb touched the base of his index finger. This is where ring 043 is located. Chuzhang's love mood is just right, moving at a very small frequency, like ripples on the water, relaxed and comfortable. Love emotions can be stored in the body to protect itself. Even chewing a big melon can be used as a defense. Apart from Mrs. Diggory, Chuzhong gave him the most love and the most stable emotions, so Cedric said she was helping him. Chuzhong could see that he was not lying to her, but he was a little confused, although I don't know why. Since you said I helped you, then I believe that I helped you. That's great. Cedric was about to reply when he suddenly felt the ring shrinking violently. He lowered his head and glanced at the ring. Then follow the direction pointed by the arrow and look at the big tree behind. Come out, I know you are coming. As expected of Senior Cedric. A cheerful voice sounded. The small face poked out from behind the tree, and the sunlight passed over her cheeks, giving her a golden glow. Where is the melancholy of the little snake? The nobility is overwhelming. Cedric really doubted that she had practiced modeling. This freeze point is too strong. Here, this is a gift for you. Pansy stretched out her hands straight and held a small gift box in her palms. Cedric didn't pick it up immediately. Okay, what gift do you want to give me? Hey, I'm on vacation soon, I'll leave you a thought. Pansy couldn't help but give the gift to Cedric, and then trotted away. Her rhythm was interrupted. Chuzhong had something he wanted to say, so he didn't continue. Cedric stayed with her until after lunch, and the group was divided. It's time to prepare for the decisive battle. Squeezing the ring filled with love emotions in his hand, Cedric began the final preparations. Among Cedric's 13 space grids, 7 grids contain various life-saving medicines. In the remaining 5 spaces, 1 contains a spare wand, and 3 contain alchemy tools to save Quirrell. The soul is withdrawn from the alchemical creation. The soul nourishes the alchemical creation. And, the final snake rope. All of these were placed in the space grid by him, and they would appear in his hands with just a thought. The remaining 2. They are equipped with flash smoke bombs and broomsticks, which are alchemy props used for escape. Then there is the pet space. The horned camel beast inside can also be regarded as having combat power. Finally, there are the alchemy tools in the left hand and the love emotion in the body. After doing all the checks, Cedric went to the owl's hut and wrote a letter to Slughorn. For this day, he had been preparing for too long. In the pocket he expanded with the invisible extension charm, there was also a specially requested door key in advance. At Hogwarts, apart from Phoenix, this is the only way to apparate. In this letter, Cedric informed Slughorn to start Plan A. The so-called Plan A. The first step is to contact the press corps who already believe in his beliefs, and invite as many reporters as possible to wait for him near the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. There will be a high possibility that you will be there late at night. Go over with big news. Cedric had already mentioned the seriousness of this matter to Slughorn, and as soon as the other party received the letter, he would go all out to deal with it. Certainly. This move is to build momentum for Cedric. At the same time, tell everyone in the magic world that the mysterious man is still lingering. Save that fool Fudge. He was still trying his best to suppress this matter, leaving the entire magical world unprepared, which was why Voldemort captured the Ministry of Magic so easily. You must know that those Aurors are not vegetarians. If serious investigation had been started a few years in advance, it would be impossible not to catch any Death Eaters, and the Ministry of Magic will not be completely defenseless. It will definitely be stricter. Cedric did more than just kill Voldemort over and over again, eventually leaving him completely dead. He's going to do it. It is to let the entire magical world completely eradicate the Death Eaters group. Bring peace to the world. This requires mobilizing the power of all wizards and ordinary people. After making all preparations, Cedric comes to Hagrid's hunting lodge. While Hagrid went in to take care of Xiaolong, he opened the Marauders map and watched and waited quietly. In all the battles with Voldemort, he only has this chance to ambush. After this time, the other party will definitely list him as the number 1 enemy. Starting in 2nd grade, Voldemort should also adjust his plan, and he no longer has the plot advantage. But it doesn't matter anymore. This year, after the reputation of annihilating Voldemort was added, Cedric has completed the initial accumulation of likes for his strength. He was also mentally prepared. In the days to come, he will have a head-on battle with Voldemort and those Death Eaters who are everywhere and may be lurking anywhere. Let me win first. Cedric stared intently at the Marauders map in his hand. In the beginning there was not much difference from the previous life. The only change is, when Neville blocked Harry's trio, he pressed the notification button before being petrified by Hermione. Well done. Cedric in front of the Marauders map praised him. Then, Harry's trio started taking action. From Cedric's perspective, he could clearly see that in front of Harry's trio, Quirrell, Voldemort, was already in the secret room. It's time to go. Cedric reluctantly called Hagrid out and closed the pet space. He strode towards Hogwarts. After casting the illusion spell, he walked all the way towards the 4th floor. Pull, Fi, open the door. The horned camel beast that Hagrid exchanged for had already fallen to the ground. Cedric touched its neck and it was still breathing. It seemed that it had been knocked down by a powerful sleeping potion. He was not polite either. The black and white iron-eating beast appeared and dragged it into his pet space. Horned camel +1. Let's thrive in it. Cedric closed the door to the pet space, lit a small ball of holy flame on the tip of his wand, and then jumped down with bright light. He first fell into a devil's net with intertwined roots. The soft vines caught him well. Soon, the light and temperature of the holy flame caused discomfort in the devil's net, and the tentacle-like vines quickly shrank to the edge of the cold and damp wall. Cedric's legs quickly fell to the ground smoothly. Next level. Cedric saw the flying key at a glance, which was languishing from being stuffed into the keyhole twice. Get on the broomstick. He opened the door a third time. Next is Ronald's playing field to prove himself. Because Ronald has already played chess, the chess pieces here have been completely destroyed. As for Ronald, he was lying half-leaning against the wall. Cedric went up and tried it, but the other party had no idea, he just fell into a coma due to the curse. These chess pieces are all good things. Cedric didn't leave directly. He took a fancy to these tall marble chess pieces. Once, during the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort, he used the tall statue to protect Harry from Avada's giant melon-gnawing curse several times. And it's well known. These statues are good helpers for wizards who are proficient in transfiguration. Can't waste it. Cedric prepares to take them all away. He took out the soul-healing alchemy item from the space grid, and then put it into his traceless extension spell pocket. Then, Cedric placed one hand on the cold marble chess piece. First, the intact chess pieces were gathered in, and then the chess pieces that were damaged due to the battle were all repaired and put in. It doesn't take a while. These 32 chess pieces were all taken in by Cedric. Keep going. This time it was a giant monster that had fainted, much taller than the last time. Before he could open the door, Hermione rushed out in a hurry. When she saw Cedric, she was obviously startled, and then a look of fear appeared on her face. At this moment, she still believed that it would be Snape behind the last door. And with Cedric standing in front of her, she couldn't even judge his position. Please. Hermione instantly raised her wand and pointed it at Cedric. But her hands were shaking so much, and even her voice was crying, "Senior Cedric. Please tell me, you are here to help us protect the magic stone, right?" In these few seconds, Hermione's soul endured the greatest test since coming to Hogwarts. Senior Cedric, whom she admires, respects, and even loves, is very likely to be Professor Snape's accomplice in robbing the Philosopher's Stone. This alone was enough to send her over the edge. Certainly. Cedric stared at her wand. Although it doesn't look like she can cast a spell like this, she always pays attention to one just in case. After leaving the alchemical defense item on the left hand in a semi-activated state, Cedric slowly walked towards Hermione. "Of course I am here to protect the Philosopher's Stone, because it originally belonged to my teacher Nicholas Flamel." What? Hermione was petrified just by hearing this. Nicholas Flamel? The greatest alchemist in the world? He is actually your master? Certainly. Cedric was now in front of Hermione. "When I disappeared last year, I went to study with him." "You are very brave." He praised first and then explained, "I was worried about the matter you have been investigating, so I asked Neville to help me keep an eye on it. He just sent me a signal and I came over." "Go ahead." Cedric pointed to the way. "Take Ronald away, and remember to go to the dormitory to rescue Neville too. Go to the professors or Principal Dumbledore for help." "Okay, I'm leaving." Hermione didn't go up, she decisively raised her legs and ran away. Cedric moved on. In front of a wall of fire, he cast his top protective spell, Holy Shield. The golden light film formed a protective shield against his body. After casting this magic, Cedric stepped over the wall of flames. Saw him coming. The two people in the last secret room showed different expressions. Cedric Quirrell, Voldemort, was wearing a rough dress and yelled, "You annoying guy, you are really everywhere." "Senior Cedric." Harry squealed excitedly and quickly ran towards Cedric. By this time he already knew the truth. Professor Snape was really protecting him. After Harry ran to Cedric, he admitted his ignorance with great regret, "Terribly sorry. I should have believed you earlier. I know now that Professor Quirrell is causing trouble." Harry's chest rose and fell rapidly. His wand was pointed at Quirrell from beginning to end. All three of them had been deceived by Wenculu this semester. Come behind me. Cedric took a step forward and stood in front of Harry. He wanted to know. I don't know if I will be rewarded by the system for saving Harry like this. After facing Quirrell alone, Cedric sneered, then, should I call you Professor Quirrell, or Voldemort? What? Harry was simply stunned. 80. How can it be? Harry poked his head out from behind Cedric's tall body and carefully looked at Professor Quirrell in front of him. Why did Cedric call him Voldemort? Could he be a Death Eater? Immediately afterwards, he saw Quirrell's face change suddenly, and his originally cowardly face suddenly showed a bit of sinisterness. How did you know? Before Cedric could speak. Behind Quirrell's head, a cold and stern voice suddenly sounded, kill him quickly, find the magic stone. Yes, my master. Quirrell lowered his head and responded, then left the mirror of East and walked towards Cedric. If it were Voldemort, then Cedric will naturally not talk nonsense. But after seeing Quirrell's character template, Cedric wanted to give him some advice and see if he could shake his will with words. Professor Rocky, stop it, there are professors outside. Cedric said loudly, I know you are not willing. I have the ability to get the stinky snake out of your head. Quirrell was visibly stunned. Can it really be done? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Voldemort, who had been furious when he heard the word stinky snake, punished Quirrell directly. Ah! Quirrell covered his head with both hands, his body began to curl up, and he even started to get up with slight twitching. Master, this is not what I thought, it's not right. Seeing that persuasion is ineffective, the prepared Cedric immediately launched an attack. After all, he was facing the Dark Lord Voldemort, who once oppressed the magic world. Although he was extremely weak now, Cedric still would not relax at all. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Sacred Flame. It's a killer move right from the start. The wand in Cedric's hand immediately spurted out a large amount of golden flames. Face the attack. Voldemort didn't care to teach Quirrell a lesson. He controlled Quirrell's body to roll towards him. The holy flame turned in the air and continued to chase Quirrell. Damn it! Quirrell, who was on the ground, yelled angrily. But when he saw the holy flame chasing his butt, he could only keep rolling. The magic flame is different at first sight. Not only did it emit golden light, but even Voldemort's consciousness in his mind seemed to be afraid of this flame. While Quirrell was tumbling, Ada immediately saw clearly that the back of his head was on the dirty floor, but it had been crushed back and forth several times. It's so embarrassing. The big devil is rolling around on the dirty ground. Cedric also began to attack the other party with his words, oh, sorry I forgot. You must have had a lot of contact with smelly ditches during your difficult escape. I'm really curious, is the water in the smelly ditch delicious? Although Voldemort hated it with itch. But he knew it was a life or death situation, so he gritted his teeth and held back, not disturbing Quirrell's thoughts. Clatter. Frightened and angry, Quirrell finally got around to it. After snapping his fingers, several ropes jumped out of thin air, flying towards Cedric and Harry. Cedric didn't dare to neglect. He uses his top magic spells, Holy Shield. A golden oval shield appeared, and it flipped upside down on the ground, protecting Cedric and Harry within it. Is this magic again? Voldemort once again felt the divine energy that was enough to sting him. What the hell is this, Cedric? Why do both flames and shields have energy that can make him feel scared? Tisk. Cedric clicked his tongue dissatisfied. The magic rope wanted to tie up the shield, but he could only release a flash of holy flame and burn the rope directly to ashes. Just a moment's delay. Voldemort over there had already taken the opportunity to complete the transformation. The scarf had long since fallen to the ground. Quirrell's head had turned 180 degrees to the original position of the back of his head, and a strange face suddenly appeared on the back of Quirrell's head. Oh my god! What is this? Harry exclaimed. He has never seen such a ferocious and terrifying face. The skin was as white as a dead corpse, and the red eyes stared at them fiercely. On the nose where there was no bridge, only two long thin lines replaced the nostrils. This is Voldemort, he looks funny. Cedric's joke instantly ignited Voldemort's anger. The red light in his eyes flew half a meter away, and the killing momentum seemed to be real. Cedric! You are so rude. Originally, I wanted to take you in and let you. Voldemort originally wanted to persuade and seduce. Because his eloquence is still very good, even in the early days of leading the Death Eaters, he actually relied on his personality charm to control this evil organization. Although the Cedric in front of him is young, only 2 years older than his mortal enemy Harry Potter, but extremely talented and somewhat out of place. If such a wizard could become his assistant, then it is definitely much easier to use than Quirrell. Moreover, the opponent's body is also very perfect. After the use value is exhausted, it is also a good temporary method to directly seize his body and walk in the world. Pity. Cedric didn't like him at all. In order to better complete the task, he could still persuade Quirrell a few words, but when he saw Voldemort, he just wanted to kill him. I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Cedric began to take out the giant Go statue pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The statues, which weighed in tons, were activated by Cedric as soon as they landed on the ground and rushed towards Voldemort. Kr. Voldemort was so angry that his eyes bulged. This Cedric is simply too much. Facing the great Dark Lord himself, he actually disdains to talk to him? This means that you have lost your body. If Voldemort still had a body, he might be able to choke on him and spit out a mouthful of old blood. It's just that he can't curse him back now, because Cedric's attack has already reached him. This time, Voldemort did not drink the unicorn's blood. He was extremely weak and did not have the ability to control Quirrell's body. Even if you show up, it's just that it's easier to speak. To fight, he still had to give orders to Quirrell. He's too much of a bother, kill him. In order to facilitate Quirrell's defense, Voldemort could only turn his face away again. This appearance. How embarrassing it must be. Okay, Master. Quirrell regained control of his body and began to wave his wand. Fierce fire spurted out, barely able to withstand the holy flame. As for the statues, it was tightly entangled by the rope he summoned out of thin air, and then was blown to pieces by him. Cedric said no more. After trying the dialogue to no avail, the only way left now is to determine the winner. Fortunately, I have the advantage. With the palm of Cedric's right hand facing down, a trapped snake garden woven with golden lines and 8 ropes fell to the ground. It looks like a living snake. Quietly swam forward on the ground. On the bright side, Cedric waved the wand in his hand extremely quickly. More holy flames overwhelmed Quirrell and even the statue had no time to deal with it. He kept backing away. There was an expression of disbelief on his face, as if he had never thought that Cedric could be so powerful. Actually, Cedric's current true strength is only that of an ordinary adult wizard. But with the blessing of the system, with the legendary value increasing the power of the spell, coupled with the holy flame's restraint on black magic. This is what happened. Quirrell, a wizard who can be called a little genius, was completely crushed by him in the battle. Professor Quirrell. The wand in Cedric's hand is waving more and more arrogantly after 3 or 5 strokes. He even shouted, "You lose." As he shouted, the golden holy flame suddenly expanded by 1/3, completely breaking through Li Huo's defense line. The flames lightly tickled Quirrell's head. Voldemort's remaining soul let out a shrill scream. Immediately, the black and gold snake rope jumped up from the ground, trapping Quirrell's entire body. Even the mouth was gagged. Only the two-faced head is exposed. Expelliarmus. Cedric caught the flying wand and fired 10 more shots, Petrificus totalis. After confirming that the body under the snake shackles was completely immobile, Cedric then began to drive the holy flame, burning away the last remaining flames that had not completely dissipated. If these flames are not eliminated, they will continue to burn. Cedric doesn't want to. When he came back, Hogwarts was burned down. Behind him, Harry was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. This is the end. Principal Dumbledore told me that he would be my lifelong enemy, the Dark Lord who controlled countless dark wizards and made the wizarding world fearful. Caught by Cedric like this? Is Cedric too strong? Or is the entire magical world too weak? Etc. This seems to be the same thing. Harry felt that this magical world was simply too magical, and then he covered his forehead and started wailing, "Pain. Senior Cedric, my scar hurts like it was burned." Cedric didn't look back. He knows it very well. This is because Harry and Voldemort's souls are connected. Horcruxes are different from ordinary soul infusions. The soul extraction alchemy props deduced by Cedric will not have an effect on Horcruxes. To destroy the Horcrux, you still have to use very powerful poisons or spells. His holy flame can achieve this. But if he burns Harry directly, then Harry will die, and Voldemort must kill him himself to worry about it for once. But this truth is too cruel. It's better to wait until Harry is older before telling him. You take a rest here, I will take Voldemort to the Ministry of Magic to report this matter. Cedric strode forward. He grabbed the snake-tying rope with one hand and began to take out the box containing the door key from the traceless extension spell pocket with the other hand. Hold the box at your feet and open it. Cedric gave Harry his final instructions. Hermione has already gone to inform the professor. Soon, someone will come to rescue you. When the time comes, remember to tell them where I am going. The essential time. Harry still has a bit of a savior attitude. Although he had an unbearable headache, the severe burning sensation made him burst into tears. But after hearing Cedric's words, his eyes were blurred by tears and he couldn't even see the other person clearly. He still nodded and responded with a painful voice, I understand, Senior Cedric. Good, you look like a Gryffindor. Cedric praised, then grabbed the dirty glass bottle inside the box. There was a huge whirling suction force. This was his first time using a portkeyet. Just like described in the original work. As if being in a huge vortex, the body is constantly spinning and flying towards the center point. The moment it touches the center point, Cedric and Quirrell in his hand have arrived on another dark street. Coming! A low cry. More than 30 wizards rushed out from both sides of the street. Slughorn ran in front with his big belly. Cedric, you're here. He excitedly and affectionately patted Cedric on the shoulder while looking at the person in his hand. What did you catch? Is he a wanted dark wizard? Before Cedric showed up, Slughorn had speculated with his acquaintances from journalists about what big news Cedric was going to make this time. They guessed a lot of things. For example, the invention of some new potions or powerful spells. When they saw Cedric appearing with a man tied up, an idea suddenly popped into their minds at the same time. It turns out that he independently captured a dark wizard. To be honest, compared with the previous news, this achievement is not inferior at all. After all, Cedric's previous achievements were too scary. 99% of wizards will never be able to accomplish any of his honors in their lifetime. But Slughorn also thought it through. Maybe Cedric himself cares about this honor. After all, it's normal for wizards to have some quirks. If he likes it, then we still have to support him. They are all our own people. Bring it on. With a smile on his face, Slughorn greeted the reporters around him. Give us some clear photos of the two of us and this wanted dark wizard. Said. Slughorn squatted down and laid the man who tied the snake rope flat on the ground. During this process, the surrounding reporters were taking photos and even videotaping the entire process, in order to help Cedric retain this precious memory. Then Slughorn froze. As a wizard who cares very much about Hogwarts and the current defense against the dark arts teacher, does he know Slytherin? He pursed his lips. Quirrell's identity and name were still not revealed immediately. Instead, he asked Cedric very cautiously, this? Could it be that I got the wrong person? He heard his cautious confirmation. Cedric looked down and saw that it turned out to be the wrong side. He didn't explain much. Turned Quirrell over directly. Voldemort's frightened face was stained by no matter how much dirt on the ground, and he looked completely grey. But this face? I don't know how many times it has appeared in the dreams of the young people. Voldemort's face appeared. The clicking sounds of shutters all around stopped. For a moment, everyone was so scared that they held their breath. Do not be afraid. He is disabled now, let me show it to you. Cedric raised his leg fiercely amid the astonished eyes of everyone. 81. Boom. Cedric's leg slammed into Voldemort's face. Since you want to attract firepower, then there is no need to be merciful, and this incident can be used to destroy Voldemort's prestige and improve his own reputation. Cedric's soles rubbed back and forth. Then he casually said something that everyone present knew, this is Voldemort. I'm a fool. This is Voldemort. Don't say it as if you caught a bag thief. Slughorn fell to the ground at the same time as many reporters. Those who were still standing were not untouched, but they were so frightened that they froze and could not move at all. It fell to the ground. On the contrary, those are slightly better. Ladies and gentlemen. Cedric extended an invitation to everyone around him, go and call everyone you can. I will expose Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic. Finished. Cedric grabbed the tied quirl again and walked towards the phone booth leading to the Ministry of Magic. Until his figure sank into the ground with a whoosh. Only then did Slughorn and the reporters realize that Cedric was really going to do something unprecedented tonight. Go call someone quickly! Slughorn shouted. He was also afraid, but while he was afraid, he also saw his bright future. Cedric destroyed Voldemort? Will Voldemort's shadow over the wizarding world disappear? Although he was not the son of prophecy, he did what even the sons of prophecy could not do. Slughorn sees an incredibly bright future. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Bang 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 around Slughorn, the reporters disappeared and flew away. They will go and knock on the door of every teacher they know. 773 Slughorn is no exception. In a moment, all the wizards on the street disappeared. In the underground Ministry of Magic. Cedric is leading Quirrell forward calmly. It was still the familiar hall of the Ministry of Magic, still completely unprepared. He came to a stop in the Ministry of Magic hall with ease. Holy Shield. Sacred Flame. First, he used a shield to protect himself, and then used golden flames to surround himself in a circle. Cedric acts like this. The Aurors who were left behind at the Ministry of Magic were finally alerted. Because they recognized Cedric's face, they did not take action immediately, but asked, Cedric. What are you doing here? I booked a speaking engagement. Cedric's words confused them. We were not notified of the speech, and it's still late at night. Because that's what I just applied for. Cedric picked up Quirrell and showed Voldemort's face to the Aurors. After all, it's hard for you to control the time it takes to catch Voldemort, isn't it? Cedric shrugged casually. Damn it. After seeing that face clearly, the Aurors present took half a step back almost simultaneously. No one knows better than them what Voldemort really means. Countless Aurors died at the hands of him and Death Eaters. The tragic experience has not been completely forgotten, but Voldemort has actually been resurrected again? Can't the magical world be peaceful? Isn't he dead? One Auror asked tremblingly. You shouldn't be shaking right now, Mr. Olo. Cedric instantly became furious. Anyone can be shocked, frightened and overwhelmed when seeing Voldemort. Only you can't. His eyes rolled over the group of Aurors. Does an Auror who is afraid of Voldemort still deserve to be called an Auror? You are Aurors. You are the last wall guarding the peace of the magic world. You have to fulfill your responsibilities. You should raise your wands high and be alert to me, instead of jumping back like rabbits when you see Voldemort's face. Cedric's anger was palpable. If you just try harder. There is no need for me, a third-year Hogwarts student, to escort Voldemort here late at night. Cedric's angry eyes made all the Aurors feel ashamed. Soon, they straightened their backs again. Yes. We are adult, outstanding wizards. We have passed more difficult assessments and are the group of masters with the best combat capabilities. When we were Aurors, he already knew that he would be in deep danger. Sir, what should we do? Unknowingly. Even the leader of this Auror team used the honorific title for Cedric. Go and notify more Aurors. Cedric ordered while getting busy. If I am controlled by Voldemort later, then you should raise your wands and die on the front line against Voldemort. Of course, I must have been dead by then. Cedric's tone was calm. It was as if he was telling them that he would go out to buy groceries, and telling them to take care of their ordinary daily life at home. But there's a fearlessness in it. It was like an infection, instantly infecting the brains of all Aurors. Yes, sir. The Auror captain loudly ordered, Fiu, the carriage and the cannon will stay here while the others go and call for help. Call all the Aurors you know, whether they are leaving their jobs or taking a break, call them all. His voice was full of pride. Aurors must be on the front line of the war. Yes. After taking orders in unison, the Auror team has allocated half its manpower to call people. The rest of the people watched Cedric's operations silently. He first took out the 2 king chess pieces, turned them into 2 stone platforms, put Quirrell on them, and then began to install the soul extraction alchemy creation. There is an oil painting on another stone table. This is what Cedric has prepared in advance. The extracted soul of Voldemort will be temporarily injected into this oil painting. When he is busy, more and more figures appear. They were disheveled, some just wore a coat over their pajamas, or even came directly in pajamas, and most of their hair was just messy and scattered on their shoulders. It looked like a beggar gathering. Without exception. As soon as they appear, they will ask the people around them, where is Voldemort? After someone points out Cedric's location to them, they will remain silent again and watch Cedric's operations silently. Cedric moved quickly. When the number of people around was just over 50, he had already put the soul extraction alchemy tool on Quirrell's head, and then started it. Ah! Well! Two completely different screams echoed through the entire lobby of the Ministry of Magic. Is this using the Cruciatus curse on Voldemort? Just thinking about this scene is so shocking that the back of my head feels numb. When the crowd was in commotion, Cedric's voice came out, I am extracting Voldemort's remaining soul from Professor Quirrell's body. Detach? How is this going? Dumbledore's tall figure crossed the crowd and came to the front. Tonight, he received an invitation from the Ministry of Magic, asking him to come here tonight to discuss important matters, but he waited for a long time and no one came. Instead, there was movement from outside. As soon as he heard it was Cedric and Voldemort, he walked out without hesitation. Then I saw this scene in front of me. Unexpectedly, Voldemort actually possesses Professor Quirrell? Just thinking about it. The Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head had already been at Hogwarts for a school year, and Dumbledore couldn't help but feel scared. If he gets crazy, just let Quirrell sneak up on Harry. Then isn't everything over? But how did Cedric find out? Even though he was proficient in planning, he could only attract Voldemort to Hogwarts through the magic stone and use traps to trap him. What exactly did Cedric do? This wise old man, the greatest white magician in the magic world, was full of doubts. Without understanding the situation, he also chose to watch silently. The soul extraction takes up to 10 minutes. The screams lasted for 10 minutes. During this time, the number of people who came to watch also exceeded the number of 500. Every few seconds, a wizard would emerge from the fireplace or telephone booth elevator and join the crowd of onlookers. It's been separated. Cedric lowered the height of the holy flames surrounding him. The wizards could clearly see that Voldemort's face had appeared on the oil painting. At this moment, it is covering its head and has not yet recovered from the pain. Quirrell, who was lying on the stone platform, also had a face full of pain. It's just that his body was tied up, so he could only keep shaking his body in a distorted manner. It looked miserable. Many wizards couldn't bear to turn their heads. I will treat Professor Quirrell now. Cedric began to install the soul-healing alchemy tools. He will explain to you all the ins and outs of his encounter with Voldemort and even his possession by Voldemort. Until then, the pot-bellied Fudge arrived at the Ministry of Magic late at night, escorted by a large number of Aurors. Cedric, are you crazy? Give me an assistant. Fudge was really furious now. He had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the Auror who was protecting him, telling him that Voldemort had appeared. His sky is falling. He worked so hard to maintain the peace in the wizarding world, why do people always have to bring up Voldemort again? Isn't it already over? Why did they want to destroy the peace he had managed to maintain? What is this? After hearing it was Cedric, Fudge felt even more certain that the other party was definitely just bluffing. This guy has become famous recently and has been on more front pages than him. He has begun to dislike him. Just like the original Dumbledore. Fudge thinks he is no longer the Fudge he used to be. He is a mature, capable and decisive minister of magic, who has brought peace and long-term stability to the magical world. Although these are just his wishful thinking. But this does not prevent Fudge from angry with Cedric. You, Cedric, still want to overthrow the world? This is something that Fudge, my Minister of Magic, will never allow. Faced with Fudge's accusation, Cedric didn't even raise his head. His voice spread throughout the spacious hall of the Ministry of Magic, and every word was loud. I'm not crazy. Of course, if you say that I, a student, would be crazy to provoke Voldemort. From this perspective, I am indeed a little crazy. Cedric made a joke. But no one laughed at the scene. Instead, the whispers subsided. This made the place quieter. Now, please allow me to at least tell you what the truth is. Cedric's movements were deliberate. The soul-healing alchemy tool has been started, and a large amount of love emotions have been extracted from Cedric's body. Dumbledore in the audience opened his mouth in a daze. This is ancient love magic? Dumbledore tapped his wand on his half-moon glasses, completely removing the remaining stains on them. At first he thought he had seen it wrong. But he was not wrong, this was indeed the magic of ancient love. Even, there is more than one ancient magic. Golden flame, golden protective cover. Dumbledore felt the radiant power from above. There is no doubt that this is another ancient magic power of light, and the two ancient magics of love and light are both typical symbols of the White Wizard. Maybe? I really shouldn't doubt you. Dumbledore's eyes became moist. No matter what. In his eyes, Cedric, who was still a child, shouldn't have to endure so much. As smart as he is. You can instantly imagine what kind of pressure Cedric and even his parents will be under after this incident. Voldemort would not die so easily. The Death Eaters lurking in the darkness are even more ready to move. Cedric stood up, and from now on, more pressure will be on their family. These are what they should do. Contrary to Dumbledore, who was moved, Fudge's anger rose again. As the Minister of Magic, I order you to stop immediately. Fudge looked back. He gave orders to the Aurors behind him, asking them to step forward to stop Cedric's behavior. The Aurors following Fudge stepped forward. But a surprising scene occurred. The Aurors who stayed behind in Magic 3.7, the first batch of Aurors to stop Cedric, stepped forward. They stood in front of their colleagues, expressionless. Minister, at least listen to what he has to say. Are you crazy? Fudge was so angry that the flesh on his face shook. Just when Dumbledore was about to take action, Cedric on the stage suddenly took a few steps back. Professor Quirrell sat up from the stone platform. The events that followed. He told in detail about his adventure in the Dark Forest and his encounter with Voldemort. From being seduced by words to Voldemort taking advantage of the situation. And everything he did to get the resurrection stone to resurrect his body. The scene was quiet. At this moment, Voldemort also woke up from the pain. Yes, I'm still alive. His cold and hoarse voice sounded, I'm just in a temporary period of weakness now. I'm going to kill you one day, Cedric. I will torture your parents for 3 days and 3 nights, turning them into lunatics like the Longbottoms. In the oil painting, he glanced at the wizards in front of him, and the wizards who looked at him all turned away in fear. This scene disappointed Cedric greatly. So he decided to use a speech to tear off the last fig leaf in the minds of the wizards present. And ignite their fighting spirit. Of course, there is one more thing to do before that. Cedric stood up. He didn't say a word, but silently waved his wand, guiding the golden holy flame to burn the painting to death along with the remnant soul of Voldemort inside. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill of Voldemort, I ignored the system prompts. Cedric used transfiguration to create a high platform. After he stood up, he slowly said to everyone, the real war is about to begin. 82. The halls of the Ministry of Magic were completely silent. No one could have imagined how Cedric would kill Voldemort's remaining soul simply, without any nonsense. It's like squeezing a chicken to death. A dirty rat in a sewer gutter. Just like how Harry once caught the goblins in the Weasleys' garden, knocked them unconscious and threw them far away. In short, it is too inconsistent with Voldemort's identity and status. Cedric's casual gesture and the glance he cast towards everyone made everyone's hearts tighten. It's like being watched by some amazing behemoth. No one dared to speak out first. Until Fugina, who was frightened, the frightened and trembling voice sounded again, Cedric. Do you realize how much trouble you have caused? How dare you, do you know this is the Ministry of Magic, get down here. In the face of Fudge's jumping accusations. Cedric was unmoved at all, he didn't even look at him, and even lowered his head to straighten his robe. He knows it very well. His behavior just now made everyone feel uneasy, and now everyone's attention is on him. Everyone was curious about what he would say, so they waited patiently. Cedric slowly moved his gaze. He moved slowly from the far left to the far right of the crowd again, looking at each wizard with his firm eyes. People's expressions were revealed under his gaze. Shocked, scared, overwhelmed, and even thoughtful. Voldemort was burned to death in front of his face. This bizarre scene, similar to the burning of witches in the Middle Ages, shocked everyone. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds, but they were unable to sort out stable thoughts from the chaotic mind. Everyone is looking forward to Cedric's next speech. They need more information. Only Fudge was still jumping around, directing the Aurors to come forward to capture Cedric. But this was obviously unsuccessful. Slughorn and the reporters had already rushed back, and they were standing opposite the group of Aurors, at Cedric's feet. Fudge turned his head rapidly. He felt incredible about the scene before him, but he did not dare to issue an attack order immediately. Dozens of wizards are fighting each other at the Ministry of Magic. This is enough to be called a rebellion that subverts the regime, which is not in line with the prosperous age he created. Fudge was even a little panicked. He didn't know how to handle such a situation. This is the real him, mediocre and cowardly Fudge. Almost instinctively, his eyes searched for the tall wizard in the crowd. Once upon a time, Fudge also often asked Dumbledore for advice. But when more eyes and focus were on him, he reduced the number of times he did this, and even strictly controlled the number of times Dumbledore became famous. He is the greatest contributor to peace in the magical world. Over the past few years, Fudge always told himself this. In order to maintain this peaceful scene created by oneself. Later, on the day of Voldemort's resurrection, he even refused to acknowledge Voldemort's resurrection. In addition to the goal of getting rewards. Let everyone realize that Voldemort is still alive. This is why Cedric brought Voldemort here. Letting them see Voldemort's death, and even leaving Quirrell as a witness, was a key part. Cedric understands the power of silence very well. I don't need to say anything, I just need to stand here quietly, and I can keep up with Fudge who is jumping up and down, forming a sharp contrast. The wizards glanced at Fudge, then back at Cedric. Fudge was like an angry old hen. His face was red, his arms were spread out, and he was walking back and forth, giggling to express his anger. Cedric stood with his hands behind his back and did nothing. But all the wizards couldn't help but think about the scene where he burned Voldemort's remaining soul to ashes with just a snap of his fingers. It's clear who the incompetent is. Wait until the scene is quieter. Cedric took a deep breath, his movement was very slight, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Fudge stopped making threats. Over there, I saw the fear of ordinary wizards towards Voldemort. Cedric raised his finger and pointed at Fudge. Fudge was stunned. What? Me? Ordinary wizard? Fear? Kr. As soon as Fudge opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that all the wizards present were staring at him angrily. This even included several of his own bodyguard Aurors. This frightened him so much that he dared not continue speaking. Cedric continued to speak. He pointed to the splendid hall. I have been to the Ministry of Magic several times, and it is so splendid and beautiful. But the defense system is rubbish. I took Professor Quirrell to the Ministry of Magic alone late at night, and I was able to go directly down to the hall. Just imagine, what if Voldemort led the attack today? One word awakens the dreamer. When Voldemort's remaining soul was destroyed in front of everyone's eyes. When they witnessed Voldemort personally shouting that he would come back again, people couldn't help but start to fantasize about the possibility that Cedric said. There were at most a dozen Aurors at night. Voldemort himself was as good as 10, and as long as he brought a dozen more Death Eaters, he could easily take down the Ministry of Magic. Take control of the Ministry of Magic. Not to mention much else, a fireplace management department alone can allow Death Eaters to enter homes that pass through the fireplace passage at any time. Such a family, accounting for about 90% of all wizarding families. Just think about it, while you are sleeping, Death Eaters can freely enter and exit your home at any time. Just thinking about it is terrifying. It would be understandable in peaceful times. Cedric slightly sped up his speech, which made the wizards feel even more tense, but these times are tough. Can we really rely on such a flashy Ministry of Magic to lead us to defeat Voldemort? Follow Cedric's words. This time everyone looked at Fudge again, looking at him with a red face and a look of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Fudge's embarrassing performance just now. It further deepened the impression in the minds of wizards that Fudge was pure and useless. Cedric continued. His voice began to surge with passion, and his right hand began to wave in conjunction with his speech. This made everyone's eyes become more focused. Ever since I was 5 years old and learned that there is an unnamable name in the magical world, I have felt that this world is ridiculous. Is this the so-called peaceful era? There is a Dark Lord and his army, hidden among us all, who may overthrow the Ministry of Magic at any time. Peaceful years. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Every word Cedric spoke was like nails, driven into the hearts of the wizards present in his sonorous and powerful tone. Warm applause broke out. Everyone cheers for his idea. This is a war that is about to break out. Let those Death Eaters become the damn victims. Cedric shouted passionately amidst the applause, we will make sacrifices and we will work hard. But in the end victory will be ours. Cedric's voice fell. Slughorn and the reporters immediately shouted, victory will be ours. Victory will be ours. Cedric placed his right fist on his heart and yelled again. This time, the scene was completely ignited. Victory will be ours! Victory will be ours! Victory will be ours, in infinite cheers. Cedric raised his arms and shouted, now is not the time to be silent, it is time to fight back. After all these years, the entire magical world is in darkness, our eyes are obscured by fog, and wizards have lost their way forward. Cedric's muzzle was pointed directly at Fudge. Looking at Cedric's eyes, he turned his head and stared at him with eyes full of anger. Fudge felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, he suddenly realized one thing, his political career was over. What struck him as ridiculous was the most ridiculous thing. He wasn't pushed out by Dumbledore, whom he listed as his archenemy. Instead, it was a third-year Hogwarts student. Although Fudge now suspected that this was arranged by Dumbledore, he still successfully defeated him. Looking at the impassioned Cedric, whose body was shaking from waving his arms with all his strength, Fudge felt that his worldview had been destroyed. How come someone comes up and knows how to win people's hearts so well? This is absolutely insane. This Cedric looked extremely decent, but Fudge always felt in his heart that everything in the other person's words had a faint evil aura. It's too late to be evil. Yes, that's what it feels like. More terrifying than Grindelwald and Voldemort combined. I just hope you are good, otherwise, the entire magical world will really be doomed. Frustrated, Fudge pushed his way out of the crowd. In front of him, a tall old wizard with a long beard tied up in an orderly manner walked faster than him. Fudge was stunned. Isn't this Dumbledore? Shouldn't he enjoy the fruits of his victory now? Why did you leave so suddenly? Could it be that Cedric is not his pawn? This thought in his mind made Fudge feel a little colder. It was so remarkable that he was still underage. It seemed that he would never be able to turn around in this life. If you give birth to Fudge, why give birth to Cedric? Fudge looked back again. Cedric, who was protected by the golden shield, spitted and flew into a frenzy with the wizards around him cheering for him. Cedric's power has taken shape. Fudge gritted his teeth and got into the fireplace, and went home to sleep. Presumably, before tomorrow morning, news will come from the Ministry of Magic that he will be revoked as minister. Although he also left the Ministry of Magic. But Dumbledore's goal was not Hogwarts. After he came to the deserted streets, he operated several times in succession. The target was far away, but the path he had taken had been recalled countless times in his mind. Under the cool moonlight, Dumbledore was stunned by the ruined castle. He never thought that the place where his friend was imprisoned would be so dilapidated. He walked very slowly. He was shocked to see the collapsed towers and peeling walls. Regret consumed his soul. But even if you step, no matter how slow he advanced, he finally arrived in front of the prison. The ragged old man lay on a thin sheet. The whole prison was dark. There was only a huge packaging box, which was disassembled and placed in the corner. What a rare visitor! Grindelwald, who was playing with the Rubik's Cube, noticed the movement and looked up at Dumbledore outside the fence. He grinned and laughed at himself. Ever since that boy gave me the toy, I haven't had your hallucination for a long time. Damn old thing! Grindelwald's mood suddenly collapsed. Albus, it's almost 50 years. I can't imagine how I would manage without you. What should I do if you fall? He kept complaining like a resentful woman. There is nothing worse than not hearing from you again. Nothing worse than your silence. You're always so busy. You always think that I hope you won't bother me, you always don't have time. Hear this. Dumbledore couldn't stand it any longer. He stretched out a hand to hold the fence. It's me. Hearing the sound, Grindelwald's entire body froze in place. Dumbledore slowly lowered his head, not daring to look at his friend, who turned his head as stiffly as an inferi. Feel sorry. I am coming to you this time, and I still want to ask you to help me identify someone. When I hear his speech, I can always think of it. It was very similar when you invited me to travel around the world. Grindelwald seemed to regain his energy instantly. Damn it, are you going to order me to do my work as soon as you come here? The night wind blew. When they looked back in the blink of an eye, the two of them were already in tears. Inside the Ministry of Magic, Cedric's speech has come to an end. Peace above all else. We will not live in darkness forever. All eyes. Everything moves as Cedric moves. What I have to do now is to tear the fog away from your eyes. From this moment on, the fate of the magical world will change. My speech tonight may soon be forgotten. But what we do will last forever. We will fight to the end. 10 minutes later. The Ministry of Magic held an emergency night meeting. Cedric did not participate. He said that he was still a student and he only hoped that the Ministry of Magic could select someone who could truly take the lead. Before Voldemort was completely resurrected. That is, before the start of the Triwizard Tournament, his main battlefield was still within Hogwarts. Next year's locked room event isn't exciting enough. Cedric is ready to add ingredients. First he will visit some people, and then get out someone who is still squatting in Azkaban. He needs more manpower urgently. Before Goblet of Fire. On top of the commotion caused by the Death Eaters, give them a real wizarding war. The first person Cedric visited was his teacher. 83. Teacher, have you made your decision? Cedric's teacher is naturally Nicholm. Although the magic stone was saved. But Nicholm and his wife decided to leave this world. Yes, we have no regrets anymore. We can't leave Voldemort with any more fantasies, otherwise the troubles will be endless. And we've lived enough. Now, it's time to start a new journey. Death is not something to be afraid of. Nicholm and his wife smiled at each other and crossed their fingers, as if they were in love hundreds of years ago. Cedric hesitated to speak. If he was simply afraid of Voldemort, then he would definitely say that he used the Philosopher's Stone as a trap to attract Death Eaters to their deaths. Come and kill one by one. Come and kill a pair. But since the teacher wants to explore the great realm of death, as a land, there is no reason to stop him. Teacher, this disciple has one last thing to ask you. Cedric calmed down his emotions and spoke sternly with a serious face. Say it. Nicholm's expression was relaxed and casual. For this satisfied disciple, no matter what request the other party makes, he will satisfy it. Whether you want his alchemy tools or his wealth. Or maybe this was a safe house for his parents. These are just minor obstacles. Over the past hundreds of years, although he only had an occasional interest, he had accumulated a lot of alchemy tools. There are many of them. He himself thought it was a very remarkable achievement. It's just that he has long lost his competitive spirit, and many of them were buried in the warehouse. Secondly, there are countless patents in his name. If these patents were handed over to Cedric, he could easily earn tens of thousands of gold galleons a year for the same purpose. Not to mention, he has as much wealth as a dozen mountains in the Goblin Bank. Finally, there is his house. In order not to be interfered by others, he has loaded countless defensive measures here. Even when Dumbledore comes, you still have to walk the dirt road for me. Cedric now declares unilateral war against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. If this house is for his parents to live in, then at least they don't have to worry so much about their safety. Especially the last one. If Cedric can have this filial piety, Nicholas Flamel does not recommend giving him anything else. After all, filial children still deserve rewards. I hope you will publicly declare that you will declare war on the Death Eaters and be more than happy to begin the exploration of death. Cedric's words were a bit convoluted. But what it actually means is that he wants Nicholm to publicly declare war and make a declaration of death. Death is not something to be afraid of. This matter is very necessary for publicity. As the saying goes, death is lighter than a feather and heavier than Mount Tai. If it can inspire the blood of the other wizards, it will make this matter more meaningful. Such thoughts. How could Nicholas Flamel not see through it? But precisely because he saw through it, he felt even more incredible. At Cedric's age, I might still be pursuing magic spells, love, and my own magical toys. Cedric can care about the world. I have lived hundreds of years in vain. Nicholas Flamel laughed at himself in shame. You are better than I thought. He looked at his wife. Then he avoided Cedric's gaze with his lower eyelids and refused with some shame, I'm afraid I can't promise you, child. Out of apology. Madame Flamel directly took Cedric's hand and said, Son, except for this matter, everything else we have will be left to you, yes. Nicholm also echoed, my inheritance in Gringotts, as well as this house, as well as the alchemical materials and alchemical creations in the prop room, you can dispose of them as you wish. I don't want to do this. Precisely because he knew how scary Nicholm's legacy was, Cedric was even more confused by the other party's rejection. Nicholas Flamel was not a shy person. Moreover, he shouldn't be afraid of Voldemort. Why don't you come out and call for mobilization? In the original work, Nicholas Flamel ended his life in a very low-key manner. He only ended his life peacefully under the watchful eyes of several friends, including Dumbledore. Is there any hidden secret in it? What is more terrible than death? With this doubt, Cedric opened Nick Holmes' character template again. Template card, Niccolo Flamel. Talent, Alchemical Deduction, Great Magician, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit 100 points. Life Wish List, items 1 to 56 have been completed. Item 57, a peaceful and undisturbed death. After taking care of the aftermath, complete the funeral under the watchful eyes of disciple Cedric and friend Dumbledore, and the corpse after death will be placed in a designed burial place so that the corpse will not be disturbed after death. Blasphemy. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 58, the world is filled with peaches and plums. Disciple Cedric independently created his own magic stone and passed on his alchemical deduction talent. Completing this wish list will earn you 10 legendary points. After reading this, Cedric immediately understood why. It's the same worry that Einstein had back then. Einstein was considered relatively enlightened. In 1955, he had already announced, "I allow my body to be used for scientific research, but my brain is not to be touched." But Harvey, the doctor who dissected him, still deceived him. Just 7 hours later, his brain was cut into 240 pieces and preserved in formalin solution. Cedric also completely understood. In this magical world, there are so many types of desecrations that wizards can do to corpses. In this world, there are more than 1 or 2 things more terrifying than death. It is normal for teacher Nick Holm to have such worries. It's easier to handle if you know the reason. Cedric stretched out his right hand. "Teacher, I can make an unbreakable oath to you. After your public announcement, I will personally escort your body to your designated burial place and will not give anyone the opportunity to desecrate your body." Cedric finished speaking. The Nicholas Flamel couple were more than just surprised. I even felt scared. "Child, you..." Nick Holm didn't know how to describe it. For the first time, he felt what Dumbledore said, that Cedric was so perfect that it scared him. He stammered and asked, "You, how did you know?" "Guessed it. It can't be said that Cedric was directly seen by the system. So I can only find a seemingly reasonable explanation. I know you are not afraid of death, and of course you cannot be afraid of little Voldemort. After thinking about it, the only thing I can think of is that you don't want to be disturbed. After all, you have been living in seclusion all these years." Nick Holm nodded in agreement with this statement. "But I still feel in my heart that Cedric's reasoning ability is simply like a miracle. He lived hundreds of years. But Cedric could actually see through his own thoughts at a glance. This kind of knowledge of people. Who else can escape his gaze in the future? At least when it comes to looking at people, he is much better than Dumbledore." "But..." Nick Holm looked at his wife hesitantly. From the bottom of my heart, due to Cedric's move, he had already agreed in his heart. "But this matter is not his alone. I can do it." Madame Flamel patted the back of her husband's hand. "The child has sacrificed too much just for us to show up. If we are really worried, we can just burn our bodies. Anyway, if you don't bring it with you in life, you won't take it with you in death." In the face of Madame's open-mindedness, Nick Holm also smiled. He smiled and nodded his head. Yes, I have forgotten everything when I get older. I can make a little trap. As long as anyone comes close, our bodies will be burned immediately so that no one can desecrate them." After making up your mind, Nick Holm and his wife agreed to Cedric's request. Of course, this announcement was not that simple, nor were only Nick Holm and his wife participating. Cedric will attend. Dumbledore will attend. Even the entire reorganized Ministry of Magic will participate collectively. This is definitely an extremely righteous blow launched by the wizarding world against the Death Eaters. I always think of this fearless scene that is about to happen. There was a red flame burning in Cedric's heart, making him unable to control himself for a long time. But it will take some time for the Nick Holm couple to prepare. Cedric also did not return to Hogwarts, and he was absent from Hogwarts' end-of-year dinner. Because he has more important things to do. The war has begun. What Cedric wants to do is to take things to a dead end. First, he finds Slughorn. Ask him to find a reporter to publish an article about the opening of Weasley's Magic Wheezes store, but this time he included a family photo of the Weasley family in the photo. Among them are Ronald and the rat. Releasing Sirius will not only give you one more helper. More importantly, Cedric is preparing to deal with the group of Dementors in advance, and they are destined to be biased towards the dark creatures of the Black Gangbin camp. Just get Sirius out of jail. Then the Dementors will come to Hogwarts. At that time, he said that a classmate was missing and suspected that they had captured him, and then he rushed directly into their camp and killed them. Even if we can't kill them to extinction, we still have to kill them to make them scared. Hearing his own name, Cedric, or thinking of Hogwarts would scare him to pieces. Such an idea came up in a humble little life. Used to deal with despicable creatures like Dementors, they really complement each other. There are also giants. Cedric is going to release his pair of horned camels back into the wild, and then take Hagrid on a trip to the giants' territory. Such a fierce creature. Just keep 1 or 2 pairs in the wild for breeding, and keep the others in your own pet space. Let them become the vanguard army of the righteous path. Accept them. 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest, I have to deal with it ruthlessly. Although in the final battle of Hogwarts, the appearance of the opponent shocked both sides. But this BCH would help Voldemort. Cedric must be cleared in advance. And more importantly, maybe you can also deal with the horse people. Although most of them are proud of themselves. But there are still a very small number of them who are open-minded and can communicate with each other, and who can be attracted to help. Talk about people you can win over. Treatment for the Longbottoms must be put on the agenda. Firstly, they were firmly in the anti-Voldemort camp, and secondly, everyone agreed that they were still at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. They lurk in the dark. Just in time to help him spy on the Malfoy family. Cedric also wants to compete with Tom in the notebook. Except these. Also, when he has some free time, Cedric will also start cultivating unicorns and fire dragons. If these 2 magical creatures are controlled well, then it will be a great help to deal with the Death Eaters. Talking about pet space. Cedric is also planning a trip to Weasley's house. Ronald's brother, Charlie Weasley, works as a dragon trainer in Romania. If you can get his character template, it is very likely that there will be tasks related to pet space. The number of pet spaces, even the legendary value cannot be increased, it can only rely on tasks. If only there was one more space. Then putting the 8-eyed spider in it is also a big gain, and other magical animals also have many useful uses. Anyway, the more, the merrier. As an alternative for the same reasons. There is also the protagonist of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Rolf Scamander, the grandson of Newt Artemis Fidos Scamander. This. Eventually becoming Luna's husband. If he cannot get the character template from his grandson, then Cedric is going to follow the other person's grandson and find a way to visit the other person himself. Presumably based on how obsessed the other person is with unicorns. I should be easily impressed myself. Except the above. Cedric also has a plan that only he can operate. That's the blood of the Dumbledore family. To say that this family's bloodline is really awesome, according to the plot of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, it can actually summon a phoenix out of thin air. Such a decent bloodline. In the plot of Harry Potter, the heir is about to be extinct. Albus Dumbledore won't say much. He has been entangled with Grindelwald his whole life, it is also very difficult to obtain his DNA. But his brother Aberforth himself could fight for it. Because of what happened to my sister back then. The other party was very difficult to deal with Albus, but he was also opposed to Voldemort. It shouldn't be difficult for him to win over him. Then take action yourself. After getting the NDA, go to the Muggle world to give birth to a few more blood descendants of the Dumbledore family. I still have to develop an alchemy instrument, after all, it can't be done manually. Although a bit obscene. But what a pity it is to see someone who cherishes his blood so much and loses his heir, lung. Just raise them well yourself. Then when he is in his 30s, he will have a real army of Dumbledore. Cedric is the adopted son of the 13th Phoenix. It sounds like it will scare the Dark Wizards, okay? After Cedric was quietly busy for a week, Slughorn had already made arrangements over there. This day, Cedric comes to the Ministry of Magic again. Today, everyone will witness a feat in the history of magic. 84. In the hall of the Ministry of Magic. All the fountain statues here have been removed. Compared with Cedric's last visit, this place is more like a defensive fortress. The walls around the hall go up. Attached to the wall are protruding stone platforms with stone baffles on the outside. People coming into the Ministry of Magic look at it from the bottom up. It's really hard to determine which barrier the aura is hiding behind, which can be regarded as a geographical advantage. Inspections are also much stricter. Completely wartime configuration. After entering the Ministry of Magic, you must drink the potion to dispel the polyjuice potion before being allowed to enter. Strictly limit the possibility of sneaking in through simulated appearance. There were not many people at this press conference, but it was very solemn. Even Cedric refused to speak. Today's glory only belongs to teacher Nickholm. What he said was not good. As an otaku, he rarely speaks in front of so many people. What matters is the identity of this group of people taking the oath today. Led by Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore participated, Cedric participated, and all new members of the Ministry of Magic participated. Witnessed by nearly 100 reporters. This swearing-in meeting was successfully completed. At the end of the moment, a system prompt also sounded in Cedric's ears. Ding, personally guide and participate in a historic event. August 1st, the Ministry of Magic's Anti-Voldemort Defense Force is established as Army Day. You get 20 legendary points, 300,000 experience points, 2,000 gold galleons, 30 talent points, and 50 types of magic potions. Cedric didn't stop. He and Dumbledore personally escorted Nicholas Flamel back to his residence. After Jean, Nicholas Flamel and his wife spent a day alone. He and Dumbledore personally escorted the remains of the two people into the secret graves designated by the two. Nickholm's future has been settled long ago. He left all the patents to Cedric, but all the cash in Gringotts was donated to the Ministry of Magic's Anti-Dark Lord Defense Force. This batch of gold galleons. It will be used to pay for the recruitment of new Aurors, the recall of old Aurors, as well as expenditures such as building defenses and maintaining surveillance. Wealth accumulated over hundreds of years. The Ministry of Magic can maintain its current high level of vigilance for 50 years. Leave it to Cedric. It is all the patents, as well as the house where they live, as well as the alchemy room inside and all the alchemy items. After a moment of reminiscence, Cedric started moving, but he didn't give up his old house directly. This is used as a fishing spot. A group of Aurors will live inside. If attacked, the Ministry of Magic will respond immediately, and more than 10 Aurors will go to the vicinity immediately. It didn't take long. News came out of Azkaban that Sirius had escaped from prison. Just after Cedric completed the Phoenix Army plan, news came from the old house. There is a pretty girl who came crying and dragging her suitcase. She even asked your name to see you. Cedric was stunned. My hair hasn't fully grown yet, and when I interact with her, I'm always polite and affectionate, so I don't leave any debt of love. Although confused. But Cedric rushed over immediately. It turns out that the girl is none other than Pansy. What's wrong with you? Cedric noticed that something was not right about her condition. Although she is trying to smile, her condition is very bad. I made a decision, had a fight with my family, and then... Pansy smiled sadly. Then he fell straight into Cedric's arms. Fortunately, there was nothing serious after the examination. It was just that he was too excited and the magic power in his body went crazy, so he fainted. The magic runaway thing reminds Cedric of one of her bucket lists. While she was resting, Cedric opened her character template. Template card, Pansy Parkinson talent, low-level master wizard, magic plus 5 points, upper limit of 70 points. Noble temperament, charm plus 1, majesty plus 1. Charm explanation, increases attraction to all existences, and comprehensively supports emotions such as friendship, admiration, and love. Majestic explanation, you will have a majestic and serious aura. Your friends will respect you because of your majesty, your subordinates will obey you because of your majesty, and your enemies will be afraid of you because of your majesty. Life wish list, the first item, graduation successfully, pure blood wizards are not allowed to drop out of school. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. The second item, if you don't want me, then I will have no choice but to die. Fee, you have become her chosen husband. During this period, she will have 80% of your data strength. Completing this wish list can strengthen the effect of aristocratic temperament, charm plus 3, majesty plus 3. Special reminder, my life wish has been strengthened. If your concept changes drastically, or you explicitly reject her, she may not be able to think about it. Damn it! Cedric was stunned. When did she make up her mind? Anyway. Even if he simply saw this bucket list, Cedric had no reason to ignore it. Fortunately, the houses in the old house are also empty. Cedric stayed by Pansy's side, rubbing the shrinking ring while thinking about how to deal with her. There is no explanation for staying with me. But her skill is still unilateral. Her magic conflict occurs because she inherited 80% of her Guangli data. Cedric glanced at his data. Among them, the magic alone is, magic power, 50 points, not popular, +5, Mrs. Pants, upper limit 60 points. +5, Professor Sprout, upper limit 75 points. +10, Gemini, upper limit 80 points. +5, Nicholas Flamel, the upper limit is 100 points. 50 + 5 + 5 + 10 + 5 equals 75. Pansy has 80% of her strength, which is 75 * 0.8 equals 60 points. When Cedric had 50 points, he got the Medal of Born Extraordinary, which gave himself an additional 10 points of magic power limit. The magic power in Pansy's body may not be digested for a while. And it's hard to say. When her magic power surged, she caused some trouble, so she left home so suddenly. Wait until the other party wakes up. When Cedric asked, it was exactly what he thought. You mean, you told your parents that you were going to join my anti-Voldemort team, and then your parents didn't agree, so you just blew up the living room? I didn't mean it either. Pansy's pouted mouth could hold a can of oil. She waved her hands. He was talking and gesticulating, recalling his mood at that time. I was very angry at the time. I just finished reading your book and watching your speech, and then I became very excited. After they object. The magic power in my body went crazy, and then I got scared and ran away. It is as expected. Cedric covered his forehead with a headache. This matter has something to do with him. If it weren't for his speech, if it weren't for his system, this matter probably wouldn't have been such a big deal. Please contact your family first to make sure they are safe. But just practice with me during this period, and at least stabilize the magic power in your body to get out of bed. Hearing Cedric relent, Pansy suddenly smiled happily, and her face brightened. Have a good rest. Cedric quickly left the room. Now he has a lot to deal with, and the future has changed dramatically, which is different from the original work in many places. According to the urgency of the matter, Cedric compiled a few things that he must do this year. First, Tom's notebook should appear this year. It shouldn't be a big problem to get it from Ginny, but Voldemort might play some other tricks. You need to take precautions yourself. The second is that Sirius has escaped from prison, and the reason why Cedric released him is to make Peter Pettigrew sacrifice himself and escape, and then help him clean up his crimes. The third is to follow Peter Pettigrew. He would definitely go find Voldemort. He could send someone to follow him so that he could seize the opportunity to kill Voldemort first. The fourth is to eliminate the hidden dangers of dark creatures such as Dementors, eight-eyed spiders, giants, etc. This one also includes finding ways to trigger new pet spaces. The fifth is to find other Horcruxes. Several of them are now hidden inside Hogwarts. Cedric has already thought of several things. But during this summer vacation, because of Pansy's appearance, I can do some extra things. That is to rescue the Longbottoms. Mother's love is already vast and boundless, coupled with Pansy's somewhat Yandere love. The amount of love absorbed in Cedric's body every day is extremely terrifying. Even if the improvement is not completed. With the current low efficiency, it seems that the Longbottoms can be saved and cured. They are good helpers. Every day during the day, Cedric would stay with his parents and Pansy. Pansy couldn't be happier about this. The upbringing in her family is indeed very good, and she makes the old couple happy every day. Very much in line with their standards for a daughter-in-law. And Cedric also sent letters to the Parkinson family. With the Diggory couple's assurance, the other parents accepted Pansy's decision to stay at their home temporarily. Just treat it as if your daughter is in love. And at night, Cedric will come to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. After more than half a month of treatment, the situation of the Longbottoms has improved significantly, and the power of love is indeed very powerful. The therapist over there was absolutely crazy about this phenomenon. Cedric now goes to the hospital every time. They all received top-notch treatment. Not only were the entire treatment process watched, but they were also greeted like great big shots every time. To maintain confidentiality, Cedric could only make an appointment with the therapist, and then only chose to come late at night when no one was around. Tonight, as usual, he arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic in the dead of night. But the difference is today. When Cedric stepped into the lobby of the hospital, a male wizard who had been curled up in a chair to rest stood up. His robe was extremely worn and had several patches on it. There were not many wizards in the magic world who were so poor. Coupled with his slightly sickly face. She still looks young, but has light brown hair mixed with white hair. Cedric recognized him quickly. He is none other than Remus John Lupin. "Hello, is this Mr. Cedric?" Lupin called out to Cedric softly, "Hello, I am a werewolf wizard. I came to you first to thank you, and secondly to ask, do you still need anyone here? You actually came to see me?" Cedric was very surprised. In the current situation in the wizarding world, it is obvious that the Ministry of Magic is the main force in searching for Death Eaters. But there are still two groups hidden under the Ministry of Magic. The first is Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. On the day of the oath, Dumbledore represented the Order of the Phoenix and said that he and the Order of the Phoenix would risk their lives and fight against the Death Eaters. Finally, there is Cedric's manpower. Mainly Slughorn, supplemented by reporters and aurors who admire him. Cedric's move. Mainly through continuous speeches, propaganda, etc., to stimulate the wizarding world's hatred of the Death Eaters. And try to inspire the fighting spirit of the wizarding world. This is still very successful so far. As long as there is the right opportunity, Cedric would go out and speak to the crowd. For example, he gave many speeches in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade Village, and even later at the Ministry of Magic. The images, texts, and news reports of these speeches. Almost every 2 or 3 days, it will dominate the front pages of all media. Saturate the entire magical world. It is extremely necessary to arouse the resistance of people in the wizarding world, and the only way to unite is to unite all those who can. Only in this way can the Death Eaters die in a better way. So Cedric is clear. Lupin should go to Dumbledore at this time, not him. Once the werewolf curse is under control, he can display his fighting power more than 20 days a month. Could it be? Is this Dumbledore trying to plant an informant around him? After all, this isn't the first time Dumbledore has done this. Sorry, I don't need it now. Cedric refused outright. In order to show his determination, he even operated away from the place without giving Lupin a chance to speak again. Stimulated by this incident. On that night, after Cedric finished his treatment, then he came directly to a dilapidated castle. Originally he wanted to come later. But since Dumbledore you want to set up and spy for me, then it's my fault for playing tricks on Grindelwald. Cedric quickly found the old man. After introducing his identity, he smiled and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, if I tell you, I can let you and Dumbledore leave the magical world of England freely. Go wherever you wanted to go before. Would you be interested?" Grindelwald blinked his old eyes. Cedric, actually, wanted to come and give a speech in front of him so that he could incite himself? 85. You are such an interesting person. Even though Grindelwald laughed so hard that he burst into tears. But Cedric still has a chance to win, because he just heard the system prompt. Ding, I succeeded in moving Gellert Grindelwald. You get bonus talent points +1, Gellert Grindelwald character template card. Template card, Gellert Grindelwald talents, the big 3, magic +5 points, upper limit 99 points. The first generation of the Great Demon King, charm +5, majesty +5. Life wish list, the first 13 items have been completed or abandoned. Item 14, heroic twilight and death. We belong to the streams that fed the watermills a century ago, rather than being trapped in our corner of the world and spending the rest of our lives in our towers. The ultimate goal, death. Completing this wish list will increase the effects of the first generation of the Great Demon King to, charm +7, majesty +7. If only I could die with Dumbledore by my side. Then the effect of the first generation Great Demon King will be increased to, charm +10, majesty +10. Item 15, complete the assessment of Cedric, a commissioned task from Dumbledore. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the space of the template card. Item 16, fly freely with Dumbledore once more, a promise from Cedric. Completing this wish list will earn you 10 legendary points. At the same time, the effect of the big 3 will be increased to, magic +15 points, upper limit 99 points. It is clear. The 16th life wish illustrates this well. No matter how hard Grindelwald tried to hide it, he still spoke to his heart. Follow me. Cedric glanced at the symbols carved on the wall, a triangle, a circle, and a vertical line. That represents the 3 hallows of death. Whether it's Dumbledore's mission or the life wish he inspired, he was going to decide Grindelwald's reward. The key is that his magic power limit is too high, and the compatibility of 99 points of magic power is awesome. If the task is completed, you can easily increase your total magic power to over 80. I have seen so many character templates. Cedric understands too. It is almost difficult for me to find a template with the same height as him. He was still doubtful. Dumbledore and Voldemort should be the other two giants among the three giants. In other words, they all have 99 magic points. Just that. Voldemort's strength after his true rebirth cannot be underestimated. Let's go. Ced immediately opened the cage directly. Before you meet Principal Dumbledore, I'm going to dress you up and train you. Your current look is really ugly. Gryffindor had no reason to refuse. Either to complete the task Dumbledore asked him to do. Or maybe it was what Cedric said just now, let him fly freely with Dumbledore again. They were all things he couldn't refuse. Cedric was not afraid of Dilingva and took him directly to Nick Holmes' residence. Time is wasted. The Aurors guarding here, including the Diggory couple, no longer recognized Grindelwald at all. But Grindelwald was shocked when he saw Pansy. Are you, an Obscurus? No, but how can your magic power come close to going berserk? Etc. Your magic is very powerful. Grindelwald was delighted to see the hunter. It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding little wizard. He couldn't help but want to get closer and take a closer look. He saw Grindelwald, an old man with ragged clothes and white hair, looking like a beggar, walking towards him. Pansy backed up with disgust on her face and hid behind Cedric. There are some special reasons. Cedric patted Pansy's arm and comforted, but she's already under control very well. She'll be able to control it soon. Maybe some people will think so. Pansy obtained 80% of Cedric's panel capabilities so easily, and felt that it was so easy. But don't forget. She staked her life on it. Because of her wish list that involves names, Cedric can trust her with certain secrets without even casting an unbreakable curse. In the past few days, you can take him to practice Baju and Jin. Cedric warned Pansy. Today he will have a small speech at the Leaky Cauldron, and a new group of wizard families will be invited there. Every speech, Cedric will get more support, so he must accumulate as many supporters as possible during this summer vacation and spread his ideas as much as possible. To enhance the effectiveness of your speech. Cedric put on Dilingwo's character template and prepared to leave. But he was stopped by Pansy. Wait a moment. Pansy came to Cedric's side and helped him straighten his collar, which was not askew. This action is just a cover-up. She grabbed Cedric's collar reluctantly. Sir Cedric. I don't know why, but I think you look a little more handsome today. I really like you more and more. Pansy raised her hand and touched Cedric's face. The two of them were so close that the mint scent of her body hit the latter's nose. She whispered, I really want to eat you. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Cedric didn't notice anything was wrong yet, because Pansy always said Yandere things indirectly. He's somewhat used to it. Dilingwo, who was observing silently, shrank his pupils suddenly. Because he came with the intention of inspecting Cedric, he was not categorized as subordinates, relatives, or friends. All he could feel was Cedric's majesty. In the perception of this top speaker, Grindelwald noticed that Cedric's momentum changed instantly. In that moment, he changed from a big boy with a halo to a powerful person full of oppression. Once upon a time, Grindelwald himself is also such a superior. The two of them almost overlapped at this moment. He finally understood why Dumbledore was willing to come to him and gave him the task of testing Cedric. Because Dumbledore also saw it. Cedric will come to him one day. Of course, they didn't know whether Cedric was for the Elder Wand or for something else. Dumbledore once brought Cedric's book to Dringward. After reading it carefully, Grindelwald discovered the two biggest differences between the two are: they are the sunny boy side of Cedric, and the kind of argument in his mind that goes into the home of the National Master. This is different from both myself and that little reptile. Because I am arrogant, I only recognize outstanding wizards. As for the little reptile, forget about it. Grindelwald couldn't help but think. Is this just because of age? Or are there other differences? He looked at the room in front of him, maybe the secret was hidden in it. Grindelwald, whose mind became active, soon showed his abilities. He is also a thoughtful person. There will be different postures for different people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many subordinates and were willing to die for him. Mrs. Cedric, I may have to trouble you next. A title. Grindelwald immediately changed Pansy's impression of him. Because he was the first to call her that. It's not yet, but it will be soon. With a smile that spread from the inside out, Pansy took Grindelwald to an empty room. Because there will be Aurors stationed there. Cedric also built a new building next to the original house specifically for them to live in. They lived separately from the Diggorys and he and Pansy. After some washing. Except that his face is still pale and straightforward, Grindelwald has regained some of his depth demeanor. In the following days, Grindelwald's behavior is very low-key, basically observing Cedric's every move. Cedric at home. In addition to leading everyone to practice that weird move, he also dived into the alchemy studio. No one can interfere with his research. If there is still time, I will chat with everyone. The state is very relaxed. He is neither indifferent to Pansy nor does he take advantage of the other person's fascination with him to do anything directly. When two people get along. When chatting, they will explore more of their thoughts and carefully look for possible points of resonance. The sense of proportion is very good. It can be considered a sincere treatment. After summarizing these contents, Grindelwald became somewhat silent. What kind of monster is this Cedric? He has read countless people, and no matter whether they are good or bad, people will have some shortcomings. Or a hobby. Or a flaw in temperament. Without certain life experience, wizards can easily be swayed by their own desires and even do extremely stupid things. This kind of thing. Grindelwald calls it the price of youth. For example, the original driving force for the little snake he looked down upon was actually the pure fear of death and the desire for power. An idiot swayed by desire. This kind of person is also the person Grindelwald despises the most. Cedric is the complete opposite. He is like a porcelain work of art carefully carved by a master, every component is perfect. Even if you view it 360 degrees, there is no blind spot. But this is not normal. This is so abnormal. Human knowledge and experience cannot be made up for by intelligence and wisdom. Young people must learn the lessons that they should learn from, and they must learn from them. Why can he, Cedric, be like this? When leading everyone to exercise, he can have the vitality of young people. While studying alchemy, he can possess the calmness and research spirit of a middle-aged man. When chatting with others, or even going out to give a speech, he can exude a coercive aura similar to his own. Make followers admire you and make those with evil intentions fearful. When it comes to being with Pansy, he is as innocent as a silly boy. This makes Dringward very worried. How can people be so complicated? Do you have templates for your emotions? Do you just insert the template you need for whatever you want to do? How come you have no flaws? Without exception, Grindelwald was deeply attracted by Cedric's charm. To some extent. He is somewhat similar to Slughorn in that they both like genius wizards very much. And Grindelwald is even more extreme than Slughorn. Then, after observing him for a month, he took the initiative to find Cedric and start a conversation. Come and convince me. Grindelwald has recovered very well during this time. Not only has my body become stronger and stronger, but most importantly my spirit has also recovered a lot. Although not the peak. But his eyes were already bright. If you can convince me, I will join your team. Cedric glanced over. Derinchwo really has one more thing on his wish list. 0 Item 17, Rekindled Fighting Spirit, persuade him and bring him into your great cause. Complete this wish list and you will be rewarded with 5 magic points, no upper limit. Good guy. 5 points of unlimited mana? Isn't this the best reward to make yourself super? Bring it on. Cedric's eyes sparkled. He adjusted the character templates and replaced all templates that increase coercion and charm. Here we go again. This damn seamless switching feeling. Grindelwald's whole body tensed up. This familiar pressure reminded him of the time when he faced Dumbledore. Passion collides and sparks fly. That was his irrevocable youth. I can still feel a hint of youth now, which is really wonderful. Bring it on. Grindelwald smiled evilly. The two of them had a hearty conversation. Grindelwald starts from the threats of ordinary people, that is, how to get along with European teachers and muggles. Cedric is different. He believes that the magic world has huge internal problems now, and they are not even serious enough to worry about the muggle world. As for the magic world, all he talked about was the relationship between the Ministry of Magic and ordinary wizards. Cedric insisted. Only by uniting the Ministry of Magic and the 5 ordinary sects can we overcome all difficulties and obstacles and achieve the great goal of rejuvenating the magical world. The relationship between the Ministry of Magic and ordinary wizards should be closer. The Ministry of Magic is the disciples of the wizards, and the wizards are the strong backing of the Ministry of Magic. Unity is strength. Only when wizards have faith can the magical world truly possess infinite power. Grindelwald was fascinated by this. When the first ray of sunlight hit the side of his face, he came back to his senses. It's incredible. Grindelwald rubbed his face vigorously. Last night, after listening to Cedric's explanation, he seemed to be illuminated by the holy light, and his whole person glowed with new vitality. Grindelwald opened his eyes quietly. Can you believe me? I'll go out and tell you the answer when I come back. As long as you promise me not to hurt anyone when I go out. Cedric actually wasn't too worried about him going out to cause trouble. After all, the character template is here. Although he is recovering well here, it is impossible to regain his previous power. At most, he is an extremely powerful wizard. A tiger can't hold off a pack of wolves, let alone him. Okay, I'll be back soon. Grindelwald stood up and walked outside. In the blink of an eye, he had apparat outside Hogsmeade. After sending the signal, Phoenix Fox quickly appeared and took him to Dumbledore's office. You are still the same as when I first met you. Grindelwald glanced at Fox, who was combing his feathers, and then set his sights on Dumbledore behind the table. Face this most important partner in life. His voice was very soft. What would you think of me if I said, I kind of want to follow Cedric? Dumbledore, 3. 86. Cedric at home. Soon I heard the system prompts. Ding, you have completed Gellert Grindelwald's 17th life wish. Item 17, rekindled fighting spirit, infected by Cedric, he wants to continue to join the great cause. Complete this wish list and you will be rewarded with 5 magic points, no upper limit. Looks like I have to wait a little longer. Cedric didn't expect Grindelwald to make up his mind so quickly. Now that you have made up your mind, he should be back soon, so Cedric simply prepared to wait a little longer. Who knew it was Pansy who was found first? She rubbed her eyes and came to the living room, complaining to Cedric, what did you put into my body so early in the morning? You made it difficult for others to sleep. Why? Cedric was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This should be the magic bonus brought about by the system prompt just now. Although bonuses like unicorns are not included. But even if you look at the bonuses on the template, wait until you reach or even exceed 100 points of magic power. Pansy will also reach the third-rate master level of 80 points. As long as the curse doesn't stretch my crotch. Even if he is qualified for the Auror position, it is possible. In the future, she will also be his right-hand man. There's just one bad thing about it. Don't keep saying nonsense, you know I don't like it. Cedric said helplessly. 2. Pansy didn't believe it at all. After drinking a glass of ice water, she flipped her short hair neatly, and when she went back to the room, she said very proudly, stop lying, you just like me. Cedric had a wry smile on his face. This Pansy simply misunderstood, but it was really hard for him to explain. After all, the other party could feel that the source of the magic power came from him. Zhang was smiling bitterly. Dirangewo has already entered the 733 hall. He looked at Pansy's back and seemed to recall someone. Boy, don't let others down. If you don't like it, it's better to reject it earlier. After I decide, I will definitely make it clear. Cedric answered seriously, which made the rejuvenated Grindelwald feel a little bored. I heard there's a lot of little girls like you at Hogwarts. It really doesn't work. Just change your nationality and marry more. Cedric turned his head in shock. Only after seeing Grindelwald's proud smile did he realize that he was joking. Come on you. If you have already made up your mind, then come with me. Cedric turned around and walked outside. You really don't have a t-shirt, why are you summoned so early? Grindelwald complained with his mouth, but his body followed Cedric honestly. At the end of a lonely street somewhere. Not long after Cedric and Grindelwald appeared, 2 people wearing patient uniforms appeared. It was Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom. With round-the-clock treatment, they finally returned to normal. Comrades, I am the only one who knows about your team of 3 now, and you will only carry out the secret mission I assigned you. With that said, Cedric took out 3 heavy bags of gold galleons. Each bag contained 500 gold galleons. These are the funds for their secret operations. Help me keep an eye on the Malfoy family. They should have a lot of dark magic supplies. If possible, try to get them all. If you need money, you can come to me again. But the operation must be kept secret, especially the identities of the three of you. Although Grindelwald showed up at Cedric's house. But after all, it was so old that even the Aurors didn't recognize him, who had already turned white. As for the Longbottoms, Cedric has also made an agreement with St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. If anyone is looking for it, just say that they are undergoing treatment and are not allowed to be disturbed midway. Don't worry. Cedric has not forgotten the concerns of the Longbottoms. Neville, I will also cure him this year, and you will hear good news about him soon. The Longbottoms are parents. I originally blamed myself for the lack of family warmth in Neville's childhood. These days, listening to what Cedric relayed, children with some brain damage always have poor memory because of Grandma's forgetfulness spell. The two of them have been secretly distressed for a long time. Now hearing Cedric's assurance, the two of them were moved to tears. Thank you so much. The Longbottoms could only express their gratitude to Cedric through hugs. Mr. Cedric, you are the benefactor of our family. Grindelwald frowned as he watched. After going through infinite hardships, he had only recently understood that making people obey your orders can be more than just fear and majesty. How did Cedric say that? Oh, right. It's about exchanging sincerity for sincerity. I really don't know how Cedric's little mind can imagine so many exquisite and thought-provoking words that are worth savoring. I really can't get enough of it. You don't have to say that. You have paid much more to deal with Voldemort than I have. When the day comes when the people win, we will have a good time over wine. Cedric extended his hand. Del. The Longbottoms nodded solemnly and pressed their hands on the back of Cedric's hand. Grindelwald, who had quick eyesight and quick hands, also extended his right hand. The four of them looked at each other, smiled, and said in unison, when the day comes when the people win, we will have a good time drinking and talking. The three people left quickly. With their tracking, Cedric also temporarily put aside his thoughts about the notebook. But there won't be much time left. Cedric did not go out again, but began to sort out the alchemy tools left by Nickholm. He found a lot of good things inside. For example, there is a crystal ball that can observe distant scenes, and an invisibility cloak. Although it is not as good as Harry's one, the effect is still very good. Besides, Cedric also spent a lot of experience points to deduce an 8-eyed spider venom collector. Just throw it on the head of the 8-eyed spider corpse to automatically collect the 8-eyed spider's venom. He made 12 such collector alchemy props. I'm just waiting to go to the Forbidden Forest and sweep it up. Soon, the happy summer vacation came to an end, and Cedric came to the King Wong Swejun station again. He still became the guide to Hogwarts. This time it's not just for experience, but also to catch Dobby. Just this time, there was an extra pansy at his side. Soon, students from the same grade arrived one after another. When they saw Cedric, their eyes were full of surprise, although this was not the first time that Cedric had been the guide. But his identity is completely different now. In this exciting summer vacation, all wizarding families are actually chanting Cedric's name. Most wizarding families. They all expressed their approval of Cedric, and some of the parents who had even listened to Cedric's speech could be described as fanatical. In this case, I didn't expect Cedric to be the guide. This kind of shock is like the mayor of this city kindly coming to the train station to serve as a volunteer and carefully guiding the way for foreign passengers. Ever since, Cedric's reputation has increased invisibly. Especially in this precarious day, his appearance brought confidence and comfort to many families. To be honest, at first we even considered whether to let our children continue to come to school. You know. First of all, Voldemort is preparing to be resurrected, and his subordinate Sirius has escaped from Azkaban. Now Dementors and Aurors are looking for him everywhere. But seeing you here, we feel that everything is not a problem. Faced with the entrustment of many parents, the system actually generated an additional task. Ding, the Human Heart event is triggered. The patron saint of Hogwarts, make sure that no little wizard suffers irreparable harm in Hogwarts during this school year. Task reward, title of the patron saint of Hogwarts. Guardian of Hogwarts, White Wizard Camp value plus 3 points. When you are within the range of Hogwarts, your spells will receive an additional 20% damage, and you will gain Hogwarts. With the approval, you can obtain permission to apparate within Hogwarts. Special reminder, this task is a special hidden continuous task. After completing the first task, subsequent tasks will be opened. This is a mission against Hogwarts secrets? Cedric knows. This magic school was set up by its 4 founders. If it is recognized by the castle, it will receive many special permissions. You can even discover the secrets of the 4 founders. The more famous event is: the Toad used unfair means to steal the principal's position, but because he was not recognized by Hogwarts, he couldn't even get into the principal's office. This is really exciting, no doubt. The 4 founders of Hogwarts must all be amazing wizards. And even mastered the original and ancient magic. Cedric is now overjoyed with the 3 magics he has obtained through the unicorn. He even dared to confront Voldemort. Would it be better if we got a few more? In particular, could the mottos and characteristics representing the 4 branches be the ancient emotional magic mastered by each of the 4 founders? It's really exciting just thinking about it. After the excitement, Cedric became more attentive to his work as a guide. Soon, Zhongqiu also came. Seeing Pansy accompanying Cedric, she put away her luggage and came to stand on the other side of Cedric. Then, Cedric also saw many familiar faces. For example, Luna, who only entered school a few years ago. I saw Cedric's signboard as a guide, as well as Pansy and Zhongqiu who were accompanying her for 100 years. She tilted her head and praised, "It's so interesting." As for Hermione, after seeing the lineup of 2 women and 1 man, I said hello in despair, and then walked into the station alone. The finale. Of course it's the Weasley family. Soon, Gemini and several of Weasley's brothers entered. Of course the only ones left behind were Ronald and Harry. But unlike before they hit the wall, the 2 of them stayed with Cedric, exchanged pleasantries. Especially Harry. Since the last time we met in the secret room, Cedric didn't even show up until the later school year dinner. He had a lot to talk to Cedric. "Okay, it'll be too late if you don't leave." Cedric tapped the wall with his wand. After easily breaking Dobby's spell, he watched Ronald and Harry walk in. Subsequently, he also took Pansy and Zhongqiu into King's Cross Station. After entering the territory of the magic world, Cedric was not so cautious. He flicked his wand and said, "Reveal Apparitium, soon." Dobby, who was hit by the curse, showed his body. Just like in the original work. He is short in stature, with big bat-like ears on his small head, and protruding green eyes as big as tennis balls. Dobby looked extremely sloppy. He was wearing only an old pillowcase with holes cut out for his arms and legs. Dobby appeared with a look of horror on his face. He wanted to teleport away, but the snake rope had already entangled him so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Cedric didn't have time to interrogate him. The Hogwarts Express on the track has already sounded its urging whistle. He pulled the snake rope and boarded the train first. Arriving at the last few carriages of the carriage, Cedric began to interrogate, "Why did you block the passage just now? What do you want to do to Harry?" Hear his interrogation. Dobby was obviously panicked, and he kept BG the floor with his head. "Sorry, Great Lord Cedric. I just want to help Harry. Someone, wants to harm him." When revealing information, Dobby seemed extremely uneasy. Not only did he kowtow, he even found a corner of the table and chewed a big bag out of his own head. Okay. Cedric was no longer willing to torture Dobby for the information he knew. This guy can be considered an alternative. Not only does he want freedom as an elf, but he also longs for Harry. However, based on Cedric's concept, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Dobby's idea. And the identity of the other party. It can also become a nail in Malfoy's house. "You don't have to tell me, I know who you are." Cedric interrupted Dobby directly, "It seems that you are not happy staying at their house. If you want to leave their house on February 7th, I can help you. Come here with your ears." After some instructions, Cedric threw a button to Dobby. "You remember? When I press the button, you fly to me, but after catching the clothes, don't be exposed immediately and continue to hide in Malfoy's house for me." The elf member. It has been brainwashed for countless generations since the previous rebellion. They would not be taken seriously by wizards. But they can freely enter and leave the wizards' homes. Just imagine. If Dobby sees the resurrected Voldemort at the Malfoy house, ask the Aurors to give him a surprise. It may not be possible to save his life in one go. This chess piece. Very satisfied with Cedric's arrangement. As for getting the clothes Malfoy throws, it's even easier. Thank you, great Mr. Cedric, please protect Mr. Harry. I will follow your instructions. Dobby was released and quickly teleported away. But Dobby's words before leaving made Cedric realize. Even though he is very famous now, there is still a long way to go before he can be called the savior. Cedric, Zhongqiu, and Pan Xi began to rest. The train continued to drive north, and the rain became heavier. The train was swaying, raindrops were beating on the windows, and the wind was howling. A dense grey began to appear on the windows, and it continued to deepen. To provide light. The lights on the Hogwarts Express also came on. Cedric understands that all this means, they are coming. Bring it on. Let the storm be more violent. Cedric tightened his grip on his wand in his arms. My last sacred magic was revealed today. 87. Why is the car slowing down? Pansy wanted to see clearly what was going on outside, but the heavy wind and rain blocked her sight. The train went slower and slower. Half a minute later, the sound of the wheels stopped completely. Zhongqiu opened the door and came to the corridor, and found that it was pitch dark outside, with only the train's headlights providing dim yellow light. Soon, people in each carriage came out to check the situation. She frowned and said, "This is wrong. Something's really wrong." Cedric drew his wand and walked into the hallway. Pan Xi and Zhongqiu also took out their wands and followed him. Suddenly, the last lights on the train suddenly went out, and the train was completely plunged into darkness. Several exclamations immediately came from the darkness. What happened? What happened? Did the train break down? Pansy wiped a piece of glass and said to the blurry shadow outside, "There seems to be something moving outside." Lumos. After Cedric lit up the light, he hit his own throat again, sonorous. Then, his steady voice spread throughout the carriage. "I'm Cedric. If something unexpected happens, please light up your wands, sit in the car and stay calm. I will investigate the problem as soon as possible." At Hogwarts, Cedric is that person who is not a prefect but better than a prefect, and he is the one who spans the 4 major colleges. Hear his voice. The commotion in the darkness suddenly decreased a lot. After only a few shouts, light sources lit up in the dark carriage. It's even brighter than when there were car lights just now. Go take a look at the front of the car. Cedric knew that this stop was because the Dementors had stopped the train. They said they wanted to check for fugitives, but in fact they were attracted by the youthful energy of the little wizards on the train. Under his leadership, the 3 of them walked forward through the long corridor. In every carriage passing by, 1 or 2 heads would poke out from the door, raising their wands and watching the 3 Cedrics walking down the corridor. The scene was like a king going on a tour. Pansy was so excited. She raised her proud head, as if she were a queen following 15 kings on a tour. Zhang Kaihu's had a slightly worried look on his face. Hogwarts Express, this situation has never happened before, coupled with the recent prison escape of Voldemort and Sirius. It made her feel a bit precarious. However, she didn't fall behind even a little bit, and followed behind Honderuk. For the students at Hogwarts, Cedric's behavior really gave him a sense of security. As they moved forward from the back of the car, people kept coming out of the box to join them. "So handsome. Boss." Gemini walked out of the car with a smile and followed the 3 of them. Such a dangerous and exciting scene. If they don't come out and show off, there's something wrong. At the carriage door, Ginny, who was going to school for the first time, looked at Pansy and Chu Zhang behind Cedric. An inexplicable idea popped into my mind. If only it was me standing behind you. Ding, you moved Ginny *Weasley successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Ginny *Weasley template card. Me, I'm coming too. The next to follow was Neville. Although his hand holding the wand was shaking, he still stood up. "Not bad, young man." Gemini held him in his arms on the left and right, rubbed his head to comfort him, sandwiched him in the middle and took him forward together. "We're here to help too." The Harry trio also stepped forward. They were careful but followed closely behind the group. Except them. A few brave and shameless students stood up and followed behind Cedric. After walking through 2 carriages, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and spotless clothes, wearing a flowing green robe, jumped out. None other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Cedric was very sure that he had been ready to jump out. Because they are far apart. He saw the other party's shadow lingering at the door of the box. Just now he seemed to be thinking about how to jump out in the best way. Cedric almost changed into the Hagrid template and punched him with the physical version of Forgotten. Fortunately, he remembered in time. This year, there will be a very sexy and conspicuous bag teacher. I am still thinking about his ability to forget everything. What a great adventure! Lockhart blinked at everyone, and then showed his smile that had won the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row. Be careful! He held up the green top hat with gold rim and threatened everyone, this disturbing atmosphere might be a female ghost or a dominatrix, or even a Tibetan snowman. Hear his words. Everyone behind Cedric, except Gemini, became nervous. Is it Mr. Harlot? Cedric is in no hurry to expose him. First, he has to get the opponent's character template. Secondly, this parallel importer does not need to expose it himself, he will also show his garbage to everyone in the next year of teaching. There was no need for him to take action at all. Cedric pretended to be surprised and stretched out his hand. I didn't expect you to be on this bus. It seems that you will be the defense against the dark arts professor this year. First meet. But I have read a lot of your works. No surprises. After praising him, Cedric directly got the opponent's character template. Ding, you moved Gilderoy Lockhart to success. You get bonus talent points +1, Gilderoy Lockhart template card. It seems that famous people all have something in common. Mr. Cedric, your name also struck a chord with me during the summer vacation. Lockhart treats Cedric differently than Harry. Cedric has followers, he is not an innocent kid like Harry. Especially that group of journalist followers. But there is no group Lockhart dares to offend the most. Let us work together to solve this crisis. 0139044115 feel 0214105000 Lockhart shook his flowing turquoise robe, winked at Cedric and said. Please go ahead. Cedric gave up the lead position. You jumped out of this on your own. Don't blame me if you are scared to death when you face the Soul Eater later. Certainly. Lockhart straightened his collar with a cheerful expression. He regarded Cedric's humility as respect for himself. The team moved on. Lockhart kept talking about how he and the female ghost dealt with each other in the dense forest, and how he took action decisively. Cedric was suspicious that he used brightening tooth powder. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his big white teeth to remain shiny in such dim conditions. Suddenly, a chill came over me. Cedric stopped immediately. In front of him, Harold remained unaware. Until, the monster walked through the doorway. Cedric raised the wand in his hand and let the light illuminate in front of him. It was a monster wearing a grey tattered cloak whose height could reach the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden within the shadow of the hood. The outstretched hand glowed slightly, was thin and scabbed, like the feeling of being soaked in water for half of a person's death. As it comes. A bone-chilling chill spread toward everyone, making people shiver, and their breath condensed into white mist. Photo, Dementor! Lockhart screamed. No longer caring about his previous calmness and elegance, he collapsed directly on the ground. At that moment, he felt a chill pass through his body, and his breath almost became stuffy in his chest. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. Damn it, this is not something we can handle. Even the most optimistic Gemini swallowed hard and grasped the wand in his hand. Expecto Patronum. The two of them suppressed their blushes, but they only sprayed out more than a dozen wisps of silver-white smoke from the top of the wand, barely protecting themselves and their companions behind them. This is already the best among the little wizards. Except them. Among the little wizards below the 4th grade, there is no third person who can learn this spell. Others fare even worse. Not only did everyone retreat, but the happy memories in their minds began to gradually blur. No wonder they are. After all, this monster is the guardian of Azkaban. Ministry of Magic classification level, XXXXX. This is an extremely evil dark creature that feeds on people's happy emotions. It is known as the 5th most powerful thing in the world. Lockhart, who was closest to him, just glanced at it and felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away. Of course this was just an illusion he was too afraid of. But the Dementors did take action. The organ under the Dementor's hood took a long, slow breath, trying to suck in something other than air. No. Don't, I'm not, I didn't do anything. Lockhart was completely consumed by negative emotions. He collapsed to the ground and let out a sharp wail. His fear moved the Dementor quite a bit, and it quickly leaned down, as if it was preparing to do something further. At this time, Cedric takes action. It really lives up to its reputation. Even Cedric, who was fearless, felt the coldness brought by the intoxication piercing his skin. But that's about it. The love under his skin protected him very well. Even if Cedric soaked in this coldness for 100 years, he would never be able to break through the protection of his skin. Cedric raised his wand high, Saint Expecto Patronum. The primary patron saint spell is the spell to call for guardianship. When you haven't fully mastered it yet, the god-calling guard can only spray out some silvery white fog. The thick fog can be used as a shield to block the Dementors and make them feel uncomfortable and leave. When you are skilled, the god-calling guard can summon an animal-like form. This level of god-calling guard can already take the initiative and have the ability to kill Dementors. And Cedric's holy patroness charm. It is the effect obtained after obtaining the blood contract of the unicorn and then strengthening it. After he used it, behind him, a huge, enhanced version of the invisible beast that was no weaker than a Dementor suddenly appeared. Not only that, the invisible beast also stepped on a holy silver halo under its feet. Don't wait for it to take action. The Dementor was already illuminated by the light of the silver aperture and retreated continuously. In the blink of an eye, it had retreated back to the connecting channel. Want to leave? Cedric is going to take this opportunity to eliminate the Dementors this time. Of course he wouldn't let the other person go so easily. Under his control, the invisible beast only struck with its claws, and the Dementor in front of him was torn to pieces like a real piece of rag. Dementors are coming. Cedric's voice echoed across the Hogwarts Express again. I'll go outside to meet the enemy. All wizards who know how to call for divine protection, come to the corridor to defend against the enemy. Cedric shouted. It's just to justify his actions. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Cedric take out the broomstick Nimbus 1990 and fly out from the car door opened by the Dementor. Boss, you are so handsome. Gemini was extremely excited. They opened the carriage and leaned half of their bodies out. Look. Cedric is charging. After all, when can we witness the famous scene of a wizard charging the Dementors? If you say they are dishonest, those prisoners who are imprisoned in Azkaban and tortured until they are no longer human or ghosts will have to talk to you. Be influenced by them. People found nearby windows and stuck their heads out, looking at Cedric in midair. A Dementor rushed towards Cedric. One hit kill. Then, the Dementors immediately became angry, 380 like a raging tide, they rushed towards Cedric from all directions. This time both sides arrived at the same time. Tear it apart. A look at the arms of the invisible beast. One of the two Dementors is dead and the other is crippled. 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads. More Dementors even surrounded Coldric for a time. But it's like paper can't contain the fire. Silver light continued to shine from the gaps, like the rotating spherical lighting in a disco. The Dementors died one after another. The old cloak lost its body and was blown everywhere in the air by the strong wind. Finally, the Dementors were afraid. They twisted their bodies in panic and flew higher into the air, trying to escape back to their camp and seek shelter from the members of the Ministry of Magic. Cedric chased him through the air. Every few dozen seconds, you can catch up with a Dementor and kill it. There were loud cheers on the Hogwarts Express. Lockhart squeezed the wand in his hand again and again. If there weren't so many people present, he would have missed every step. What great material this is! Throughout the entire history of magic, I have never seen anyone killing Dementors the same way they kill chickens. If you write a biography yourself, at least 10,000, no, 30,000 copies can be sold. Soon after, the news spread back to Hogwarts and reached the ears of the professor who was waiting for the students. You mean? Dementors ignored the obstruction of Ministry of Magic officials and intercepted the Hogwarts Express. Cedric transformed into a silver moon and killed 7 in and 7 out among the Dementors. He is still empty. To hunt them down. After Dumbledore finished reading this message, he felt mixed emotions in his heart. The patroness charm is associated with happy emotions. Although you, Cedric, are a sunny and cheerful boy, are you too happy? The professors nearby had different reactions. Mrs. Haas, who was taking the flying lesson, was full of pride. Cedric's talent is really amazing when flying on a rainy night for a chase. Professor McGonagall's face was filled with relief. It was I who taught him how to call the gods to protect him. Snape glanced at Dumbledore, since playing chess and reasoning can add 50 points to each person. Then, Hufflepuff, add 100 points. Dumbledore. He glanced hard at Snape, conveying his surprise with his eyes. Did you make a mistake? Aren't you head of Slytherin? You were the one who gave Hufflepuff last year. School has just started this year. Are you still here? Snape showed no fear. With the addition you gave Gryffindor, I can't even try to give Slytherin a little help. It has to be Cedric. There are many people who love him. Professor Sprout was the only worried person in the audience. What will happen to Cedric? Don't worry, that boy's magic spell is great. Flitwick was beaming with pride. In the night sky, Cedric chased for a full hour, until there was no more rags in the sky, and then he flew towards the Hogwarts Express with no satisfaction. Flying in mid-air, he started to check the system prompts which almost made his ears explode just now. 88. Cedric quickly flipped through the system prompts just now. Ding, you killed the incoming dark creature Dementor, guarded the Hogwarts Express, and received a reward of 5,000 experience points. Ding, ding, you killed the incoming dark creature Dementor, guarded the Hogwarts Express, and received a reward of 5,000 experience points. There were about a dozen such prompts, and a total of 75,000 experience points were obtained. Cedric killed at least hundreds of Dementors. It's probably because the back is far away, and it doesn't count as guarding the Hogwarts Express. But Cedric is not too little, because these are all extra gains anyway. Even if he had no experience points, he would still kill them. Kill more now and deal with less later. He had already counted them when he killed them just now. The total number of attacking Dementors was about 300. There might be some more in the camp, adding up to at most 700 or 800. But he was in no hurry. He hasn't used the trick of going into the village to look for people yet. There will be many opportunities in the next whole school year. Behind these tips on experience gained, Cedric discovered that Zhang Chu actually fulfilled a wish ahead of schedule. Template card Autumn * talent, third-rate master wizard, magic plus 5 points, earth limit 80 points. Unborn beauty, charm plus 1. The third item, loyalty, the one who is loved is always happy. During the period when she confirms that you are her lover, she will always increase your magic power limit by 10 points. Completed. Hiss. Cedric didn't expect that. Was one of his own pursuits enough to completely capture Chang Kai's heart? Was it Pansy who stimulated her, or was it her heroic performance just now that completely moved her? Cedric is both happy and miserable. The upper limit of 10 points of magic power does not require you to pay anything, which is good, but you can't enjoy this thing by yourself. Do you really want to change your nationality? Ahem, suppress this mental thought for the time being. Cedric opened the 2 character templates he just obtained. Template card, Ginny * Weasley talent, Super Master Wizard, magic plus 5 points, upper limit is 80 points. Overwhelming country, charm plus 5. Life wish list, the first item, the taste of love, give her a love full of charm and special fantasy. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Complete this wish list and you will unlock the Demolition Master's special talent. Completing this wish list will increase the effect of charming the country to charm plus 10, and activate the talent Fatal Attraction. After completing this wish list, you will receive rewards such as experience points, talents, potions, and gold galleons, stage tasks. Talent description, Fatal Attraction, to the opposite S*X who wants to fall in love, you are as attractive as the mineral water you see after being thirsty for a day. Explosive Master, when you have this talent, your disintegration spell will be able to break through the upper limit, and the upgrade limit will be increased to level 20. After reaching the full level, you will gain 1 point of Ancient Magic, the Power of Anger, and activate the Ancient Magic list. I go. Cedric thought he would no longer be shocked by life templates. Unexpectedly, my eyes were opened today. It is normal for Ginny to have only one wish in life. She is still an ignorant little girl, and all she hopes for is sweet love. Totally understandable. But this reward is too explosive. The charm bonus is very consistent with the description in the original book. Compared with the movie version, Ginny in the original book can definitely be called the beauty of Gryffindor. Even after 2 years. She also secured her position as the school belle of Hogwarts. There is such a description in the original book, no one will deny that Ginny Weasley is the most beautiful girl in Hogwarts. Even Malfoy was once obsessed with it. The talent of Fatal Attraction is simply too powerful. It's no wonder that in the original book, Ginny never had a boyfriend. Of course, if that's all, Cedric doesn't really take it to heart. After all, his current love mood is already very sufficient. Treating Neville has already been written into his plan. But there was something he couldn't ignore. Ginny's last reward, Demolition Master. It is directly related to the ancient magic of anger. Who dares to believe this? You can even activate the list of ancient magics, which means infinite possibilities, and it means that Cedric can directly embark on the path of ancient magics. Why are there no Weasley boys? Is it a unique magic just for the Weasley girls? Do I really want to chase her? Cedric thought about it in his mind. If he strikes first, based on the fact that Ginny was moved by him just now, he should still have a good chance of catching her. He still has this bit of confidence. However, the obstacles are too great. Let's not talk about Gemini and Ronald. What will the three Weasley boys who now respect him think? Just Pan Xi and Zhang Qiu. This already makes it difficult for Cedric to make a decision. Especially that girl Pansy, who has already entrusted her life to him. Are you going to abandon her just for this mission? And Zhang Qiu? Gentle love does not mean that it is not passionate. Just the word loyalty is enough to show her firmness and love. If you really want to add Ginny, then you really have to change your nationality to make it legal. After all, it is still difficult to do illegal things. Let it go first. Cedric continues to check the last character template card, Gilderoy Lockhart. Talent, Super Master Wizard, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit 80 points. Women's Friend. Talent description, Friends of Women, women over 30 years old will increase their favorability towards you by 30%, and the increase in favorability rate will also increase by 30%, you will be a satisfied son-in-law to your mother-in-law. Life Wish List, the first item, my life is for the shining stage. If you can bring him enough glory, then you will get everything from him. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Ladder rewards, every time he is known to 100 people, you will immediately receive rewards such as experience points, gold galleons, magic potions, legendary values, and a one-space backpack. Complete this wish list and you will unlock your special talent for playing with people's hearts. Playing with people's hearts, when you have this talent, your forgetfulness spell will be able to break through the upper limit, and the upgrade limit will be increased to level 20. After reaching the full level, you will get 1 point of ancient magic, the power of memory, and activate the ancient magic list. Another character template for a single life wish. Another channel to obtain ancient magic. That feeling of excitement and discomfort appeared in Cedric's heart again. For others, Ginny is young and ignorant. You Lockhart are such an adult, do you only have one idea in your mind, to be famous? This is so paranoid that it has become an obsession. All of a sudden. He really couldn't tell. Is it harder to win over Lockhart or to pursue Ginny? Why did the bait of ancient magic appear on both of them? For a while. Cedric finally calmed down his mood. Go back to school first. Cedric lowered his height on the broomstick a little. It has been more than an hour since I went out to hunt Dementors. If I didn't hurry up, I might not be able to make it in time for the first meal of school. I'm not worried about the food. Even if you miss it, you can still go to the kitchen to eat. But if I missed the opening ceremony, I would feel a little regretful. Cedric sped up. Nimbus 1990 carried him along the railway at a speed much faster than the Hogwarts Express. The Dementors disappeared. But the clouds in the sky didn't dissipate much. Cedric was flying almost invisible, and the only light was his own wand held high. Soon. He saw the Hogwarts Express filled with orange lights. At this moment, it has completed its mission and is parked quietly in the station, waiting for the next start. On the edge of the station. The carriage pulled by Yeki also disappeared. The platform has been empty for hundreds of years, except for Hagrid and Filch, waiting for him with oil lamps. Cedric spun around. The broomstick landed lightly in front of the two of them. Cedric! Hagrid immediately shouted excitedly. Fortunately you are still waiting for me. Cedric stretched out his hands towards the two of them happily, ready to give them a big hug. But the next second. But he saw the two of them shaking their heads with smiles on their faces. It's not just us. Filch raised his hand with a smile and pointed at the Hogwarts Express behind Cedric. He shouted, "Children, the Cedric you have been waiting for is here." The sound of clattering footsteps sounded. Then there was a dense sound of sliding rails, as people opened the box door and opened the window. The Hogwarts Express was quiet just now. In less than a minute, the train window near the platform was filled with little heads. Cedric. Two slender figures rushed out first. Pan Xi and Zhang Qiu rushed into Cedric's arms. I'm worried about you, that's a Dementor. Zhang Qiu buried his head in Cedric's arms. Such an act of rushing out in public was really embarrassing for her. But she must do it. Otherwise, she would lose to Pansy. The two girls had actually had a secret fight since Cedric left. She just found out. It turns out that Pansy spent the whole summer staying with Cedric. This made Zhang Qiu instantly feel that she was already far behind the opponent, so she could no longer act passively. I'm different. Pansy raised her head and stared at Cedric, who was a head taller than her. I know you will be fine, because the magic power you injected into my body is still fine. Three people were seen hugging each other. There were countless whistles and applause on the Hogwarts Express, and the Slytherins were even more excited. Cedric hugged the two of them, enjoying the warm fragrance of soft jade in his arms, but did not dare to move his hands. After several minutes, the whistles on the Hogwarts Express stopped, and the excitement around the station resumed. Students began to get off the bus one after another. Hagrid crossed the corner and pulled out the prepared Thestral carriage convoy. The second-year students and above all took the carriage to Hogwarts Castle. First-year students, follow me. Bar. Filch held up an oil lamp and shouted. He led the first-year students to the dock where the boat was being taken. A system prompt rang in Cedric's ears. Congratulations on completing the legendary event, Hogwarts is suspended for you. You get 5 legendary points. You have started a special event, Explore Hogwarts. Mission description: the secrets of the 4 founders are hidden in Hogwarts. Please find these secrets and try your best to get the good recognition of Hogwarts. Complete on the way to achieve these, you will gain unexpected gains. New long-term mission? Cedric's eyes lit up. He had long known that Hogwarts held many secrets. It's just that I didn't bother to look for it before, but I didn't expect to give him a main task now. And look at this description. Whether it is the secrets of the 4 founders or the recognition of Hogwarts, there are infinite secrets contained in them. No doubt. It will definitely involve many ancient magic spells and even ancient alchemy. Don't forget it. The 4 founders all made many magic items that have been passed down. Voldemort made his own Horcruxes from many magic props left behind by the founder. Now Cedric. There is one more piece to find some soul motivation. The secrets in these spells and props even directly point to ancient legends and secrets. Cedric believes it. If he can complete this task, it can help him get a better glimpse of the whole picture of ancient magic. A hunt for Dementors. I didn't expect it would involve so many tasks. Cedric couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This year at Hogwarts, I think I will have a very fulfilling life. While he was thinking, more people got off the train, and they surrounded the 3 Cedrics in the inner circle, staring at them with ambiguous eyes. He was still calling his name from time to time. Okay. Let's go to school first. Cedric hugged me. Without further ado, he pulled the 2 women into the carriage. The carriage quickly carried the 3 people towards Hogwarts. The new school year at Hogwarts has officially begun. 89. Within the carriage, Lockhart was giving himself a pep talk. It's okay. It's just a small mistake. Not many people saw it. Just find an opportunity to operate it quietly. The left and right are just a group of 4th graders. Because he was very worried about the press team that Cedric was familiar with, Lockhart decided to find an opportunity to test the opponent's strength, and then wait for a perfect opportunity to make a move. He was very skilled at this. No matter how powerful the wizard is, he can easily succeed as long as he lets down his guard. He has already thought about it. At that time, they will change their memories to say that under his guidance, Cedric developed his potential, and then he had a soaring record. Lockhart has already thought of the book title, Me and My Legendary Disciple Cedric. This time comes. Lockhart, who paid special attention to the banquet, had also heard about Slughorn's deeds. This guy is now thriving thanks to Cedric. He is the new favorite at all the banquets and he is living a second life. So. It would be so cool if I could become Cedric's teacher. It makes me happy just thinking about it. That's the good thing about Lockhart. Unhappiness will be quickly forgotten by him. A fire of thought. The little haze before was quickly forgotten by him. By the time the carriage arrived at Hogwarts Castle, he had returned to his energetic appearance. It's just that Dumbledore didn't give him much room to show off. When introducing him, he didn't even let him finish his introduction and directly interrupted his speech. This made him sit down in embarrassment. Okay, let's start eating. Dumbledore announced the official start of the dinner party. A dazzling array of food suddenly appeared on the plates on the dining table, and Lockhart was quickly attracted by the novel-looking food in front of him. These are not our local foods, are they? Lockhart put a fresh meat dumpling in front of his eyes and examined it. He has traveled around the world and seen this kind of food in the mysterious East. At least not when he was a student at Hogwarts. Originally, the professors were unwilling to talk to Lockhart. This guy was very famous in the school before. He is the troublesome little wizard that professors avoid. His talent is actually pretty good. He could get high scores in every test. At that time, the professors also believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely achieve something in the future. What a shame for such an achievement. It is far from enough to satisfy the infinite desire in Lockhart's heart. When he was studying at Hogwarts, Lockhart once said many lofty words to his classmates, such as, he claims that he can create the Philosopher's Stone before graduation. He also plans to lead the England Quidditch team to win the Quidditch World Cup. After this, Lockhart also wants to become the youngest Minister of Magic in the Ministry of Magic. Back then, in order to attract everyone's attention, he also did many weird things. For example, he carved his name in 20-foot, over 6 meters, letters on the ground of the Quidditch playground. Valentine's Day of a certain year. Lockhart mailed himself 800 Valentine's Day cards at once. The day of the leaving dinner. He also threw his huge avatar into the sky of the castle, allowing everyone to dine under his gaze. All of the above. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the ridiculous things he did while studying. Under normal circumstances, professors who knew Lockhart's details ignored him. But this time it involves Cedric, his proud student and Hufflepuff's favorite food. Professor Sprout, Dean of Hufflepuff, rarely responded to him. Indeed, these are the recipes provided by Cedric. Not only does he know a lot about the Muggle world, but he also knows a lot about the mysterious East. He even calls it his hometown. She looked back with pride. He smiled at the professors on the other side and said, I don't even know how his little head can hold so much knowledge. Professor Sprout's words aroused the recognition of the professors. I guess Transfiguration doesn't need my introduction. You are indeed very talented in potions. He's Cedric. Professor Flitwick's words caused a burst of laughter in the professor's chair. Sure enough, I saw the right person. Lockhart showed his iconic smile, raised his voice and took over the topic. I knew it when I saw Cedric. He is a well-rounded and outstanding little wizard like me. He vowed, I will definitely make Professor Cedric an excellent wizard talent. Lockhart succeeded in interrupting the laughter at the teacher's table. But he didn't realize it and still looked triumphant, which made the other professors lose their appetite. It's just that the professors don't know. Don't look at him now, he looks like I'm proud of him. Actually in the heart. Lockhart was deeply stimulated by the scene just now. These are the deans of the 4 major houses of Hogwarts. Many of them were his teachers back then, and they have met thousands of young wizards. How could Cedric be so virtuous and able to win the approval of all the deans? Aren't the 4 major colleges in competition? To say that he relied on his own strength, Lockhart would never believe it. He himself is already a very good wizard, and he has seen many geniuses with all-round talents and weirdos with partial subjects. Do you want to take over the 4 major colleges based on your strength and talent? This is what I want to eat. Lockhart kept thinking about the conversation between the professors just now. Superb potion and spell power? Could it be? Lockhart suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Cedric is actually an expert in using love potions? Lockhart, who has mastered forgetfulness to the extreme, understands that if a wizard can specialize in a certain spell and study it continuously, he will eventually be able to exert the power of that spell beyond its own limit. That's right. Lockhart thought carefully about how he felt when he met Cedric. I have a special feeling. I want to be close to him, listen to his thoughts and follow his footsteps. No wonder so many little girls like him. Everything makes sense. Hee hee. Cedric, I caught your little tale. Lockhart looked at Cedric who was dining below, with a smile that was sure to win on his face. I'll keep an eye on you. As long as I catch your little secret, everything about you will be mine. On the teacher's bench. Seeing Lockhart staring at Cedric with bright eyes, the other professors felt even worse. After the meal, the deans of the 4 major colleges came to Dumbledore's office. "Principal, there's something I can't understand." The first person to speak was Professor McGonagall, who is meticulous about things and also serves as the vice president. "What can young wizards learn from this vain man?" "Harlot." Dumbledore looked up. Looking at the deans of the 4 major colleges standing in front of him, who came for Cedric, he became more and more determined in his thoughts. "We all know what kind of person Lockhart is, and we all know that a whole school year is enough for the little wizards to see him clearly. That's why I decided that I must invite him to give Cedric a unique lesson and let him understand that fame is nothing but an extremely weak existence." In the original work, Dumbledore hired Lockhart for Harry. But this time, he really asked for Cedric. Professor McGonagall tilted his head and looked surprised. "Are you worried?" "There's one thing you may not know yet." Dumbledore slowly revealed an unknown secret. During the summer when the Ministry of Magic was reorganized, the temporary committee of the Ministry of Magic still secretly contacted me after Cedric refused to be the Minister of Magic, asking about the feasibility of forcibly declaring him Minister of Magic. Hiss. There was a gasp in the principal's office. No matter how much the 4 deans prefer Cedric. But I never thought about it. Cedric, who was still a child in their eyes, was almost made to become the Minister of Magic. Minister of Magic. BFDC, this is, to a certain extent, the top of the magic world. How many people have been working hard all their lives to climb to this position? Don't think that there are no greedy people among wizards. Look at Fudge. It seems like this isn't the first time this has happened. Snape murmured. He couldn't help but think of the scene when the Slytherins asked Cedric to redecorate the academy and collectively embroidered the Slytherin green robe as a gift to him. There are more than one group of people who have this kind of sentiment. Why don't they let you do it as well? Professor Flitwick looked puzzled. In his world, Dumbledore is the insurmountable tallest person in the wizarding world. This matter is extremely complicated. Dumbledore sighed. Of course, we must admit that Cedric's own fearless spirit played a major role in this, allowing him to gain a large number of supporters. But there's one thing you need to understand. Cedric's reputation in the Ministry of Magic now far exceeds mine. After Dumbledore finished speaking, there was a buzz in the principal's office. The deans of the 4 major colleges looked at each other. If they hadn't known that Dumbledore didn't like to joke, they would have thought this was just a ridiculous April Fool's joke. Understand? Dumbledore took off his crescent glasses and wiped them carefully. In fact, what broke his defense the most? It is the transformation of his old friend Grindelwald. He had been imprisoned for almost 50 years, and his ambitions should have been exhausted. However, he just stayed with Cedric for more than a month, and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Although it doesn't look bad at the moment. But this kind of contagion is simply terrifying. If it hadn't been for Grindelwald, even Fawkes hadn't discovered the power of magic, and Dumbledore would have thought that Cedric had cast a spell on him. Seeing this, he himself didn't dare to talk to Cedric in depth. You must know that if it had not been for the accidental death of his sister, Grindelwald almost persuaded him to go out to do business together. Now the more eloquent Grindelwald has fallen. Dumbledore was very afraid that he would also be convinced by Cedric, and then the wizarding world would completely lose its last chance. The glasses are placed back on the bridge of the nose. Dumbledore's face was full of sorrow, as if he was carrying a huge burden. In short, Cedric is no longer a simple student. To put it bluntly, Cedric is now the future of the magic world. Dumbledore tried his best to say in a trembling voice, "Gentlemen, please teach him well and guide him to the right path. Please everyone." Dumbledore stood up and bowed slightly to the 4 heads of house. "No matter what, we must use more care, friendship and love to keep Cedric on the right path." The 4 deans were stunned for a long time. I even forgot how I finally left Dumbledore's office. But they all remembered it. Give Cedric more love. No matter what, they don't want Cedric, the best disciple, to go astray. Ever since, in the next time, Lockhart, who was silently paying attention to Cedric, saw scenes that shocked him. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall grandly introduced Cedric, the youngest animagus in history, to the students of the 4 major colleges. Not only let him demonstrate at will. It is even 5 points and 10 points, and extra points are given without hesitation. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick directly regarded Cedric as a treasure. Every class, he would ask Cedric to show him the magic spell first, and then he would pat him on the shoulder and call him his personal disciple with tears in his eyes. After a string of extra points, Professor Flitwick also swore that Cedric would invent many useful spells in the future and change the magical world for the better. Speaking of emotions, Professor Flitwick will also wipe a few tears, which is not at all in line with his status as a legendary duel champion. Potions class. After Snape deducted points from Harry and Neville with a cold face, he turned around and asked Cedric to demonstrate again, and then gave him extra points. Actually, forget it. Extra points are nothing. However, after hearing Cedric's extra points, not only Harry and Neville, who had their points deducted, clapped happily. Even the Slytherins were smiling. At that time, Lockhart ran all the way to the castle gate, wanting to see if this was Hogwarts. Why is it so different from what I thought when I read it? Cedric is Hufflepuff. Are all the 4 major colleges so harmonious and friendly now? Even if he is almost equal to a teaching assistant now, even if he is indeed very good in all subjects. Don't you even want the pride of the academy? Lockhart didn't even attend Dean Hufflepuff's class. The other 3 colleges are all pampered like princes, and Lockhart can't even imagine the scene in his own college. I'm afraid Cedric will bring a bed to sleep on. Professor Sprout would praise him for his handsome profile and give him 5 points? Just 2 days. Loha quickly stopped this chilling observation and came to the final conclusion as if he had written it with his eyes closed: Cedric is simply the darling of Hogwarts. This conclusion let Lockhart simply break the defense. Hogwarts, you are so strange that it scares me. In order to better study Cedric's secrets and expand his influence, Lockhart launched his plan in advance. Then, it's only been 3 days since school started. Cedric was confused and got an invitation from Lockhart to serve as an assistant coach in the duel club. Cedric was very distressed at the moment. Not only has the Lockhart Duel Club been established ahead of schedule, but even the notebook and Sirius have changed. He must act. 90. Okay, Professor Lockhart, I will definitely be there tonight. Cedric agreed to the other party on the surface. In fact, what I was thinking about was Hermione and Ginny. Hermione's side is because of Sirius. Sirius, who was supposed to quickly approach Hogwarts, disappeared without knowing why. There is no trace of him even on the Marauders map. So Cedric wants to find him through Hermione's pet, a hybrid cat named Crookshanks. In the original work, Sirius relied on Crookshanks to help him get food and help him capture Peter Pettigrew. It is an ugly but very spiritual pet. Cedric believes that his friendliness with pets will never be worse than that of Sirius. Just need some hints from it. You can find Sirius yourself. As for Ginny, it was because of Tom, young Voldemort's diary. The Grindelwald trio have been eyeing the Malfoy family for a long time. The other party had a lot of dark props. In order not to reveal their target, they pretended to be buyers and bought everything back. But nothing similar to a notebook was found in it. Even in Diagon Alley, the Weasleys didn't even see the notebook when they were fighting with their family. Cedric had to make sure Ginny was there. Or, other means can also be used. He had a great idea. Maybe I can take the initiative and leave Tom in the notebook with no room for improvement. Tonight is actually a very good opportunity. As long as Malfoy confronts Harry, he can take the initiative and use himself as bait. Voldemort hasn't been resurrected yet. The other Death Eaters were basically not in Cedric's eyes. Afternoon time. Soon I was lost in thought. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the 3 Cedrics arrived at the auditorium on time. Pansy and Zhongchu would come to see Cedric whenever they had time. The 3 of them almost became conjoined twins in a few days. This place has been specially decorated for the duel club. The long tables of the 4 colleges disappeared, replaced by a gilded stage covered with carpets. The stage is about 2 meters wide and 15 meters long. The overall shape is a rectangle, a bit like an enlarged version of a fencing venue. Illuminated by hundreds of candles in the sky. The gilt on the carpet sparkles with tiny lights. Although there have been no incidents of monsters hurting people yet, for the energetic little wizards who have mastered the magic spell. Magic duel. Definitely a great experience that will catch their eye. Who doesn't want to usher in a hearty victory? When Cedric comes, a lot of people have gathered in the auditorium, and everyone is crowded in the middle of the ring. The little wizards all held their own wands and discussed excitedly, I wonder which professor will come back to teach us. It must be Professor Flitwick, he has a wall of duel championship trophies. As long as it's not Snape. Harry in the crowd had just finished speaking to Ronald and Hermione, and then he immediately let out a helpless groan. Because he had clearly underestimated the upper limit of nightmares just now. Snape is obviously not the most nightmare is the duo of Snape and Lockhart. The person in front hated himself so much. The dean of the college who deducts points whenever he gets the chance. Another one. I have seen him on the Hogwarts Express, and he is a completely useless professor. Children. Lockhart changed into a purple-red robe, and his exquisite makeup made him look radiant. Beside him, Snape, who was dressed in black robes and had a sullen face, was in sharp contrast to him. Cedric knows. Lockhart must have underestimated Snape. While not knowing the other party's strength, he also felt that the other party's image was in sharp contrast to his own. Little did I know. Snape felt happy when he heard his invitation. Not only can he satisfy his desire to teach defense against the dark arts, but he can even teach Lockhart a lesson in public. Just a few days. Lockhart has once again deepened the professor's dislike of him. What irritates professors the most is that he often gives other professors some professional guidance within their courses. Snape was speechless. But now Lockhart is unaware, still immersed in his beautiful fantasy. He waved everyone for silence. Children, please come closer so that you can hear me. Lockhart announced cheerfully, that's right, Professor Dumbledore allowed me to open this dueling club, mainly in case one day you need to dare to face some extremely powerful dark creatures like me. He pointed towards Snape behind him. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He agreed with great emotion to help me give a small demonstration before class. Lockhart, unaware of the danger, grinned and made a joke, you don't have to worry. I will return your potions professor to you intact. In the ring. Snape's upper lip curled up as he tried hard not to laugh. And below the ring. Cedric and the Slytherins laughed heartlessly. If Lockhart knew that Snape was able to overpower Professor McGonagall and still escape calmly despite the cooperation of McGonagall and Flitwick, he probably wouldn't smile so happily. BB. Lockhart's tone changed several times in surprise. Now, please don't miss any of our details. First, we need to bow to each other. In terms of ceremony, Lockhart obviously put a lot of effort into it. He made many tricks with his hands, and then raised the wand in front of his chest like a long sword. The little wizards all held their breath. Now Lockhart basically only gives the first class to a few major colleges. Although he was very narcissistic in answering his questions, his idiot strength has not been revealed yet. At this moment, the little wizards all held their breath. Across from Lockhart, Snape nodded impatiently. Apparently he thought it was silly to bow first during a duel. The fight really started. It would be nice not to be attacked from behind. After entering the battle state, keeping sharp nerves at all times is the attitude a wizard should have. No one will count down to you when you are face to face. The two wizards looked at each other, and in the exchange of eyes, finding out each other's intentions was the real charm of the duel. Cedric! Lockhart shouted, you count down the numbers for us. He added very playfully, you can rest assured that we will not take each other's names. No problem. Cedric took out a brick and threw it at his feet, then cast a transformation spell, turning it into a circular base slightly higher than the duel ring. This smooth transformation technique. Lockhart's eyes immediately widened. So silky smooth? No, Cedric is a born animagus, this must be his best spell. Lockhart was still comforting himself. Snape over there was getting impatient. Start the countdown. Snape greeted Cedric, and then reminded Lockhart in an extremely cold voice, be careful. He said coldly, I didn't agree not to take your life. Cedric immediately started counting down, 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. As Snape's deep and hoarse voice sounded, a dazzling red light spurted out. Lockhart didn't react at all. Not even a basic magic spell was issued. The red light hit him instantly. Lockhart flew back without any suspense, the wand in his hand flew high, and his body hit the wall before falling softly to the ground. Crackling. Cedric led the Slytherins in applause. Seeing Lockhart crumpled on the ground, Cedric couldn't help but laugh. Snape still held on. If he uses the strange beast Shen Ying Wu Feng, even if he can be rescued in time by breaking the curse, Lockhart will have to miss the duel club on the first night. But Snape soon regretted it. Lockhart stumbled to his feet very strongly. Although his robes were full of wrinkles, his hat had fallen off, and his curly hair stood on end. but in the desire for fame. He quickly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone has seen it." Lockhart shakily climbed onto the stage. "This is a type of disarming spell. This is what I show you with my hostility after discussing with Professor Snape." After recovering, he spoke faster and faster, and the smile returned to his face, "But for me, it is effortless to block this move, dash. It's just that I want everyone to see the real effect. Because Lockhart hasn't revealed his true form yet." In addition, his smile was so confusing that many young wizards in the audience, especially the girls, nodded along with his words. "Cedric." The murderous look on Snape's face was almost overflowing. "You go and argue with Professor Lockhart." "All right." Lockhart yelled, interrupting Snape. "Cedric is a fierce man who has hunted down Dementors, plus he has the transformation technique just now. Even if Lockhart insists that he is a master of love potions. But he knew he was better at it. So he quickly stood up, waved his arms and said, "The demonstration is over now. Everyone works in pairs and starts trying." Obviously, everyone was more interested in actual combat, so Snape's words were ignored. It didn't take long. Snape found someone to vent his anger on. "Potter." Harry stopped helplessly. There was no need for Cedric to deal with Harry. Snape then pointed out Malfoy among the Slytherins. "Come on. Let's see what you can do against the famous Potter." Malfoy strutted out of the crowd. "I can be the referee." Cedric's eyes lit up and he immediately took over the referee's responsibility. "Please look your enemy in the eyes." He simply omitted the bowing process. Anyway, Harry and Malfoy didn't bow at all. The meaning of bow. E = 1 plus or minus yen. Cedric, who was counting down the time, suddenly took action. He threw a small piece of brick, and then a dazzling yellow light hit the brick, turning it into a thick wall. Just now. Malfoy took action early on the count of 2. The green light he emitted hit the wall, exploding a depression the size of a fist. Malfoy. While Cedric was cleaning up the wreckage and taking back the bricks, he looked at Malfoy with cold eyes. "If you dare to break the rules when I'm the referee again. Don't blame me for turning you into a skunk and hanging you upside down from the ceiling all night." The little wizards around were silent. Cedric is usually peaceful and majestic, but at this moment, he is like a furious lion. It was hard to look directly at him. Everyone was shocked by Cedric's changes. Only Snape and Slytherins were very pleased with this phenomenon. This is the majesty that the King of Slytherin should have in their minds. "Sorry, Mr. Cedric." Malfoy changed from his previous arrogance. In his eyes at this moment, Cedric was no different from the big devil. He had to be brave enough to dare to contradict Cedric at this moment. To be able to continue to stand on the stage. It was already his pride as a pure-blood wizard that was supporting him. Perhaps that's exactly what happened. When Cedric called out for the second time, Malfoy did not hesitate to use the little trick Snape had given him. Oolong comes out of the hole. Bang! Malfoy's wand made a loud noise. In Harry's horrified gaze, a long black snake suddenly jumped out and landed heavily on the floor between them. It is no different from a live snake. After landing on the floor, it immediately raised its head and prepared to attack Harry. Both sides of the arena. The crowd screamed and quickly backed away to make room. "Leave far away." Somehow, Harry shouted subconsciously. A miracle happened. After Harry shouted, the snake collapsed on the floor, as supple as a cat taking a nap, and was still looking at Harry with gentle eyes, as if waiting for the next command. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why, he had a mental feeling that he was already safe. Then he realized that the surroundings were eerily quiet. This is the moment Cedric has been waiting for. "It's just Parseltongue, nothing to fuss about." Cedric spoke, making the same hiss as Harry. The big black snake immediately changed its gaze, and its behavior became more respectful. It gently slithered to the bottom of the high platform where Cedric was standing, and put its head on the ground, as if to show its respect. Cedric salutes like a normal. Half a second later, all the Trinidads went crazy. 91. Parseltongue. Cedric is a Parseltongue. I knew it. I knew it, the great Slytherin. Glory to Slytherin. The Slytherins shouted excitedly, as if they were holding a celebration. In whispers beneath the cheers. It was also mixed with some dangerous remarks about cleaning Hogwarts and eradicating mudbloods. The young wizards from the other 3 major colleges were whispering to each other, their eyes showing unbearable panic. Cedric and Harry both actually spoke Parseltongue. What's the difference between this and the sky falling? The end of the world is Slytherin? Lockhart kept his mouth shut. He would never speak up to take sides until he knew which way the wind was blowing. Snape's eyes trembled wildly. Dumbledore's words were still in his ears. It is absolutely impossible for Harry to become the heir of Slytherin, and it is impossible for the Slytherins to accept him. But what about Cedric? With his reputation within Slytherin, integrating into Slytherin is like eating milk chocolate, so smooth that there are no obstacles at all. If only Cedric had planted his flag in Slytherin tonight. No need to wait until dawn, Slytherin has already completed the unification. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. This is what Cedric wants. In addition to using the Ministry of Magic to put pressure on him from the outside and annihilate Voldemort's coalition forces from the outside, he also had to disintegrate and divide his Death Eaters internally. Under multiple pressures. Let's see how Voldemort responds. Cedric stood calmly on the high platform and began to examine the harvest. Ding! You guided the savior Harry Potter in his first magic duel, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 experience points and 5 unassigned points. Ding! You created a legendary event, Hogwarts Parselmouth, and gained 3 legendary points. Harvests have been very frequent lately. Since the last time he completed Quirrell's mission, his statistics have improved a lot. Lulu's data on the system panel, 280,000 experience points, 72 talent points for pet spaces, and 52 55ths legendary points. Find a time. It's time to digest these data. At least the unicorn can be cultivated with talent points. A unicorn with full stats. It can take his strength to another level. While thinking about the use of talent points, Cedric suddenly heard Snape calling his name. Turn around and look. You come with me. Snape said solemnly. Cedric comforted the two women and then followed Snape away. That's it for today's duel club. Lockhart jumped out and dispersed everyone. Let's go quickly. Among the trio, Ronald, the only one who had any idea about Parseltongue, hurriedly pulled Harry and Hermione away. He was going to explain it to them. How serious is the snake cavity thing? The rest of the little wizards formed their own small circles in 2s and 3s. While they were having a heated discussion, they walked towards the lounge of their branch. Among the Gryffindor wizards leaving in a hurry, there was a tall figure wearing glasses, and he grabbed the pocket on his right side thoughtfully. Lying in the pocket was the notebook that Cedric was looking for. After a while, only the Slytherins remained entrenched in the Great Hall for a long time and refused to leave. They are enjoying their own carnival. Bang! Snape slammed the door to his office, turned around and looked at Cedric without saying a word. Cedric just stepped into the office. As a result, I heard the system prompt. The exploration level of Hogwarts has been 5% completed, please continue to explore. By the way, there is also this exploration mission. Cedric frowned in distress. There were too many things going on recently, and he was a little exhausted. But obviously Snape misunderstood his expression. Cedric. Snape returned to his desk, leaned his back on the chair, and looked at Cedric deeply. You should understand what Parseltongue means. Don't be too nervous, Professor, I was just covering Harry. Cedric shrugged and began to explain. It's hard to explain the overall plan, but the ability of the Holy Beast Whisperer can still be revealed a little bit. I know what Parseltongue is all about. But my ability is not Parseltongue. In fact, I can communicate with most magical animals and I can speak their language. Cedric said calmly, I'm pretty sure it's not just a snake's voice. Snape's expression changed greatly. He stood up from his seat and put his hands on the table. His movements were extremely oppressive. If Harry were here, I'm afraid I will be scared back several steps. Do you know what you're talking about? If Snape hadn't been very familiar with Cedric, he would have thought it was Lockhart standing in front of him. Can you talk to most magical creatures? Can you still master their language freely? Isn't this nonsense? This magical ability is something that even Newt, the master of magical beasts, has never worn. In the magical world, this magical ability usually involves ancient magic, or is passed down through blood. As far as I know. Snape still couldn't believe it, the Diggory family doesn't have this kind of blood inheritance, right? There is always a first place in any inheritance. Cedric knew that he had to show something practical, otherwise he would not be able to convince the determined sneakers. But you can also use Snape's words to reassure other professors. What did you get? Snape reacted immediately. Professor, I don't want many people to know this yet. Cedric snapped his fingers. The spiral door of the pet space opened, and the pot-bellied Ms. Unicorn responded to his call and slowly walked into Snape's office. Her belly became more and more visible. After seeing Cedric, she immediately came over and rested her head on Cedric's shoulder as he squatted down, stroking the fur that shone like silk and silver. Cedric said softly, in the second half of last year, I was very honored to enter into a blood contract with Ms. Unicorn. Damn it! Saw this scene. Snape, who was thinking deeply, suffered 10,000 shocks to his soul. Cedric is so pure that he can sign a contract with a sacred unicorn? Especially a unicorn who is in the pregnancy period and is several times more sensitive and suspicious than usual? Even if I read through thick magic history books, I have never heard of such a legend. Cedric is obviously creating a new sacred bloodline. Snape even thought about how the history of magic books would record, founder of the holy bloodline of Holy Diggory. No doubt. Cedric has a unique, pure, and holy heart, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to obtain the recognition of a unicorn. It's an absolute miracle. Sorry to trouble you. Cedric very softly said in Ms. Unicorn's ear, recently, I have thought of ways to help your baby become stronger. I will go to you later. $7.89. Ms. Unicorn happily touched Cedric's forehead with her forehead. After all, everyone doesn't want their offspring to be stronger, I will wait for you under the moonlight. With that said, she turned around and returned to the pet space. After witnessing all this, Snape felt extremely guilty. I really deserve to die. He fell back into his chair, all of Cedric's past actions flashing through his mind again and again. He is obviously such an excellent little wizard. Could it be that our repeated doubts will not hurt him? At the very least, Cedric really did it, stopping bullying and bullying of the weak in school. He even changed the disgusting filch. It has solved the problem of squibs that no one has solved and provided werewolf wizards with a long-term and effective way to store magic potions. Thinking back to my school days, he was jealous of the Marauder group and mocked the Mudblood for hurting his lover's heart. Compared to Cedric, Snape was almost ashamed. Professor. Cedric looked at Snape, whose expression kept changing, almost wondering if he had learned how to change his face. Is it too exciting? Professor Snape. He called again softly, are you okay? Snape finally came to his senses. Fine. He rubbed his face vigorously. After cheering up, Snape solemnly apologized to Cedric, I'm sorry, I once doubted you and apologize. Because of my own special experience. Snape, who knew the harm of misunderstanding and prejudice, was very worried that Cedric would sink as a result. He's even worried about other things. Students, do you have any plans? I've long been used to some rumors. I just need to resolve the secret room matter. Cedric touched his chin and said curiously, I really want to visit Slytherin's secret room. Only by clarifying the secret of this secret room can Slytherin's dazzling desire to eliminate pure blood be completely eliminated. He is indeed Cedric. The way of thinking is different from ours. Ordinary people might think of closing the Chamber of Secrets again, but Cedric wants to make it public and completely eliminate this hidden danger in Hogwarts. Sure enough, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. I support you on this matter. Snape's expression remained unchanged, but he was gradually impressed by Cedric. If you need any support, you can always come to me. He ended the interview. And prepare to report to Dumbledore immediately. Understood, I'll leave first. Cedric did not return to the common room immediately after leaving Professor Snape's office. If I go back now, I will definitely be surrounded by people. It's better to brush up on the exploration level of Hogwarts first. It took more than 2 hours. Cedric walked around all the corridors and classrooms in the Hogwarts castle area, except for the secret passages. Soon, he got a new tip, the exploration of Hogwarts is 15% complete, please continue to explore. No reward for 15% exploration? Cedric became increasingly curious about the rewards for exploring Hogwarts. He arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Opposite the tapestry where a troll beat Barnabas stupid with a club, I thought about a suitable street to hide in, and then walked back and forth across this wall 3 times. Soon, a smooth door appeared on the wall. This is the room of requirement. Cedric pushed the door open and walked in, only to find a long street with symmetrical, almost identical houses on both sides of the street. Just open up a room. Cedric entered his pet space. Name, son of Ms. Unicorn. Race, Unicorn. Horn, detoxification ability 0.1, 1.3. Tail hair, 200 magic points, 260 points. Blood, lifespan 100 years, 130 years. Heart, the power of the light spell is doubled, 1.3. Each of the above values, the value in parentheses, is the average value of an adult unicorn individual. Because of the parenting skills, its average value will be 1.3 times the original value. Enhancement description: every 10 points of talent value can increase any value by 10%. Consuming 10 talent points, it can be matured for 1 year without any harm, but all strengthening must be completed within the age of 8, and it cannot be improved after the age of 8. Special Note 1: the maximum strengthening value can only be 1 times the current individual maximum value, and the strongest is 3 times the average individual value. Special Note: due to the special nature of the pet space, the pet contract you signed with a certain species will be automatically transferred when a stronger individual appears in the group, and will be increased according to the value of the strongest individual. Behind the 4 abilities is the upper limit that this unicorn can reach. But because of the combination of blood contract and pet space, Cedric can exceed this upper limit at will, and he doesn't need to care about the subsequent values. As long as he has enough talent points, he can push them all to the limit. First, he sorted them in his mind in order of importance. For him currently, the power of the light spell magic power detoxification ability lifespan. The enhancement limits of the 4 attributes are 1 times the current individual maximum value, that is, for the son of Lady Unicorn. The limit values corresponding to the 4 attributes are 2 times the power of the light spell, 400 magic points detoxification ability 0.2, and lifespan 200 years. After nurturing, the strongest cultivation limit for the unicorn race is 3 times the original average individual value. They are 3 times the power of the light spell, 600 magic points, 3 detoxification abilities, and a lifespan of 300 years. 10 talent points can strengthen it by 10%. In other words, it takes 100 talent points to double the enhancement, and every 1 point of increase in legendary value is equivalent to 10 talent points. List it all like this. Cedric is very clear about the unicorn cultivation process, except for the ability to detoxify, which may require many generations of cultivation. The rest can be almost fully developed by the 3rd generation. Because all the talent points in hand cannot be strengthened. Then let's put the detoxification ability aside for the time being, and let's turn the most fishy thing into the most disgusting thing first. 1.4 Soon Cedric started to operate. Talent minus 70, 2 points remaining. Heart, the power of the light spell is doubled, 1.3, and strengthened to 1.7, 1.3. After strengthening, the light on Ms. Unicorn became more and more dazzling. Cedric can feel it. The power of several of my sacred magics has been strengthened again. Very good, I will come back soon. Although Cedric still has a lot of legendary value to use. But there are still many tasks to obtain talent points, so there is no need to use the most precious legendary points for the time being. The source of this thing is not stable. And it's extremely useful. It needs to be used only at more critical times. After adding, Cedric made the final summary: if you want to get them all, you still need 330 talent points. If you don't care about the detoxification ability for the time being, then 230 points will be enough. After all, natural growth will add some. As for the improvement of detoxification ability, it will be much better to wait another generation. The value is too low, and the talent value added is not much. We even have to consider the strengthening of the fire dragon later. Norbert is also a female dragon. When it reaches adulthood and signs a blood contract, and then lets it conceive a baby dragon, I will still have a lot of expenses. After the temporary summary is completed, Cedric quickly left the room of requirement. When passing by the first floor, about to return to the Hufflepuff lounge, strange things happened. Cedric heard some faint cold sounds. Come here quickly. I will tear you apart, kill you, and wipe you out completely. Unlike Harry, who was confused, Cedric knew very well that this was what the basilisk said as it wandered through the walls. Only? The basilisk was released? It's only the 3rd day of school. 92. This isn't right. Cedric immediately opened the Marauder's map, but did not see any suspicious characters in the castle. He walked all the way towards the 2nd floor. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. In Myrtle's exclamation, Cedric walked straight into the bathroom. Ignore Myrtle in hiding. He came to the edge of the sink and soon found a small snake pattern engraved on the side of a copper faucet. He blinked rapidly. He tried his best to imagine the posture of the little snake when it was swimming, and then spoke in Parseltongue, his hissing. The copper dragon head emits a dazzling white light. After the copper faucet on top disappeared, the thumb-thick copper pipe at the back suddenly rotated and expanded, and soon turned into a very thick water pipe. Even if one person can get in, it is completely passable. Card. Cedric pinched the water life shield on his left hand. There was a sound of mechanical twisting. The left glove rotates and becomes larger, turning into a small kite-shaped shield. In addition to the armor fixed on the shield, there is also a sealed ecological ball inlaid in the middle of the shield. There are many small animals, algae, and bacteria inside. Although the animals inside are small, there are only snails, shrimps, wicker fish, etc., but these are still living things. It is no problem to help Cedric block a few big melons. The only thing that needs to be done. Just replace an echo ball every few months. This is why the metal materials used in alchemical creations are mostly used. If the difficulty of cloth enchantment and transformation could be overcome, Cedric would really like to make all his clothes into this kind of equipment. In this way, the safety factor can be greatly increased. However, the pure metal Iron Man in the magical world is not unacceptable. The key is that the automatic operation program inside needs to be considered. Cedric thought about the Weasleys' flying car. It doesn't just have its own temper. After being driven into the Whomping Willow by Ronald and being beaten, Ronald and Harry could be vomited out of the car in disgust. They can also take the initiative to rescue Ronald and Harry when they are in danger. This idea is comparable to artificial intelligence. Once you figure out the principle, you may be able to turn it into an intelligent brain for alchemical creation. Wait a minute, now is not the time to think about this. Cedric calmed DOWN15. Researchers have this problem. When they think of something, it is always easy to spread their thoughts. Reach out and grab the upper edge of the channel. Cedric jumped up and jumped into the passage. As soon as his hands were loosened, he quickly slid down the passage, his body sliding rapidly down a dark, wet, and sticky slide. We passed many small passages along the way. These are the passages that the basilisk uses throughout Hogwarts. Cedric fell for a long time, and the surrounding temperature faintly dropped several degrees. Finally, he landed on the dark, wet ground. Dong dong. After landing, Cedric immediately threw 6 stone chess pieces. These 2 chess pieces are still the ones made by Professor McGonagall, and the most basic engineers and soldiers look like double sword statues. After throwing it out, Cedric directly enlarged them, and then manipulated them to explore forward. Although he has loving emotions and body protection, he is not afraid of the petrifying gaze. But if you can make a sneak attack is the best. After all, being on the tail of a basilisk wouldn't be that uncomfortable. Lumos. Cedric's magic is blessed by the power of light and looks several times more dazzling than others. The area more than 20 meters nearby was illuminated. The entire tunnel was illuminated as bright as day. Cedric looked around and saw that except for the heavy voices of the stone statues, there was no other sound at all in the tunnel. Until after passing a curve. Only then did he see the huge snake slough that the basilisk retreated from. Just by looking at the green, coiled snake slough, one can tell that the basilisk is at least 20 feet long. Why is there still no sound? Cedric asked the stone statues to stop, but still didn't hear the basilisk's voice. Did he just go out? Such an unlucky thing. But now that he's here, Cedric must check it out. He led the stone statues around another bend and came to the wall carved with 2 entwined snakes. Rage, rampage. Looking at the emerald that acted as the snake's eyes, Cedric once again spoke the old snake accent. The stone wall was split down the middle. Cedric walked into the real Slytherin chamber. This is a rectangular empty underground palace. There are more than 10 huge stone pillars carved with big snakes supporting it in the middle. On the ceiling, the sparkling moonlight casts a dense green light full of mysterious atmosphere into the entire underground palace. This is directly below the large lake. These lights are caused by moonlight passing through the lake. The only constant. Still that deathly silence. At the end of the underground palace, the statue of Slytherin was silently watching everything in front of him. After entering here, a system prompt immediately rang in Cedric's ears. Ding, congratulations on your exploration of Hogwarts reaching 25%. 20% progress reward, you get 10 legendary points, 30 talent points, and the right to use basilisk eggs *3, parcel tongue blood, and Slytherin pendant food. Special reminder, in order to achieve 100% exploration, please collect all the treasures of the 4 founders. The rewards are indeed generous. Not only does it have Slytherin's exclusive parcel tongue bloodline, but it even has the right to use the Slytherin pendant lamp. In the original work, neither the Slytherin's locket nor the Hufflepuff's golden cup describe anything unique. But the treasures of the other 2 founders are clearly stated. For example, Gryffindor's sword has special effects that can be summoned and has extremely powerful attack power. Ravenclaw's crown can help the wearer increase his wisdom. So the same is true. Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's golden cup must have their own unique functions. Although it is not stated. But in the original work, when Harry jumped into the lake and tried to fish out Gryffindor's sword, Slytherin's locket tightened around his neck and strangled him to death for unknown reasons. And Ronald, when it was about to destroy the locket with its sword, an illusion appeared and struck Ronald's Achilles heel, making him unable to make the next move. These strange phenomena all indicate that it should have some special energy. Cedric already has the rights to use it. As long as you take it in your hands and remove the fragments of Voldemort's soul, you will surely be able to get a glimpse of its true mystery. This is the treasure of the 4 founders. It's really exciting just thinking about it. And currently this is only a 20% reward, which makes Cedric look forward to the future rewards even more. Let's do it step by step. Cedric glanced around expectantly. Let's get rid of the basilisk first. Just put it with the egg, and take the 3-headed basilisk to sweep away the group of 8-eyed spiders. After waiting for a while, Cedric directed the stone statues to surround him. Then he took out the Marauder's map and began to carefully inspect every corner of Hogwarts Castle. Half an hour later, Cedric looked up in confusion. This isn't right. He was a little confused. There aren't many people wandering around at night, and the attack doesn't take long. If the basilisk wanders outside for too long, it will be easily discovered by the professors and Dumbledore. Where can it go if it doesn't come back? Now that Cedric is here, he wants to solve the problem once and for all. He made a bed in the corner, took out 2 warm blankets and spread them on it, lying on them quietly waiting for the basilisk's return. Anyway, the basilisk will always come back before dawn at the latest. With this mentality, Cedric fell asleep on the stone bed in a daze. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright with daylight. This is so outrageous. The basilisk simply disappeared from Hogwarts. Although my mind is full of doubts, Cedric packed everything up as quickly as possible, turned around and walked towards where he came from. Since the following ignores the occurrence, then there might be a big problem up there. Cedric flew up again along the passage and walked out of the bathroom where Myrtle was. It was already broad daylight. Cedric quickened his pace. If it were any slower, I wouldn't be able to catch up with the morning training. But when he arrived in front of the auditorium, he immediately discovered something was wrong. All the little wizards from the 4 major colleges gathered here. The sharp-eyed little wizard saw him and shouted directly, "Cedric is here." Cedric frowned. He knew something must have happened that he didn't know about. Although he was very famous, he was a classmate who could be seen every day after all. After seeing him, the young wizards at Hogwarts were not as excited as the adult wizards outside. There was definitely something wrong with the situation before me. After the man shouted, Xiao Liu's expressions obviously changed in several ways. Most of them showed scared expressions. While they frowned and whispered to each other, their eyes were still fixed on Cedric. Like an oversight, Cedric would jump over a distance of more than 10 meters, fly towards them, and bite their heads off. And another group of people. To be precise, about 80% of the Slytherins came towards Cedric with excitement on their faces. They didn't get too close either. When they came 3 meters closer, they all stopped and looked at Cedric expectantly. As if they were soldiers waiting for orders. The last group are those people Cedric is familiar with. Including Pansy, Zhongqiu, Gemini, Neville, and Hermione, they passed through the crowd and squeezed towards Cedric. Pan Xi and Zhongqiu were at the front. Before the beaming Pansy opened her mouth, Zhongqiu whispered with a sad face, "Cedric, something happened over there in the auditorium. Let's go over there." She looked at the lively crowd around her and motioned Cedric to go to a more remote corner. Good. Cedric glanced at Harry and Ronald, who wanted to get closer but were a little afraid, then turned around and led everyone towards the corner. It seems that something big happened in the castle. After coming to the corner. Wait a minute. Cedric took the hands of Pansy and Chuzhong, and after a pause, he motioned to Hermione to put her hand on the back of his hand. The three women didn't know why, but they all handed over their hands to Cedric without any question. Pink energy begins to surge. According to your own abilities. Cedric divided half of the love stored in his body and injected it into the bodies of the three women equally. You put something inside me again. Pansy winked. What kind of energy is this? Zhongqiu had a look of astonishment on his face. Not only was this energy very powerful, but it was also magic she had never heard of before. So warm. Compared to Pan Xi and Zhongqiu, those with sharp eyes are more surprised. I didn't expect that I could also get this hot energy. Although I didn't know what it was, I could feel it stored in my skin and protecting myself. Until this energy is exhausted, the unforgivable curse cannot harm you. Cedric explained simply. 043 Just when he was about to ask what happened, at the end of the corridor, the four deans appeared together. Cedric. McGonagall called from a distance, come with us. Careful. Zhongqiu took advantage of the last moment and said, on the floor of the auditorium, someone wrote in your name with blood on the ground. I opened the secret chamber, and those who are enemies of the heir will die without a burial place. What? Cedric understood instantly. The originator of this note actually tricked him. He released the basilisk and then attracted himself into the secret room. As a result, while he was in the secret room, the one who left a bloody book in the auditorium framed him. This is a master. No wonder Ginny didn't notice the notebook in her hand. It seemed that this notebook was given to another person. Voldemort is definitely not resurrected yet. Did he send some Death Eater to deal with him? Cedric strode towards the four deans. Behind him, Chuzhong and others followed anxiously. On the other side, there are the Slytherins gathered together. The young wizards from the other three colleges followed far behind. Apparently, the whole of Hogwarts has learned invisibly. Enough. Snape stopped and told the Slytherins, you go to class, the professors will go to class soon. He turned his attention to Zhongqiu and others. Lang Zhou said, the same goes for you. Just come, Cedric. Professor McGonagall also said. Under the pressure of professors, the little wizard stopped in the corridor and watched the 5 people turn up the stairs to the second floor. Come to the professor's common room. Snape was the first to speak. Although I trust you, I still want to ask where you have been. I'm in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Cedric doesn't mince words. Just when he said this, the professors around him suddenly changed their colors. Did you really find it? Professor McGonagall seemed unable to bear it any longer. She frowned and threw out all the questions in her mind. Do you know how much happened last night? In addition to the blood book, the portrait of the fat lady at the door of Gryffindor was also torn up. Someone broke into Gryffindor's lounge. Besides, all the roosters raised by Hagrid were killed. The eight-eyed spider and the centaur in the Forbidden Forest spent the whole night last night. Snape said he completely believed you. Now, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Damn it! Cedric's face became even more ugly. This man moves really fast. It seems that I must come up with some ruthless measures. 93. 10 minutes later. Cedric invited Ms. Unicorn out again and walked out of the teacher's lounge calmly. A little later than him, the 4 principals set out for their own classrooms in the aftermath of shock brought by the unicorn. Cedric walked out of the auditorium. Across the meadow. He soon arrived at Hagrid's cabin. Seeing him coming, Hagrid, who was bleeding the chickens, smiled, I was just looking for you. What a pity these chickens are. Feed them all to Norbert. Don't worry about the chickens yet. Seeing how nervous Hagrid was, Cedric was unusually speechless. He came to Hagrid and asked deliberately, I heard there was a lot of noise in the Forbidden Forest last night? What kind of monster was it? Yes. Hagrid pointed to his red eyes, the 8-eyed spiders and the centaurs are all in chaos. I was afraid that something would happen, so I stared outside all night. Who knows what kind of monster it is? He shrugged, as for what kind of monster it is, I'll go in and find out more when the Forbidden Forest becomes more stable. Finished. Hagrid also mentioned the chicken in his hand, don't waste it. Seeing him never forget me. Cedric had no choice but to open the pet space. "Noble, Mom is here to see you." Hagrid hummed a tune and walked in carrying a whole box of dead chickens. Now Norbert is 7 or 8 meters long. Its backpack has a high, armor-like spine, and at the same time, the teeth in its mouth are leaking frightening black venom. Along with breathing, the entire throat and mouth flickered with red flame light from time to time. Norbert is no longer a child. Now it has reached a very aggressive age. Even if they have eaten and drank enough, they will burn out a few boulders by breathing fire, or pull out a few big trees, fly them thousands of meters into the sky, and then throw them down to consume their excess energy. Another year. Cedric can fly around on it. This is much more exciting than a flying broomstick. While growing in size, Norbert's appetite also improved a lot. He finished a box of dead chickens in 2 or 3 bites. These are not even enough for it to eat. After eating, seeing that Cedric didn't give any instructions, it took off again to hunt goats on the mountain peak. Cedric has more than 2,000 goats. There are also dozens of wild boars and thousands of wild horses. Only in this way can the breeding speed of wild animals keep up with Norbert's increased food intake. "Look at my baby." Hagrid pointed to the sky and laughed. Seeing Norbert's powerful and undulating dragon wings made him so happy that he almost laughed from ear to ear. "Okay, let's talk about what happened last night." Cedric reminded directly, "You were afraid of chickens, and then you scared the 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest. Didn't you think of something?" "What?" Hagrid was standing on tiptoes observing Norbert. Cedric could only repeat it again. This time Hagrid heard clearly. He turned his head and opened his mouth wide enough to fit a whole chicken. "Damn it!" Hagrid looked like something was very wrong. "I asked why the 8-eyed spiders were so noisy last night. Could it be? Could it be?" After a while, only then did Hagrid calm down and spit out the name of the monster. "Is it the monster from Hogwarts back then?" How could he forget? It was precisely because he was wrongfully accused of opening the secret room that Hagrid was expelled. After so many years. No matter how Hagrid asked Aragog, the latter refused to tell him. Perhaps Aragog also saw that Hagrid was not capable of solving it. But it's not completely unknown. Dumbledore must have known about the basilisk back then. The fact that Slytherin was a Parseltongue was no secret to him. That's why Dumbledore kept Hagrid. "You mean?" Hagrid swallowed in fear, and then whispered, "The secret room has been opened again." Excited, Hagrid opened his mouth several times, but was unable to utter a complete sentence. "It's a basilisk." Cedric revealed more information that Hagrid didn't know. "I suspect that someone opened the secret room last night, and he falsely accused me of opening it, and also put the basilisk into the Forbidden Forest." "What? It's actually a basilisk?" Hagrid was shocked speechless by these pieces of news. He had been staring at the Forbidden Forest all night last night, but he didn't expect so many things to happen in the castle. This is so bad. But this makes it clear. After recalling the information about the basilisk, Hagrid trembled visibly. Could this be the fault of the mysterious man? He was Slytherin back then, and you. He hesitated and did not dare to speak completely. "It's okay, it's just me declaring war on him. I've thought about this carefully and there's nothing to avoid. Cedric is now more worried about another thing. I want to go to the Forbidden Forest right now." "Completely fine." Hagrid patted Cedric hard on the shoulder. Everything Cedric did was very consistent with his character, but Hagrid thought to himself that he had never thought of it and could not be like Cedric. So he could only admire Cedric silently in his heart. Hagrid gave Cedric a thumbs up. "After getting to know you, I just know what it means to have ambition but not age. Compared with you, my life is in vain." In Hagrid's heart, Cedric has already booked Dumbledore's place in the future. That was the pinnacle of a wizard that Hagrid could imagine. "Let's go quickly." Hagrid also knew the seriousness of the matter. After waving goodbye to Norbert, he quickly walked out of the pet space. "Wait for me." He quickly prepared for the battle. Hagrid took out the back of the stone bow from the hunting lodge, put the small red umbrella on his waist, and took out his teeth to lead the way. "Let's go find Aragog first. He should know something. He walks like flying. Take Cedric through the Forbidden Forest. Wait until they leave." A big black dog got under the Whomping Willow, stopped the Whomping Willow, and then got into the secret passage. Hurry up, Tuan." After entering the depths of the jungle, Yaya became obviously more frightened. Hagrid had to hold it to prevent it from running around and getting into any dangerous situations. It was indeed different inside the Forbidden Forest. The last time Cedric encountered the eight-eyed spider's territory, he didn't see a single eight-eyed spider at the moment. Hagrid took Cedric forward for a long time. Only then did I hear the dense footsteps of the eight-eyed spiders again. This is one of his secret lairs. Hagrid explained as he walked into a Ravok's lair. Cedric followed behind. Different than expected. This nest is not in the cold underground, but on a towering tree trunk. Countless spider webs form a dense air passage. Perhaps. Compared with meeting the basilisk underground, the eight-eyed spiders believe that they can run faster on spider webs in the air. Aragog. Under Hagrid's loud greeting, there was a sudden movement on the tree crown. Tear, tear, tear. Hundreds of huge eight-eyed spiders hung down from above. They blinked their pure black eyeballs and stared at the visitor. Hagrid. Is that you? A panicked old man's voice came from above his head. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. While talking, a spider as big as a small elephant was slowly lowered down by a giant web made by hundreds of eight-eyed spiders. Its body and legs are black with grey. On the big ugly head, each eye was covered with a layer of white haze. Obviously it could no longer see clearly. It was none other than Aragog. The eight-eyed spider raised by Hagrid himself is also the ancestor of all eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Tell me quickly. Hagrid asked urgently, is that monster a basilisk? Hear the monster's name. The eight-eyed spiders around were so frightened that their legs were shaking. This world that absolutely restrained them made them tremble with fear just by hearing the name. Yes, it is. Aragog was the only one who could still speak. It raised its foot and pointed in one direction. It's in that direction. I'll go first. Cedric had no intention of communicating with the eight-eyed spider. After getting the information, he immediately left the place and walked in the direction pointed by the other party. Hagrid hesitated for a moment. Then he continued to ask Aragog, is there anything else you didn't tell me? Aragog hesitated. Until Cedric's figure disappeared and the eight-eyed spiders around him started chirping strangely. Then it continued, that monster was commanded by someone, and it walked with a very wretched old wizard. What? Hagrid was shocked. Why didn't you tell such important information just now? Because that wizard just now was a bad guy. Aragog said, he has killed many of my descendants, and I can see that he, like those centaurs, dislikes us very much. This time it's time to let them die together. Hear Aragog's words. The eight-eyed spiders around them all whispered in agreement, yeah, it's so annoying. Eat him. I really want to eat him. After he kills that monster first, let's go kill him. That monster is too scary. Let's not get close. Next time, wait until he comes to the Forbidden Forest next time. Hagrid walked around in circles in a daze. He had never felt so strange to the eight-eyed spiders. Do not know when. Except for Aragog, there are actually so many eight-eyed spiders who have learned to speak human language. Although the eight-eyed spider has the conditions to learn to speak. But this is not a simple matter. Back then, he had raised Aragog for a long time and taught him how to speak. Certainly. What made Hagrid even stranger was that they were actually discussing eating Cedric in front of him. You are just kidding. Hagrid spoke dryly, not believing what he said. All right. Aragog knew Hagrid. It stopped the discussions of future generations and whispered seductively, Hagrid, you are our friend and family, but most wizards are not. They just want to hunt us and get our venom. Cedric is a bad wizard, he is the same wizard as before 89. Hagrid shivered. He was not moved by Aragog, but because the other party mentioned the mysterious man. This brought him back to his senses. Cedric. He growled in his heart, and then chased towards the place where Cedric disappeared. Hagrid. Aragog waved his claws several times. But soon it felt that Hagrid's heavy footsteps were leaving him. Click a few times. After thinking for a moment, Aragog gave the order, catch up with everyone. As soon as the monster is dead, kill Cedric immediately, but don't hurt Hagrid, answer his. It was the sound of footsteps as dense as raindrops. Cedric, who was striding forward, was not that familiar with the Forbidden Forest after all. He left not long ago. He heard the click of broken branches coming from behind him, and Hagrid's thick voice, Fang. Sniff, we have to find Cedric quickly. Hagrid's rapid breathing was heard. Cedric made the stone statues around him pause at the same time. The heavy sound soon attracted Hagrid. "That's great, you're really here." Hagrid's big body soon emerged from the forest. "What's wrong with you?" Cedric was very confused when he saw Hagrid with red eyes. No matter how cruel Aragog is, until his death, he will regard Hagrid as his parent. It's better not to take action against him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left in such a hurry. But looking at this, could something have happened? No, it's nothing. Hagrid pursed his lips and finally concealed part of the group reading. Aragog just told me that there is a strange wizard beside the basilisk. I see. Cedric nodded. There is actually a big difference between whether there is a wizard or not. Thank you for providing me with this information, but the basilisk is difficult to deal with. You have no way to prevent, Zhao, from turning it into stone. Just wait here for my good news. Del. Hagrid nodded blankly. He watched as Cedric put on the invisibility cloak, then threw out more stone statues, driving them forward. Hagrid's heart slowly calmed down. Cedric is prepared, so he won't be so worried. After all, he is an amazing wizard. It's just, Aragog, him. Hagrid sat down on the ground. For the first time, he began to reflect on whether his love for monsters was really correct. Yaya was keenly aware of his master's bad mood. It stuck out its tongue and licked the back of Hagrid's hand. Hagrid raised his hand and stroked his teeth, but in fact, he was still in a mess. But Hagrid didn't get quiet time to think. He was stunned for a while. I heard the sound of dense footsteps coming from around me. Yaya whimpered and hid directly under Hagrid's robe. What's going on here? Hagrid stood up in shock. Then he saw countless densely packed eight-eyed spiders, completely ignoring him and Yaya, rushing towards Cedric as fast as possible. You, all of you, stop. He tried to wave his arms. But those eight-eyed spiders just ignored him and had the same goal. Standing among the overwhelming army of eight-eyed spiders that turned the ground black, Hagrid finally knew that he had been wrong all along. Ding! A new life wish appears in the Hagrid character template. Here the system prompts. Cedric took one look, and an excited smile appeared on his face. You want to fight? I will fight. All 32 chess statues were dispatched. 2 kings, 2 queens, 4 rooks, 4 elephants, 4 horses and 16 soldiers each stood in formation, surrounding him in the middle. Bring it on. Cedric held his wand high, quietly waiting for the arrival of the eight-eyed spider army. 94. I have to do something. Hagrid seemed to remember something. He picked up Yaya and started running wildly in the forbidden forest. He was angry in his heart. The first time when he was passing by, he kicked an eight-eyed spider away. The kicked eight-eyed spider hit a tree and screamed angrily at his background for a long time. Attack! Cedric waved his wand. Except for the 2 kings and 2 queens who were still guarding the 4 corners around him, all the other statue chess pieces took action. Especially tanks. With the blessing of magic, they galloped like real galloping chariots, crushing the black mass of eight-eyed spiders all the way, leaving behind several slender wheel tracks. There was also the corpse of the eight-eyed spider that had been crushed to pieces. The remaining statues brandished weapons. A close-quarters battle full of blood and hand-to-hand combat began. Holy Shield! Sacred Flame! Cedric continued to use magic, using the magic shield and the holy flame to give himself double protection. Then he began to guide the holy flame to burn the eight-eyed spiders everywhere. He likes the holy flame more and more. This flame only burns the enemies he wants to burn, but the flowers, birds, insects, and trees will not be harmed. It has a very powerful effect, especially against dark creatures like eight-eyed spiders. Grilled at high temperatures. The round abdomens of the eight-eyed spiders will burst out like exploding popcorn, and red and yellow internal organs mixed with black blood will be scattered everywhere. There are simply too many of them. After a while, even the air began to be filled with the fishy smell of poison glands, as well as the lavender odor visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Cedric has a divine shield. It can help him isolate himself from toxin attacks. Otherwise, if he takes 2 more puffs, it will be no different than being bitten directly by an eight-eyed spider. In order to attack the holy flame and shield, the eight-eyed spiders kept throwing stones and spitting spider webs at Cedric, constantly consuming Cedric's magic power. But Cedric didn't panic. He calmly repaired the damaged stone pier chess pieces, controlling the holy flame to form a vortex around him. Every minute, There were dozens or even dozens of eight-eyed spiders burned into mummies. Cedric's magic power at this moment has reached 90 points, successfully entering the level of 813 in the first-class city. Magic power, 50 points, basic, plus 5, Mrs. Pants, upper limit 60 points. Plus 5, Professor Sprout, upper limit 75 points. Plus 10, Gemini, upper limit 80 points. Plus 5, Nico * Flamel, the upper limit is 100 points. Plus 5, Grindelwald, 99 points. Plus 5, Grindelwald, no upper limit, plus 5, Nicholas Flamel, 100 points. Equals 90 points / 320 points, mono limit, independent blessed by the horned beast. The reserves of magic power are very abundant. In addition, Cedric has many trump cards. When he found the basilisk just now, he didn't find the so-called ugly wizard. He easily put the basilisk into the pet space. At the moment, it is hatching 2 other basilisk eggs inside. The basilisk's suppression of the eight-eyed spider is a natural fear that exists in the base. Normally it will not be affected by quantity. But even if something unexpected happens due to the difference in numbers, Cedric can still ride a broomstick to break through the encirclement. All in all it's very safe. 300, 500, 1000. When the number of kills exceeded 1000, Cedric began to receive system prompts, kill dark creatures and gain 10,000 experience points. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Cedric waved his wand a little faster. The eight-eyed spiders also knew that this was a permanent station, and in order to completely eliminate this threatening and powerful wizard, they went completely crazy. Watermelon size. The younger generations who have not yet fully opened their spiritual intelligence are driven forward to charge. Those who have opened their minds. The eight-eyed spiders, which are as big as a millstone, all climb the trees. They began to weave a dense network in the sky, preparing to completely cut off the possibility of Cedric leaving the sky. Under the siege of the eight-eyed spiders at all costs. The frequency of broken statue pieces slowly decreased from 5 minutes to less than 3 minutes. About there. Cedric estimated the magic power in his body. This time, more than 2,000 eight-eyed spiders were killed, which should have reduced the number by at least 1/5. Although there is still a lot of energy left. But there is no need to put yourself in a dangerous situation, we will deal with the rest next time. Just when Cedric was about to release the basilisk to break out. Suddenly, from the depths of the BFCD, Forbidden Forest on the right, there was a dense sound of horse hooves. The eight-eyed spiders all let out their characteristic screams angrily. It's a centaur. Cedric soon saw the unexpected intruder. That's a bunch of centaurs. Ministry of Magic classification level, XXXX. They can reach this level not because they are destructive, but because of their unique abilities. Centaurs are skilled in magical healing, divination, archery and astronomy. These categories are all well known in the magic world. But their biggest problem is their pride, in order to separate themselves from humans, the largest group on Earth. They urge the Ministry of Magic to register themselves as beasts. Although the Ministry of Magic has a liaison centaur office. However, the number of active contacts with the centaurs every year is almost 0. Every wizard assigned to this department is basically equivalent to being labeled as exiled and ready to be expelled. From these points of view, you know how difficult they are to get along with. As long as they feel insulted in the slightest, you will immediately be classified as their enemy. But there is one thing that is very different from the movie. They look very handsome. For example, Firenze is the professor of divination. This is how it is described in the original work: his upper body is that of a man, and his lower body is the pale golden body of a silver-maned horse. He has pupils that are as blue as sapphires, and his platinum hair shines in the moonlight. After teaching at Firenze, the student Parvati Patil used to help him curl her eyelashes with a wand before taking his class, and he was a very similar teacher. Cedric knew why they were here. Since the eight-eyed spiders continued to multiply in the Forbidden Forest, many of the ecological balances in the Forbidden Forest have been disrupted. The centaurs thought their territory was being invaded and often went to war with them. But it's because they can't have each other without each other. Therefore, every year they are forced to compress their space for action, and later they may even completely fall out with Hagrid because of this. Cedric temporarily stopped thinking about leaving. If there is a horse, people will restrain it. He can also kill more than 1,000 eight-eyed spiders, which will further advance the progress of cleaning up the eight-eyed spiders. Although I hope the centaurs will take action immediately. However, Cedric knows the character of centaurs very well. Although he is called a centaur, he has the temperament of a donkey. It is holding back and pushing back, and it is arrogant to the point of being arrogant. So Cedric didn't speak. He just silently let the statue chess pieces shrink their defense line, waiting for the centaurs to take the initiative. But this time he was wrong. The centaurs did not take the opportunity to attack. They watched the war between Cedric and the eight-eyed spiders from a distance through the hundreds of advanced eight-eyed spiders who were wary of them. Cedric wouldn't ask for help. Seeing that the horsemen didn't take action, he reversed his direction again and prepared to break out. Cedric! There was a faint shout in the sky. Cedric raised his head, but unfortunately there was a vast white cobweb above his head, and the darkness blocked the morning sunlight, making the entire venue look like a grey night. But soon, along with the flapping of wings and the sound of tearing, it soon reached the top of the head and came down. First, the sunlight fell in spots. Through the gap. Cedric can see it. Hagrid's huge body was driving a carriage pulled by the Thestrals, escorted by a large group of unharnessed Thestrals, constantly circling and attacking the spider web above his head. The Thestrals swooped down quickly. Their attacks are precise and fast. After swooping down, they pick up the hind legs of the eight-eyed spider in their mouths. After taking advantage of the situation, they kick a few more heads and then begin to rise rapidly. Eight-eyed spiders that struggle violently often tear off their own legs. Then they will fall from the sky like huge stones. Even if the eight-eyed spider doesn't struggle, the Thestrals will also take the initiative to release their mouths after a certain height, watching the latter fall rapidly, hitting trees or similar bodies and producing 10 bright yellow and green flowers. I'm here to save you. Hagrid drove the carriage back and forth in the sky. The little red umbrella in his hand also kept spitting out flames, coming from the blazing magic spell taught by Cedric, which kept burning the densely packed cobwebs. The eight-eyed spiders were completely angry. Hagrid, you attacked us. From now on, after you enter the Forbidden Forest, we will never turn a blind eye to you again. Enemy, you are the enemy. As Hagrid attacked the eight-eyed spider, smiles appeared on the faces of the centaurs. Hagrid, you finally figured it out. Cedric recognized that it was the centaur Firenze who said this. As for other centaurs, they are not so polite. The eight-eyed spider was originally the one who brought disaster, but the prophecy was not resolved in his hands. What's there to be happy about? Don't worry about him. What's more important is the intruder of fate. He is the one we need to pay attention to. Cedric was shocked to find out. When the centaurs said this, their eyes actually looked at him. Am I the interloper of fate? Okay, it's a bit weird to call it that, but it's not completely wrong. I have indeed changed the fate of many related foods. Especially this year. Mars is extremely restless today, so everyone should be prepared. The centaurs began to take action as they spoke. They took off their bows and arrows from their backs, took out the arrows hanging on their backs, and were ready to shoot at any time. See what the centaurs do. The irritable eight-eyed spiders could no longer tolerate it and took the initiative to attack the centaurs. Ta 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 ta. The centaurs are like light cavalry. They ran on the periphery of the eight-eyed spider army, always ensuring that they were outside the attack range of the eight-eyed spider. At the same time, they kept opening their bows and drawing arrows, and used the arrows they made to kill the eight-eyed spiders. With Hagrid and the centaurs in check, the pressure on Cedric was greatly reduced. He no longer drives the sacred flame, which consumes a lot of money, but only focuses on repairing the statue pieces. This is the most cost-effective way to kill. In addition, there are fewer eight-eyed spiders throwing stones. Come down like this. Cedric can even regain his magic power slowly and slowly. I should have disciplined you long ago. Hagrid once again drove the carriage and swooped down, being the vanguard of the entire night team. Closer. Cedric could even hear the tremor and anger in his voice. I should teach you, what is enough, endless greed, the one, that, ruined you. Hagrid whimpered and waved her wand. No one can understand what he is feeling at this moment. Compared with those little wizards who would laugh at his bloodline, he preferred to get along with monsters who were humane. They get along happily. The logic of getting along is also very simple. As long as it is you when it sees you at first sight, it will naturally fall in love with you. Most of the time. Hagrid only needs to prepare enough food to win the favor of most ferocious magical creatures. This is much simpler than the human heart. When he was in school at Hogwarts, although he had access to wonderful magic, there were always people behind him, discussing in a sneer tone the bloodline of a stupid servant in his body. That's why Hagrid likes beasts. After so many years, there are not many wizards who can remain in his heart, and even fewer of them can make him admire from the bottom of his heart. Before there was only Dumbledore. Recently, Cedric was added. When the eight-eyed spider decided to kill Cedric, Hagrid was in great pain. That's Cedric. Treat him as a friend, teach him magic in person, share delicious food with him, raise Norbert together, help him find ways to make up for his mistakes, prepare gifts for him, and sit and chat with him happily, haha laughing friend. Different from my vulgar self. Cedric would even sacrifice his life for the wizarding world. What about the eight-eyed spiders? They just want to eat people, they just want to dominate the Forbidden Forest, and they just want to eliminate Cedric who is a threat to them. After such a comparison, Hagrid immediately made an extremely important decision on the road of life. The Forbidden Forest can live without eight-eyed spiders. But the entire magical world cannot live without Cedric. Hogwarts also needs such a person who can live as a writer and bring warmth and strength to everyone. Hagrid's idea. At this moment, his outlook on life and worldview, which had stagnated many years ago, received a major update and took a very important step forward. Although the centaur's words were a bit vulgar and condescending, but the word enlightenment they used was just right in Hagrid's mind. Ding! Hagrid's new life wish has been fulfilled. You have opened the bloodline template. 95. This is. After hearing the system prompt, Cedric immediately turned on the system. Really? Under Hagrid's character simulation card, a new life wish list appeared. Item 3, the choice of fate. Hagrid is facing a major choice in life. Please guide Hagrid, who is in great pain, to make the right choice. After completing this wish list, you can open the bloodline template. Completed, Cedric is very pleased. Completion of this task. It can be regarded as the result of his hard work over the past few years. Even though Cedric didn't say a word to Hagrid from the time this mission appeared to the time it was completed, if it weren't for his past performance, how would Hagrid have made the choice to come to rescue him? Accumulate little by little. It has gradually shown results. Let me see the power of blood, let's see. Cedric opened the bloodline template interface with great anticipation. Lying quietly inside are 3 blood vessels, half-giant bloodline LV1, from character template card, 10 legendary points required for upgrade. The magic resistance is increased to 30, the strength is increased to 3, the constitution is increased to 2, the lifespan is increased by 100 years, and the appearance does not undergo any additional changes. Unicorn bloodline LV1, 10 legendary points required for upgrade. The magic resistance is increased to 50, the constitution is increased to 2, and the lifespan is increased by 100 years. Parcel tongue bloodline LV2, 20 legendary points required for upgrade. The physical defense is increased to 20, the magic resistance is increased to 20, the strength is increased to 2, the agility is increased to 2, and the lifespan is minus 10 years. Talent, Parcel mouth, you can talk to all snakes, and they will regard you as their master. If 2 Parcel mouths issue mutually exclusive commands at the same time, the snakes will obey the one with stronger blood. Note 1. Bloodlines marked as coming from character template cards will not be upgraded and will not affect your animagus form unless you complete the slot-free mission. Note 2. Under normal circumstances, the highest level is level 10. Note 3. Changes in bloodline will affect the final form of your animagus. Note 4. The data in all bloodlines do not overlap with each other, only the highest value is taken. Note 5. The bonuses given by the same type of creatures, the bonuses on bloodline and bloodline contract do not stack with each other, only the highest value is taken. The half-giant has to wait until Hagrid gets married before he can level up. Unicorns can currently upgrade Lady Unicorn's son through breeding, so the only option left is Parceltongue. But the price is too high. Cedric looked at the 20 legendary points required for upgrade and felt distressed. But he decided to try it anyway. Because when the bloodline template was opened, he could already feel the benefits of bloodline. 3 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, 2 points of agility. Physical defense is increased to 20, and magic defense is increased to 50. Cedric jumped lightly on the spot and found that the height of his jump was close to 1.5 meters. This was the result of only using about 60 to 70% of his strength. There is one more noticeable change. The previous template blessing gave him a feeling of strengthening the exoskeleton. When Cedric punched, there will be a feeling of blessing of huge power around the body, which can help him exert 3 times the strength of ordinary people. But it always feels a bit empty, not like my own thing. After removing the card, the original shape is revealed. That's different now. Whoosh! Cedric quickly performed a set of boxing combos, this time the power came from the inside out. Among them, Parcel Tongue provides 2 points. Only the last bit of strength is provided by the blood of the half-giant, but it feels much more solid. Cedric simply removed the character template. 1 point of strength does not reduce much, but after taking it away, strength, constitution, and agility are all 2 points. I feel that my body swings are much smoother. Now, it's time to see the effect of the upgrade. Cedric gritted his teeth and pressed pay. Legendary value -20, remaining legendary value, 32/55 points. Parcel Tongue Bloodline LV2 is upgraded to Parcel Tongue Bloodline LV3, upgrading requires 30 legendary points. The physical defense is increased to 30, the magic resistance is increased to 30, the strength is increased to 3, the agility is increased to 3, and the lifespan is -20 years. Talent, Parcel Tongue, you can talk to all snakes, and they will regard you as their master. If 2 Parcel Tongues issue mutually exclusive commands at the same time, the snakes will obey the one with stronger bloodline. Related spells, Serpent Sortia. Your Oolong spell will summon 3, 150-inch python, 2 20-inch venomous snakes, pythons at the same time. The power of this spell will become stronger as the bloodline further increases. Yes, this is the magic spell related to bloodline. Cedric remembered immediately. I had suspected before that there was a possibility that Ginny and Mrs. Weasley would become more powerful in the disintegration curse. And of course Harry Potter's Expelliarmus. Now it seems almost certain. There are indeed some bloodlines that can be associated with certain special spells. Cedric couldn't help but wonder if he could fill up the snake's cavity, and whether the black dragon coming out of the cave would also evolve into ancient magic. Seeing more and more clues about ancient magic, Cedric became more and more itchy. But it was better to resolve the matter at hand. Cedric glanced at the battlefield and saw that the battle situation had not changed much from before. The number of horse people is only more than 30. Although their archery is very accurate, there are not many that can be killed by gorillas outside. Hagrid keeps circling in the sky. He brought dozens of Thestrals with him, and he killed more enemies than the centaurs. The most tragic. Or Cedric's ground battlefield. No more delays. Cedric noticed that Hagrid's flames had become significantly weaker. So I started thinking about breaking out. If it were just now, he will definitely fly out at low altitude directly through the holy flames. But now that he has gained the power of blood, Cedric really wants to see what his current animagus will look like. Not only is the strength stronger, but 30 points of physical defense seems to be an exaggeration. Cedric clenched his fists. Compared to just now. In addition to the much enhanced strength, even the skin has become extremely tough. Try it. In the spirit of experimentation, Cedric quickly pulled out a metal knife from inside his robe. Press it slightly over your arm. He closed his eyes and felt the skin of his arm carefully. Originally, even if the blade was placed on his arm, there would be a sharp sense of danger. If you move it even slightly, it will bleed directly. But it's different now. Cedric felt that there seemed to be countless invisible scales on his arms, which formed an armor to isolate the metal blade from the outside. The pressure from the falling blade. It is evenly distributed to the entire forearm, so it cannot cause damage. The human body alone is so powerful, but what about the animagus form? Cedric immediately decided to give it a try. The spiral-shaped pet space portal appeared, and the black basilisk swam out. The moment its breath appears, the entire battlefield on the ground was quiet for a few seconds, and then Ewan's howl pierced the sky and came from all directions. The basilisk, how could it be, the basilisk? We are going to die, we are all going to die. Run, run as far away as possible. The effect was exactly as Cedric imagined, although the basilisk could eat at most a dozen 8-eyed spiders at one time. But this way of life and death. It's enough to make the army of thousands of 8-eyed spiders collapse. It's now. Cedric waved his wand quickly. After all the chess pieces were repaired by him, they quickly flew up and were taken into the Space Minister by him. These chess pieces. The more he used it, the more he liked it, and he couldn't bear to give up one piece. After doing all this, Cedric turned to the basilisk and ordered it to follow him and protect him. Finally, his head shook and his body began to twist. After a breath, the black and white fur flipped out from the arm. When you open your eyes again, Cedric's vision has reached mid-air. I'll go. Are you CG again? Cedric glanced at the basilisk next to him. It had now turned into a small snake. Bang bang! Cedric tried to hit each other with his palms, but there was a sharp sound of metal hitting each other. Take a closer look at his tree-like arms. The black and white hair on it is not hair at all, but a layer of scales that feel cold and crisp to the touch. Really turned into an armored bear. Cedric took a big breath of excitement, and then let out a roar that shook the entire Forbidden Forest. Ho ho ho! Click, click, click. Within a few hundred meters of the Forbidden Forest, all kinds of birds and animals were frightened. Some excrement and urine flowed out, while others turned into frightened birds and took off quickly without looking back. The big black dog that just ran out of the castle. Hearing this roar, his limbs softened and he almost slipped to the ground. There was deep sadness in his eyes, and he quickly ran towards the outskirts of Hogwarts. The centaurs had already run away. But after hearing this loud roar, he risked his life and returned to the vicinity of the collapsed eight-eyed spider house. It's that human animagus, but I've never seen one so unique. Want to talk to him? Please give me flowers. Vulgar human beings, what's there to talk about? But he is the one who destroys destiny. He disobeyed the instructions of the stars and will have a serious impact on our occupation. The centaurs were at loggerheads with each other. Cedric over there has gone crazy. Although his body size has grown again, Cedric's speed has increased, and he can even feel that his body's softness has also increased. The waist can easily swing from side to side without any effort. The powerful spine that is suitable for rotation provides his animagus form with a powerful core support function. Eight-eyed spiders are like balloons. Cedric patted, pressed, and stepped on them, and he killed more than a dozen of them. After understanding the power of the new animagus form, he quickly transformed back into a human body, mainly because the greasy feeling was still a bit jarring. But he also confirmed one thing. The big claw of the eight-eyed spider could no longer pierce his skin, and this was only the third level of bloodline power. Presumably the scale armor's defense will be improved in the future. In another year, even boxing with a giant shouldn't be a problem, after all. I actually have my own armor. After Cedric turned back into a human being, he immediately threw out the automatic poison gland alchemy device he made and began to collect the poison glands. This thing is very valuable, comparable to liquid gold. Cedric. Hagrid finally found the opportunity to fall to the ground. He rushed over, quickly hugged Cedric into his arms, and howled in a crying voice, "As long as you're okay, I'm really worried about you." 0, thank you for coming to save me. Although Cedric could break through without Hagrid, the fact that the other party came was enough to move him. But Hagrid's whine is still too scary. Cedric pulled Hagrid, pointed to the collector on the ground and said, "After collecting the venom here, we can buy hundreds more sheep for Norbert. I heard from my daughter Norbert." Hagrid then showed a smile. He squatted down and looked at the alchemy tools that were being automatically collected with magical eyes. Saw them separated. The centaurs came 10 meters away and shouted to Hagrid, "Hagrid, you are finally willing to abandon the eight-eyed spider." "Not abandonment." Hagrid wiped his wet eyes and stood up. He had already thought about it just now. "I will enclose a territory for them, and if they exceed it, I will deal with them." The centaurs nodded. Compared with Hagrid's previous maintenance of the eight-eyed spider, this answer is more in line with their wishes. After saying hello to Hagrid, they all turned to look at Cedric. "Hello, the one who destroys destiny." Destroy destiny? Cedric tasted the title for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't think there's anything to say about ruining fate. How dare you blaspheme fate like this?" The centaurs instantly became restless. Among all their abilities, divination is definitely one they are proud of. Even Cedric is unique. Then there is no right to blaspheme their beliefs. How funny. Cedric took out his wand again. Although a battle had just ended, he didn't mind another one. The creatures in this forbidden forest all regard themselves as their own masters. What I think of fate is my business. Cedric raised his wand with a cold face. "If you want to talk, let's talk. If you want to fight, then fight." There was a commotion among the centaurs. If it weren't for Cedric's special status, according to their temperaments, they might have started fighting directly. considering his status as the destroyer of fate. Marjorie, the leader of the centaurs, still suppressed the anger of his people. He took a few steps forward. He asked in a very disdainful tone, "You seem to be limited by your own ideas about fate. If you want to hear it, I won't hesitate to teach you." Cedric sneered, "My views on fate can be summed up in 12 words, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed." The centaurs suddenly became commotion again. They whispered to each other, shocked by Cedric's words. Change? Of course fate is doomed. But, he is the destroyer of fate. Then, should we believe him? Impossible, the guidance of the stars, is absolutely infallible. That's right, look at a big battle, and Mars' restlessness just now, fate has arranged everything. Hagrid was stunned. In the past, the opinions of the horse people were highly unified. Even he had never seen this chaotic scene today. Looking at the centaurs buzzing around like headless flies, Cedric continued to talk about his theory. 96. Every creature has what it wants. Take people for example. Wizards want to learn more spells, earn more galleons, gain a higher status, or cultivate more magical creatures. Cedric pointed at the centaurs again. You guys also want something, better bows and arrows, an undisturbed living area, away from humans, etc. Even the trees are trying to get more sunlight so that they can bloom more luxuriantly. Cedric's voice was quiet. But the centaurs gradually became quiet. They vaguely felt that there seemed to be some mysterious philosophy in Cedric's words. Because these things you want exist. So the world is never completely static for a moment. The changes in each body combined together are the overall changes in the world. Cedric comes into this world. The first thing I think about is changing my destiny. First of all, he must change his death, and secondly, he must also strive for the identity of Savior. Cedric is nothing else. He is the son-in-law who wants to win over heaven and earth. Want to prove yourself? Of course, everyone's impact on the world is different. Cedric continued, some people rack their brains, but they can't make any waves at all, while some people turn the whole world upside down with just one thought. I make it the weight of my destiny. In your eyes, Voldemort and Harry Potter may be the people who determine the direction of this world. But why? Cedric smiled slightly. But both Hagrid and the centaurs could feel the unstoppable firm will from his smile. Do you know? Cedric suddenly asked a question. Actually, among all the things you 730 want, there is one you want the most. That's it. Once you get it, everything else doesn't matter, that's what you want most. Centaurs, look at me and I look at you. It's all about thinking. What do they want most in life? And what I want most is to let people understand that you have to fight for your own destiny. Cedric changed the subject and pointed at himself. I don't hate Harry. I just feel that if you all set your sights on him, I'm really sorry for those who sacrificed their lives to resist Voldemort. So I want proof. Not only the person designated by fate can fulfill his destiny, victory must be the result of everyone's efforts. There was silence. The first time Cedric revealed his true inner thoughts, both the proud centaur and the sentimental Hagrid were silenced at the same time. There was silence. Only the alchemy tools that automatically collect glands are making a crunching sound. There is also the sound of the thestral flapping its wings occasionally. The worldview of the horse people has been impacted. They presumably obey the power of fate and at most give humans a little hint. But I never thought about changing my destiny. But it was Cedric, the destroyer of fate, who said the words that wanted to change fate. This is as reasonable as a lumberjack saying he is going to cut down a tree. But this goes against the iron law they have always passed down, no one can escape fate. So the centaur's brains were completely shut down. It's like someone told you. From now on, 1 + 1 will no longer equal 2, but a random number. Then the whole world will collapse. Hagrid is different. What flashed back in his mind were the nameless deaths in those dark ages. Cedric is right. Harry Potter was certainly the direct cause of Voldemort's death. But are the other wizards who were tortured and died in dark corners really useless at all? If it weren't for them, they would have been risking their lives to fight. What role can Harry play? Cedric. Hagrid looked at him at a loss. Are you really going to do this? It's about being a savior. Certainly. Cedric glanced around and saw that there were too many corpses of eight-eyed spiders nearby, and it would take a while and a half to collect them all. He can only free up one system space. Then he collected all the corpses of these eight-eyed spiders first, and then slowly collected them later. Anyway, the items stored in the space will not change. After putting everything away, Cedric and Hagrid flew towards the hunting lodge in a carriage. Don't even say it. The feeling of flying in the air on a carriage is different again. Not only is it protected from wind and rain, but it can also fly very high, allowing you to feel the charm of the clouds. The centaurs who stayed where they were. After seeing Cedric leave, a heated argument broke out again. You are indeed the destroyer of fate. Do we need to remind him about those crises against him? Logically speaking, he is destined to be with us. We should remind him. However, our ancestors have obeyed the guidance of the stars for generations, but he said he wanted to change our destiny. This is disrespectful. I don't think it's that serious. Changing destiny, that's not the way we centaurs live, but what he just said, doesn't it make sense? It's indeed a bit undeniable. The essence theory of the past life has greatly shocked the people from other worlds. After a long time, none of the people and horses were able to reach a conclusion through discussion. They could only put aside their arguments for the time being and decided to quietly observe the progress of the situation. The carriage quickly returned to the hunting lodge. After Cedric said goodbye to Hagrid, he quickly walked towards Hogwarts. Although he hasn't figured out everything about the secret room yet, he has solved the basilisk, which can make the little wizards feel at ease a little bit. For that ugly wizard, Cedric already has some new speculation. Judging from Wormtail's appearance, it is absolutely reasonable for him to be called an ugly wizard. And Sirius, who broke the Gryffindor dormitory door. He already has a trapping plan in mind. After Cedric strengthened his body, he walked vigorously and quickly into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Smell the fragrance that fills the auditorium. Only then did he discover it. It turned out that after a big battle, it was now time for lunch. After Cedric stepped into the auditorium, everyone's eyes turned to him. Did the Slytherins even stand up and applaud Nita, whom they recognized? But except for the Slaters, the faces of the young wizards from the other three major colleges all looked very scared. Even when Cedric passes behind them, they can't help but stand up tremblingly, as if Cedric will summon a basilisk at any time and bite their necks off. This is the first time Cedric has entered school. The strongest rejection he felt from the young wizards was also the first time he was not welcomed by the vast majority of the young wizards. Ronald was stunned by this scene. He said to Harry with lingering fear, "If it weren't for Cedric, you would be the one being treated like this." Harry couldn't help but lick his mouth. If he were stared at by hundreds of people like this, he would probably nervously step on his left foot and right foot, and then compete on the spot. This is Cedric. Sure enough, you can't learn his demeanor even if you beat yourself to death. Cedric's face was expressionless. He stopped Pan Xi and Zhang Qiu, who were trying to get out of the crowd, with his eyes. It's hard to explain to the young wizards now. If you want to reverse the rumors, you still have to rely on authoritative professors to come forward. Hagrid had already told him just now. There are already many letters mailed by parents in the Owl House. Tomorrow morning, these worried letters will fall into the hands of the little wizards. The parents of many of them even said that they would hold a school board meeting at Hogwarts to discuss safety issues at Hogwarts. Before that, the best solution is to suppress all rumors. Cedric quickened his pace to find the four deans. In just 10 minutes, he told all about his discovery of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, his discovery that the basilisk was missing, his trip to the jungle to deal with the basilisk, and his fight with the eight-eyed spider. Certainly. In his mouth, the basilisk was burned to ashes by his fire. Anyway, whoever looked at that place would only see a mass of charred corpses. You are so awesome. McGonagall hugged him excitedly. This is Slytherin's secret room, the secret room left by the four founders. Even if she enters it, she will feel uneasy. Unexpectedly, Cedric left all morning. This kind of solution efficiency is simply shocking. Without a doubt, Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Snape blinked at Cedric and said with relief, "I must admit that you are already a very powerful wizard." Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Professor Sprout spread his hands, excited and worried, "You deserve this." Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Flitwick added without hesitation, "There is no doubt that what you did deserves a medal." Ced immediately felt warm. The ring on his hand also began to slowly shrink. He could already feel the love from the four deans to their disciples from the shrinkage of the ring. The most important thing now is to calm the impact of this incident. Cedric reminded. Don't worry, kid, leave the rest of the time to us, let us teach the children a lesson. Dumbledore is often away from school. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall was also able to handle things. Her approach was very decisive and she took Cedric directly back to the auditorium. His eyes focused on a few people again. Cedric calmly returned to Hufflepuff's long table, ignoring the strange-looking little badgers around him, and began to eat heartily. Since last night, he hadn't eaten in more than 20 hours. Cedric was eating seriously while McGonagall began to explain the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Everyone must know. Hogwarts School was founded more than 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest wizards and wizards of the time. They are Derek Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Their original intention in building this castle was to protect wizards from the prying eyes of muggles. Professor McGonagall left out a few things. But she admitted the existence of the Slytherin Chamber and emphasized to everyone many times that the school had known the location of the Slytherin Chamber for a long time. And hundreds of years have passed. The basilisk inside is already dead, and there is no way it can come out to harm people. This kind of true and false statement. It satisfies the little wizard's desire to explore the secrets very well, and the credibility is very high. The atmosphere in the auditorium gradually relaxed. After all, it is different from the original work, where people are constantly being attacked. Now, the basilisk was killed by Cedric just the day after it was released. Now the 4 major deans have come forward in person. At the end of the story, they defined the incident as an elaborate prank. Not even excluded. This is what Sirius, who had just escaped from Azkaban, did to drive Cedric away from Hogwarts. This statement has also been recognized by many people. After all, it was true that the fat lady of Landfinder was torn to pieces by wild beasts, and she was the only person truly injured in last night's farce. Considering that Sirius hasn't been caught yet. So I declare. From now on, Hogwarts has officially entered the realm state. After calming the little wizard's emotions, Professor McGonagall immediately began to issue orders. From now on, all students cannot move alone. Whether eating, going to the toilet, or attending class, they must move in groups of at least 2. At night, the prefects of the 4 major colleges and the male and female presidents of the student unions also need to work in pairs to conduct night patrols at night. And Cedric too. The hall was noisy. Everyone gathered together and talked, but no one looked at Cedric with strange eyes anymore. And Cedric solved his credibility crisis. While eating the meal, I started to think about the next arrangements. First of all, we need to find Ronald to confirm the location of the rat. There is also Crookshanks who wants to find Hermione. Sirius can avoid being discovered by him and has helpers in the academy. Of course, the most important thing is to find 0.4 notebooks. For younger wizards. The Tom in that notebook is so provocative. He is of a low level but can easily be possessed. After lunch, Cedric found the Harry trio. Faced with his inquiry, Ronald and he gave different answers. My rat is gone. Ronald looked frustrated. The second day after I arrived at Hogwarts, I couldn't find it, and I don't know if it died in a corner. Although he was depressed. But he didn't blame Hermione. Because Cedric remembered wrongly, Hermione had not purchased Crookshanks when she was in 2nd grade. After asking, Cedric's thinking became clearer. Therefore, Wormtail must have connected with someone, maybe it was the secret room he opened, and set a trap for himself with Tom in the notebook. But Crookshanks is gone. Who in the academy is collaborating with Sirius? Although there are still many mysteries. But Cedric is not too worried. It has only been 3 days since school started, and he doesn't believe that the other party can hide his tail well all the time. 2 days passed quickly. Apart from increasing the number of patrols, the atmosphere at Hogwarts has not been seriously affected. And this day, with Dumbledore's permission, Cedric was approached by a middle-aged wizard who was no stranger to him. Hello, Mr. Lupin, we meet again. Cedric knows. Lupin certainly wouldn't appear for nothing, after all, he was not the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. I'll just say it. Lupin spoke very quickly. It is estimated that Cedric flew away last time, leaving a big shadow on him. 97. I'm here for Sirius Black. I want to arrest him personally. Lupin seemed a little difficult when he said this. Obviously, capturing Black was very difficult for him. He must have made a lot of determination before coming. But this is also easy to understand. Try to see everything in the past from Lupin's perspective. It gave him strength. In the four-person group with which he had the best relationship when he was in school, James and his wife were killed by Voldemort. Sirius betrayed James and killed Peter Wormtail, he thought. At that moment, Harry wasn't the only one who lost everything. It's hard for you to even speak clearly. Who is more like a werewolf wizard who can hardly find a job, or Harry who lives in his aunt's house? At least Harry didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Although his aunt's family treated him badly, it was not torture. In addition to being discriminated against and sleeping rough because of his identity as a werewolf wizard, Lupin also suffered from the death of his brother, betrayal, and emotional torture. Cedric sympathized with his experience. But I still have some suspicion that the other party was sent by Dumbledore. In order to confirm the authenticity, he opened Lupin's character template. It turned out that he actually had a new wish list, template card, Remus John. Lupin item 4, bring it to an end. Lupin wants to personally settle the matter regarding the previous generation of predators. Complete this wish list to obtain the craftsmanship of the Marauders map. Since there is a mission, then it's still worth spending some of his energy. Okay, Mr. Lupin, if there are any clues, I will notify you immediately. Cedric finished speaking and was about to leave. Lupin didn't expect that. This time he actually agreed to it so easily, but he reacted quickly and stopped Cedric. Well, actually there is one more thing. Lupin glanced around. After confirming that no one was approaching, he whispered, you should have that map with you, I want to borrow it. Sorry, I don't have any use for this. Cedric thought for a moment. 15 He will definitely not hand over the Marauders map, but he doesn't mind having multiple people watching for him. However, from 10 to 12 o'clock every night, when we patrol the castle together, I can lend it to you for use. Lupin looked helpless. It's obviously something I participated in making. Now he was asking others to give him alms, but it was better than nothing. He couldn't see through Cedric, the net master. And after all, be kind to yourself. Lupin could only hold his nose and admit it. Okay, I will come to you tonight. That night, Cedric took Lupin with him when he was on patrol. After getting the Marauders map, Lupin stroked it slowly for a while, then took out the wand and shouted at it, I solemnly swear that I have done nothing wrong. Next patrol time. Lupin kept looking at the map, trying to find news about that old friend. Cedric just has the time to continue thinking about the current dilemma. He knew he must be missing something. He rushed to reveal his parcel tongue, not to help Harry escape, but to deliberately let the other party point the finger at him. The current situation is favorable to him. Voldemort himself had not yet been resurrected. In this state, he did not even dare to find powerful Death Eaters. Because that would be too dangerous. Outside Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic was hunting down Death Eaters everywhere, causing a lot of noise and panic. The Death Eaters all focused on self-protection and did not dare to act rashly. Inside Hogwarts, Cedric was not afraid of anyone except the professors and Dumbledore. He uses himself as bait. Just to find the missing diary as soon as possible. After rescuing the bewitched little wizard, he would contact Sirius, get the other person's character template, and finally take him to deal with Wormtail. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized. But something went wrong. Now, Wormtail is hiding, and although Sirius has gone in and out of Gryffindor twice, he has never been able to find him on the Marauders map. These two people. It seems like everyone is avoiding him on purpose. Yes. Cedric figured it out. In the entire Hogwarts, the only ones who knew that they knew the castle well and would suspect that they had the Marauders map were Geminis. It must have slipped up at home one summer vacation. Therefore, Wormtail knows, and Ginny also knows, and Tom who is possessing Ginny will naturally know too. And because he took the initiative to speak Parseltongue. Knowing that he was unable to deal with him, Tom had no choice but to frame himself, and then ordered the basilisk to hide in the Forbidden Forest, waiting for an opportunity. This move is very vicious. If he hadn't solved the basilisk quickly, the atmosphere of doubting him would have brewed for a few more days in the school. They use the basilisk to kill one or two more people. Then, you will definitely get into big trouble. It seems that we still have to find Ginny to completely solve this mystery. Think of this. Cedric asked Lupin, I want to know, what are the boundaries of this Marauders map? What? Lupin wanted to hide it at first. He pretended to operate the Marauders map, well, maybe we can look at the boundaries of the map. Come on. Cedric rolled his eyes. You're the only one who's still pretending to be me. First of all, I gave this thing to you, but I didn't tell you how to use it. Even if you tell me you've used it before, I won't believe it. Tell me the truth, I know the deeds of the predators. According to your identity as a werewolf wizard who can transform into a werewolf on a full moon night, you should have a moon face. Lupin's mouth opened wider and wider. Once upon a time, when he was studying at Hogwarts. Except for the problem of transforming on full moon nights, in all other aspects, he is the best among the little wizards. He became a prefect. Although Dumbledore wanted him to persuade his friends, it could not hide his talent. That's why Lupin feels that Cedric is amazing even more. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for him to accurately judge his identity through this bit of information. Okay. He is truly the genius who invented the Wolfsbane potion capsule. Lupin quickly surrendered. He quickly pointed out the boundary of the Marauders map on the Marauders map. I see. Cedric, who knew the important information, no longer wanted to continue patrolling. Since the other party is avoiding him. Then as long as you make sure you are in Hogwarts, the other party will not show up easily. So he took the initiative to reveal some information. The nicknames given to the four of you are based on your own transformation, so everyone else is an animagus. What is Padfoot? An elephant. Wormtail, it sounds like some kind of little mouse? Speaking of mice, Ronald has had a mouse for many years. By the way, Ronald is Harry's friend. I wonder if you and Harry have known each other. Ronald, that mouse is quite special. Not only does he have a very long life, but one of his fingers is broken. I really don't know why he keeps this as a pet. Under Cedric's nagging hint, Lupin soon became unable to walk animagus. Severed finger. Rat. Lived for more than 10 years. This information was quickly combined in his mind, and finally something appeared that made him somewhat unbelievable. Oh my god! Lupin had a look of despair on his face and didn't even care that the Marauders map slipped from his hands. He took a few steps forward almost unconsciously. Then without looking back, he ran and shouted to Cedric, I remembered something important. I will come back to you tomorrow night. Nailed it. The Marauders map is coming to Oxio. Cedric caught the Marauders map, dusted it off, and then put it into the pocket of the invisibility and extending spells. The next afternoon. Wait until the class is basically over. Cedric, Pansy, and Chujong found Ginny after class. Hello, Ginny. I have something very important that I want to talk to you about alone for their arrival. The first-year Gryffindor girls suddenly burst into snickers. But Ginny seemed much calmer after being called out. Okay. She followed Cedric and the three of them into the courtyard. After avoiding the eyes of most classmates, Cedric asked straight to the point, I would like to know. Have you come across an evil notebook lately? In order to let Ginny know the seriousness, Cedric also brought out the professors as a stunt. The professors and I suspect that this evil notebook may be related to the person who actually opened the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Ginny kept looking into Cedric's eyes. After hearing his words, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Is that what you want to ask? Certainly. Cedric thought Ginny was scared. So he quickly comforted, the source of all evil is that notebook. We are afraid that it will control the little wizards, so we must find it. So. Ginny turned her back to the three Cedrics. She tapped the ground with her toes for a while, and then turned around as if she had thought it through, let's talk alone. What? Cedric suspected that he heard wrongly. Go to a place where there are only two of us, and I will answer your questions. Ginny responded word for word. Okay. Cedric could only bring a few people to the hunting lodge. After coming here, he opened the door to the pet space. Go, there's no one else here. Cedric walked in first, followed closely by Ginny. Wait until both of them go in. Pan Xi suddenly bumped Zhongqiu with his elbow, let's join forces. What? Zhongqiu didn't react. That little girl has no good intentions. Pansy snorted coldly, I'm very familiar with that little look in her eyes. You mean this? Zhongqiu also responded. She is actually very smart, but she just didn't think about it that way. But Pansy was different. With a more impulsive personality, she is more sensitive to this aspect. She continued to ask, I asked, are you dating Cedric? Pan Xi tapped her mouth with her finger. What did you say? Zhang Qiu's face turned red. Who wants to discuss this with you? It's over. Pansy shook her head crazily when she saw it. To be honest, let's join forces, otherwise there will be more and more people following Cedric in the future. I won't tell you any more. Zhang Qiu turned around and found a seat to sit down, took out a book and read it in his hand. But she didn't read a word of it. Pansy's 777 proposal was always coming to mind. The other side. Cedric and Ginny have arrived at the pet space where Norbert is. It's really nice here. Ginny looked around. There are dangerous peaks, clouds, mist, grasslands, and sheep everywhere as far as the eye can see. The scenery is extremely beautiful. Even the air smells of grass and plateau. Okay, you can feel free to talk here. Cedric thought that Ginny asked to be alone because he was afraid. Do you know? Ginny looked at Cedric again. There are many legends about you. They all say that you will choose a girl in every house. Ahem. Cedric choked. After finally recovering, he said somewhat speechlessly, I didn't mean that. How about we go back to the notebook? Have you ever been in contact? Maybe it was because he coughed a little louder. Hearing his voice, Norbert quickly flew down from his nest in the mountains. Saw Cedric. Norbert exhaled orange flames in excitement. Is that a fire dragon? Ginny's eyes widened as she watched the mighty and terrifying beast swooping over. Etc. Cedric soon saw something was wrong. Norbert swooped over at this speed, and the two of them had to be knocked away by it. You are not a child anymore, you know. After Cedric found that waving and shouting was ineffective, he could only run forward a few steps diagonally, and then instantly transformed into Atong Magus state. Norbert sniffed sharply. After confirming that the black and white giant beast was still mother, she continued to speed up and crashed into Cedric's arms. The two beasts rolled around on the ground several times. The turf on the ground was overturned 3 meters wide in a large area dozens of meters away. But for two people with rough skin and thick flesh, these are nothing. Norbert even raised his head happily and breathed fire. Oh my god! This is so handsome! Ginny's eyes were filled with stars, and she was fascinated by it. When Cedric finished playing with Norbert and returned to Ginny again. Before Cedric could speak, Ginny jumped up and hung her hands around Cedric's neck, her eyes full of charm. As long as you are 3 times more charming than others, I don't mind. What? Before Cedric could figure out what 3 times was, he felt his mouth being sealed by Ginny. No. I'm here to ask about the notebook. 12, a little, sweet. Etc. After a while, Cedric asked breathlessly, you can always tell me the whereabouts of the notebook now. 98. I have no idea. Ginny, who succeeded in the sneak attack, finally answered Cedric's question, I've never touched a dark notebook. Cedric was speechless and stunned. After working on it for a long time, I was even attacked by you, but in the end I still wasn't here. Okay, that's considered an option eliminated. It is much easier and more convenient to investigate the Weasley boys than Ginny. Let's get out. Cedric walked out of the portal first. Ginny pursed her lips, thought about it for a while, and then followed out. After going out, she regained her shyness and quickly said goodbye to the 3 of them. Pansy watched her leave with a scrutinizing face, then put her nose next to Cedric and sniffed. Her eyes widened instantly, as expected, I kissed him. Why? Cedric suddenly panicked. Damn it! Pansy cursed angrily and then got down. Cedric was attacked a second time, and this time it hurt a lot because Pansy bit his lip. With his current level of defense, even the most fragile lips, Pansy really bit her with all her strength. When he grimaced in pain, Pansy then said proudly, this way, you will remember my kiss. She backed away and gave in, turning around and winking at Zhang Qiu. Cedric was confused again. Because the shyest Zhang Qiu actually came up. Well, she also ate mints, and it lasted for a long time until the mints completely melted. Refreshing, cool, and sweet. Cedric couldn't help but reminisce about it. I'm the longest. Zhang Qiu reluctantly finished speaking, his face already as red as a steamed prawn. Pansy poked her head in again. After sniffing the mint scent on both of them, he gave Zhang Qiu a thumbs up, you are so smart. Okay. Cedric was afraid that the 2 of them would start to compete again, so he quickly led the 2 of them out of the hunting lodge. The three of them inquired about it. Soon they found Harry's trio at the lake. After asking, Ronald shook his head with blank eyes. I don't know what kind of notebook. Confirm. Cedric frowned and explained in detail. It was also emphasized in detail. You will lose consciousness when you are possessed. Apart from Ginny, Ronald was the Weasley who he thought had the greatest possibility. Probably not. Harry answered for Ronald. If he is really manipulated or possessed by something, there is no way I wouldn't know it. Text. Cedric nodded. Harry and Ronald were indeed inseparable. If there was anything unusual about Ronald, there was no way Harry wouldn't be able to detect it. The same principle can be proved. The Gemini side can basically be ruled out. Therefore, even if the remaining one is impossible, it is still the correct answer. It's actually Percy. Cedric thought about it and it was really possible. Although he is no longer a young wizard, when he was young, he was tempted by fame and fortune, and even broke with his family for a time. In other words, Percy is obviously mentally flawed. As long as the shrewd Tom can detect this, he will be easily deceived by the other party. Not surprising either. Cedric was already 80% sure that it was Percy who was surrounding the notebook. After confirming the target, he did not act in a hurry. Your failure to lure the snake out of the hole proves that the other party is afraid of you and does not dare to conflict with you head-on. So next we have to do the opposite. We can no longer scare the snake. Since he is a Gryffindor, then Cedric still has a follower he can use. Cedric then found Neville. Neville, do you want to be normal? Hearing Cedric's question, Neville nodded without hesitation. No one wants to be normal more than he does. I need it so bad. Neville took Cedric's hand almost pleadingly. His memory was like a broken spoon. Every time he scooped up water, a lot of water would leak out. This was something he could not change despite his best efforts. He has had enough of this kind of life. Very good, come with me. Cedric took Neville to the potions classroom. When there are no classes, almost no little wizards come here. The task of treating Neville has been there for a long time. As for why he came now, it was because the love he had before was not enough. After being assigned to 3 women to protect them, Cedric himself didn't have much left of him. In order to prevent being attacked by surprise, he temporarily slowed down his treatment of Neville. But just now, after the 3 girls took turns kissing each other, Cedric's emotions of love soared. It's actually comparable. Pansy was alone for most of the summer vacation. Cedric couldn't help but think. I don't know if this is the blessing of the first kiss or if it happens every time. It would be too weird if it happens every time. Just kissing was like that. What if it's thirst? Is it possible for me to understand the true meaning of the ancient magic of love on the spot? Cough. Cedric gathered his thoughts and returned his attention to his eyes. After turning a crucible shelf into a chair, he installed the soul-healing alchemy tools for Neville who sat on it. This set of equipment, Cedric has used it very skillfully on the long bottoms. The operation on Neville's body was also smooth. There are no problems except that the effect is a little slower, but it is enough, and Cedric is not prepared to invest more experience. The following few days, Cedric would treat Neville for an hour every day. On the 5th day, he then heard the system prompts. Ding, you have completed Neville's 3rd wish list. Item 3, Becoming Excellent, Brain Damage Repair. After completing this wish list, your magic power will increase from +5 to +10 points, with a maximum limit of 85 points. Don't underestimate these 10 points. Except for those character templates that have completed the template task and do not occupy the template card slot. This character template card from Neville. It can already be included in the top 5 of the commonly used list. After combination, Cedric made some moves. In addition to the completed cards, Nicholas Flamel and Grindelwald and Neville Longbottom, 3 cards are placed together. It was enough for him to gather 100 magic powers. Magic power, 50 points, not popular, +5, Mrs. Pants, upper limit 60 points. +5, Professor Sprout, upper limit 75 points. +10, Gemini, upper limit 80 points. +5, Nicholas Flamel, the upper limit is 100 points. +5, Grindelwald, 99 points. +5, Grindelwald, no upper limit, +5, Nicholas Flamel, 100 points. +10, Neville, 85 points. Ding, it's detected that you have collected 100 magic points and gained 10 legendary points. Trigger the magic barrier and open the magic refining panel. Magic barrier: when you practice one ancient magic to an advanced level, or practice 3 ancient magics to an intermediate level, your magic power will be locked at 99 points and cannot be broken through. Level classification: entry, beginner, intermediate, advanced, level. So there is such a setting. Cedric then opened the magic refining panel. Magic refining: you can consume magic values and legendary values to break through any magic spell learned to level 10, and comprehend its corresponding ancient magic. Consumption: 10 magic points, permanent consumption, plus 100 legendary points, the upper and lower limits are reduced at the same time. Trigger level information: God level magician, 300 magic points God, 500 magic points. Note: in addition to magic power, there are other conditions that need to be met if you want to advance to the above 2 levels. DAUF. Cedric gasped. It is good to refine this magic power. You can actually upgrade any magic spell to an ancient magic spell, but the cost is too terrifying. And they are all permanently consumed. As expected, it is still very difficult to break through the limits. And this new level is even scarier. Not only did the value of magic power soar, but the title was also very scary. God level magician, that must be the level of Merlin. I thought I could catch up at around 100 points. What's more important is, God turns out to be a being with 500 points of magic power. That other condition. Cedric also had some vague guesses. He came across the legend of the 3 holy artifacts of death. He was originally the god of death and made the things he picked up casually into holy instruments. This ability to turn decay into magic. Doesn't it sound similar to the Golden Touch? Perhaps, if you want to become a god, you need that incredible transformation ability. It's really heartbreaking to watch. Cedric was pleasantly surprised for a long time, but he also knew that these 2 levels were still far away from him. The road has to be walked step by step. Shut down the system. Cedric called softly to Neville, "How are you feeling?" "Very good." Neville's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented look. "Maybe you won't believe it even if I tell you. Mr. Cedric. I feel like the whole world is clearer before my eyes, as if, well, it's like the feeling before and after wearing glasses." Neville stared down at his hands. "I have never felt all this so clearly before, as if there is a layer of grey mist shrouding my eyes." And Neville suddenly laughed bitterly, clenching his fists so hard that his joints were so tight. "I also remembered many memories that made me extremely sad." There was a crash. Neville suddenly stood up from the stool, then knelt down on one knee directly towards Cedric. "Mr. Cedric, I thank you for everything you have done for me. From now on, I will serve you. Please allow me, who is so small, to plead with you again. Please heal my parents." "Very good. Just look at this logic, this tone, this gesture. No need to confirm." Cedric could tell that he was completely healed. The only thing that hasn't changed is that he is still loyal to himself. "Estimate the time." Cedric helped Neville up. "Don't worry, this equipment is already treating your parents. I believe you can meet your parents before the next school year." There was a pop. Neville knelt down again. "Thank you so much. Well, the journey against evil has just begun." Cedric patted him on the shoulder. "You must not bring shame to the Longbottom name." "Certainly." Neville raised his head high, vaguely taking on the posture of a Gryffindor sword master. Okay, very good." Cedric was very satisfied. Seeing Neville's appearance, he seemed to be even more powerful than in the original work, so he decided to spend some time teaching him. Presumably soon. Neville will also become his right-hand man. Of course, there are things that need him to do now, and Neville has fully recovered, so Cedric can rest assured. "You must keep this matter absolutely confidential." Cedric said softly, "I want you to help me observe Percy secretly. If you find anything related to the Dark Note, or if he comes into contact with any special or wrong person, you must inform me as soon as possible." Finished. Cedric also gave him the invisibility cloak he inherited from Nickholm. "Attention, safety first. You just need to inform me. Don't be impulsive. Keep your messages ready at all times." "Clear." Neville didn't ask why, but repeated it very seriously, "Follow Percy. If there is anything unusual, including suspicious notebooks and suspicious people, I will report it to you immediately. At the same time, safety comes first. Completely correct. Cedric warned him a few more times before letting him leave. Wait until Neville leaves. The two women who had been watching on the side started to exclaim in surprise, I didn't expect Neville, a dull boy, to become smarter. Pansy sighed in surprise. This means that Neville was just injured before, and it was Cedric's treatment that helped him regain his original appearance. Zhang Qiu looked at Cedric with admiring eyes. Cough. Hao Niu Zhao, Cedric felt a little embarrassed when the two looked at him. Well, it's getting late, I'll take you back. Why? Pansy hurriedly said, today's task of eating the mouth is not finished yet. Yes. Zhang Qiu beside him also nodded silently. Does it really have to happen every day? Cedric was still a little embarrassed. Since the last time, the two women's attitude towards him has not only become more intimate. Pansy also had a sudden idea this morning, saying that she had to complete the mouth-eating check-in every day. Snort. Pansy put her hands on her hips and said very naughtily, if you don't want to be here and want to check in at the door of the Slytherin lounge, I can do that too. He even threatened me. Cedric turned from passive to active and immediately completed today's check-in. A cold potions classroom located underground. The three people's breathing became rapid, and the temperature increased slightly. Okay. Cedric was afraid that if the three of them stayed together any longer, his body would easily become afraid of the heat. So he hurriedly warned the two of them, in the following time, I will conduct dual training for you to prepare for possible battles in the future. D. When it came to business, both women nodded. Cedric wanted them to join the war because of the surge in love during this period. I haven't felt it yet. But due to the recent surge in love, Cedric discovered that the amount of love his body can store is limited. So, spreading love emotions to them is a disguised way to increase the total amount of storage. This can also provide them with adequate protection. Even if you join the war. Cedric didn't have to worry too much about them, so he decided to train them well. Timing of training. Naturally, it was at the duel club. It's just a bit speechless that with the stability of the duel club, Lockhart is back to work again. 99. Perfectly done, Harry, your progress is really obvious. Lockhart's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Being yelled at by him like that. Colin Creevey, Harry's new little fanboy, was beaten away by the golden girl who took away your weapon. Pan Xi and Zhang Qiu also stopped fighting. Because Lockhart immediately waved his arm to Cedric, who was presiding over the battle for them. Cedric, come here quickly. After Lockhart called Cedric up, he pulled him and Harry on either side of him. Classmates. Our duel club is going very well. He shouted to the little wizards in the audience with a bright face, now, we have several very outstanding classmates born. In the near future, I may publish a book, My Proud Disciples at Hogwarts. Hear this. Cedric knew it. It seems that the place where I train the two girls will have to be changed in the future. Anyway, he would never admit that he was Lockhart's proud disciple. It's not just him. Harry on the other side also looked flustered. Now Lockhart's true colors have long been revealed, and everyone generally doesn't bother to talk to him. Originally in the original work, Lockhart still has some fans of the pretty little witch, but now, wouldn't it be nice to like Cedric? Cedric estimates. Recently, Lockhart also felt that he was about to become transparent, so he deliberately acted like this. This is not Harry. He would sit in the room and reply to fans for Lockhart. Sorry teacher, but I already have a teacher. Cedric refused on the spot. Lockhart didn't dare to do anything to him, so he could only say that he was very sorry and regretted meeting him so late, and then hugged Harry tighter. It seemed that the day when Harry would help him answer fan mail was not far away. After the duel club, Cedric has been thinking about how he can help Lockhart gain a shining stage in the wizarding world. The difficulty seems to be a hellish disaster. But this mission involves ancient magic. Don't blame me. Cedric gritted his teeth. He would not give up on the ancient magic panel. If he couldn't do it, he could only help Lockhart change his background to develop. Are there any good movies from 1993? It's quite difficult to get people in the wizarding world, but it's much easier in the muggle world. But you have to plan carefully. By the way, you can try to seduce him first and see if you can get him more muggle fans. Maybe Lockhart will be happy to accept it. Cedric found Harry. 093 Harry, I heard that Lockhart will ask you recently and ask you to help him answer fan mail after class. It's true. Harry looked dejected when he heard this. Lockhart had to tie him up all day long in class and in the duel club, which already made him feel very embarrassed. The matter of replying to fan mail made him even more tormented. He had sworn secretly, "I must not be an incompetent ST like Lockhart in the future." What? Pan Xi and Chu Zhang also looked shocked. No, if fans reply to messages, can they still find someone they don't know well? Can't they just use an automatic quill pen or something like that? Automatic quill pen. In fact, it is to write down what the wizard is thinking. In fact, the words written are all from the wizard's own mind. If the link effect is stronger, it will even directly search the memory in the wizard's mind, turning it into a quill that can cheat in exams. Therefore, quills will be distributed during the exam. At last. It's like female reporter Rita Skeeter. Her quill is not only connected to her brain, but also has many keywords built into it. As long as she thinks of a few words, she can write several paragraphs of false accusations, specifically used to add fuel to the truth. It's like a professionally trained AI. Anyway, Cedric is actually not too tired to reply to letters. In most cases, he just combines several template sentences. After getting used to his reply habits, Pan Xi and Zhang Chu can also help him complete the replies to new fans, leaving only the last blessing for Cedric to write by himself. None of that matters. I just want to give you a solution. Cedric wasn't lying. He stated bluntly that he felt that Lockhart, a performative personality, might develop better in the Muggle world as an actor. In the Muggle world, Lockhart didn't need to lie. As long as he performs well enough or plays a few classic characters, he will naturally win everyone's love. Then you can tell him. Cedric is very familiar with Muggles, and has many acquaintances in movies about abilities. This way he won't always think about you. Harry knew what an actor was. Knowing that being an actor is not a bad thing, if you don't care about Muggles and just focus on being famous, it is actually a good thing. He also really wants to get rid of Lockhart. Harry nodded vigorously, "I will let him know inadvertently." Hermione next to her looked at Cedric with admiration. "Senior, you actually know so many people in the Muggle film industry. It's really amazing." Yes. Harry also came to his senses. He and Hermione both knew the film industry. Wanting to randomly arrange actors in a Muggle movie is already a very powerful skill in their eyes. This is nothing. Cedric smiled slightly. Any acquaintance of people is all nonsense, and it will just be a waste of money. Find a suitable movie that will become a hit. Then he asked Lockhart to bring money into the group, and then helped Lockhart to replenish his acting knowledge. Cedric believed that he should be very talented in this area. The worst outcome. Lockhart probably won't ruin a good movie, and he should be able to earn back a lot of his investment. And he can still get the fame he wants. How many people are there in the magic world? Once you become an actor, you may receive tens of thousands of letters from fans, so you have to make Lockhart go to bed? Okay, Mr. Cedric, I'd really appreciate it. Harry was very touched. Whenever I have any trouble, I will get help from everyone. But compared to Dumbledore's arrangement, every time Cedric helped him, he was more direct, more detailed, and more understanding of his current urgent needs. It is enough to have Cedric in your life. Fine. I think it might be more suitable for him there. After separating from Harry, Cedric then came to the Olary. I wrote a letter to Slughorn, asking him to help exchange some Muggle currency, and to inquire about the recently launched movies. As expected, Lockhart quickly took the bait. The next night, he called Cedric into his office. Cedric. Lockhart manipulated the wand to make a tea set grow limbs, and he brought the coffee to Cedric. This is a good thing my fans mailed me, please try it. $7.89. Cedric knew his purpose. So I tasted the coffee calmly and waited for the other person to speak. Lockhart couldn't hold it in for long. Soon he asked curiously, in the name of studying Muggle studies, I want to know if the profession of actor is really respected in the Muggle world. Certainly. Cedric quickly listed several famous events of Uncle Long. If your work is liked by people, you will enjoy the highest respect from your fans. For example, when you get off the plane, fans will come to pick you up and give you flowers. If you want to borrow a luxury car, those rich people who don't even care about the president will open their garages and let you build it as you like, and they will say that they will not be responsible if it crashes and they will repair it themselves. Even Taiwan immediately NANT. If you want to make a gangster movie, the gangster boss will have his juniors lined up to greet you. What are airplanes, rich people, and the underworld? Well, let's put it this way. Airplanes are like public transportation like the night bus, rich people are like pure-blood nobles, and the underworld is like Death Eaters. After listening to Cedric's explanation, Lockhart's legs are weak. One was frightened by the word Death Eater, and the other was so excited by this wonderful scene that he was numb with excitement. Can this be like this? Lockhart took the bait immediately. Of course not, it must be someone with talent and acting ability. This is actually, BFBH, quite complicated. Cedric took out the three-piece suit that he had prepared long ago. Actors' self-cultivation, film acting skills, actors on stage. Only actors with superb acting skills can enjoy these honors. But after becoming famous, even if you change your clothes when you go out today, you can still make newspaper headlines, and even attract tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fans, rushing to imitate your outfit. This last sentence, completely breaking through Lockhart's disguise. Muggles, the Muggle world is really crazy. He stood up almost jogging, holding the 3 books Cedric took out in his arms. I also heard that you are very familiar with the Muggle film industry. I'm not very familiar with it, I just like watching movies. In fact, some movies are quite good, so I know a little bit about them. Cedric said with great regret, they occasionally complain to me that they can't find good actors. I see. Lockhart quickly put away Cedric's 3 books, saying that he wanted to understand the crazy Muggle world and broaden his horizons. There are no movies in the wizarding world. Firstly, the filming cost of movies is high but the unit price of broadcasting is low. Judging from the population of the wizarding world, unless every movie is a full movie. Otherwise, you will die. The second thing is that wizards have many alternative methods. For example, using magic, they can easily put pictures on paper, and even include part of their own thinking. They are on cards or books. It can even answer your questions, interact with you, etc., so the world of magic has always been a combination of pictures and text. Publish books and newspapers. It is still the best publicity tool in the wizarding world. Okay, Professor, take your time and take a look. In fact, if you want to understand the Muggle world, you can try it yourself. If you are interested, I can arrange this. After Cedric finished speaking, Lockhart was overjoyed. He thought Cedric hated him. Thank you so much. As expected, only you can see through me. I am such a down-to-earth district division. Lockhart held Cedric's hands tightly. The two made an agreement. This summer, Cedric will take him to the Muggle film industry to experience life and criticize the crazy Muggle world. After finally finding a breakthrough to complete the mission, Neville soon brought another good news to Cedric. This Wednesday night, Cedric has just arrived at the tallest astronomy tower in Hogwarts Castle and is about to start his astronomy class. Suddenly I felt Neville's signal button light up. Is this? While I'm in class, you finally take action. Cedric immediately asked the professor for leave. Then based on the location of the alchemy props, Neville was found at the gate of the castle. Mr. Cedric, I saw Percy get under this big tree. Neville took off the telescope hanging from his neck. Cedric put it on and took a look. Isn't this so-called big tree just a tree planted by Dumbledore to hit people with? It looks like we have gone to the joint. Cedric complimented Neville a few times. Sure enough, it's different now that he's become smarter. Everyone knows how to use telescopes to track them. Mr. Cedric, please allow me to go out with you. Neville's eyes were determined. But Cedric still rejected him. You have become very good now, but you are still far from being a prisoner of Azkaban. At least wait until you have the strength of an adult wizard. Mr. Cedric, please let me go. Neville begged, I will not embarrass you or hold you back. Cedric knew he was anxious. But becoming smarter does not mean that his combat effectiveness immediately improves. It was still too dangerous for him tonight. Cedric won't even take Pansy and Zhongqiu there. He has already contacted the Grindelwald trio to help him. He was still very pleased with Neville's proactive request. Good boy, I don't blame you. Cedric comforted in a low voice, everyone needs time and space to grow. You have just been treated. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Okay, Mr. Cedric. Neville bit his lip tightly and secretly vowed in his heart that he would grow up quickly. In his world, Mr. Cedric is like a warm sun, illuminating the life that he should have been hanging on to. Cedric has been helping him since the first time he made a mistake in mixing potions in potions class. He constantly encourages and helps himself. Not only did he cure his own brain disease, he even began to treat his parents who were judged by the hospital to be numerous. Warmth and care. Cedric was like a caring parent who took such good care of him, making him feel the warmth of the magical world. Neville lowered his head and clenched his fists. I know I'm not worthy yet. But I really, really want to, one day, be able to be with you behind you, even if it's just a tiny bit of light. Because you are my role model. I could hear Neville's reluctance. After realizing that his example had a huge positive guidance effect on this boy, the pleased Cedric warned very seriously, if you really want to do something, then pass on my love to you, so that there will be more and more warmth in the world. I'm also looking forward to it. The day I can fight side by side with you. Listen to Cedric. The confusion in Neville's eyes gradually disappeared, and he regained his energy, as if he had seen a new world. Ding! Spread positive energy and you will get legendary value +1 turn out to be. This kind of thing is already a legend. After Cedric touched Neville's head for the last time, he walked firmly into the darkness outside the castle. Behind him, Neville's eyes are getting redder and more determined. When Cedric's figure was about to disappear, Neville clenched his fist and punched his chest. Great Lord Cedric! I will follow your footsteps until I enter the Palace of Glory. 100. By moonlight, Cedric saw the Whomping Willow. At this moment, its branches are shaking, like whips, blocking all nearby spaces. Pressed the button-type alchemy communicator in the palm of his hand. It didn't take long. The alchemy communicator in Cedric's hand vibrated 2 short and 1 long, which meant that everything was going well on their side. You can't apparate at Hogwarts. The 3 of Grindelwald can only go to Hogsmeade Village first, and they will launch an attack from the Shrieking Shack. After getting the news, Cedric squatted down. He picked up a rough stone the size of a fist, crossed a distance of 5 or 6 meters, and threw it accurately on the scar. After the physical fitness has been comprehensively strengthened, all aspects of Cedric are developed to a human level. Is this okay? Neville's mouth opened wide as he looked through the telescope. Before this, Percy crawled over and reached out to press the scar. He didn't expect that Cedric could throw stones with such force. As expected, Mr. Cedric is a perfect person with no weaknesses. Neville watched Cedric disappear into the hole of the Whomping Willow and did not leave. Although I can't participate. But here he is waiting for his return. Beneath the Whomping Willow, Cedric had climbed into the tree hole below, slid down a low slope, and came to a very short tunnel. Here the moonlight is weaker. Cedric was pleasantly surprised to find that his eyesight was much easier to use, and he could see the tunnels in the dark clearly even without fluorescent flashes. This is a small but crucial point. Wizards seem to be used to it, and once they enter the darkness, they will subconsciously use fluorescent flashes. This wasn't originally a big problem. But if the other party can see in the dark, then the gap will become apparent. Serpent Sortia, for safety. Cedric summoned 2 poisonous pythons to clear the way ahead. Snakes, like themselves, can move forward quietly in dark passages. The passage is very long. Cedric walked for more than 10 minutes before he saw the light 10 meters away. Command the 3 snakes to stop. He listened carefully to what was going on inside. Amid a very rapid chewing sound, Percy's very panicked voice remembered, "No, I can no longer help you bring food. Our cooperation must be terminated, and I will never come to see you again." Hee hee. The man who was chewing gave a vague sneer. Then after a very obvious swallowing sound, the man continued, "I don't think I need to repeat myself. What does a Hogwarts prefect do if he's found hanging out with a prisoner of Azkaban? And what on earth did you do? Do you need me to repeat it again? You can't keep doing this, we will all be doomed. I said, I only want that mouse. You know if you find it and give it to me, I will disappear. I will not touch anyone in Hogwarts." But I asked Ronald and even he couldn't find it. Percy's anxious footsteps suddenly sounded. He paced back and forth, but it was clear that he had no way to deal with the other party, and he could not find his brother's mouse, Banban. No doubt. These 2 people are Sirius Black and Percy. Unexpectedly, without Crookshanks, Sirius could actually find a Weasley. Not only bring him food. He even helped him catch the rat Banban. It is indeed you, Sirius. Cedric actually quite likes this guy. After all, he is the most sincere person in Hogwarts. Although impulsive and rude, but being able to persist in Azkaban for so long shows that he is determined. In order to capture Peter Wormtail, he lived like a dog, even eating rats alive. And it's really nice to Harry too. Just hearing that his broom was ruined, I immediately paid for him to buy a rocket crossbow. He wrote a suicide note before the war, leaving all his wealth to Harry. Able to endure humiliation and bear the burden for revenge, able to face one's own life and death. At the very least, he deserves to be praised as a hero. Listened for a while. After ensuring that there was no movement of a third person inside, he used an alchemy tool to send a signal to take action. On his side, the two poisonous pythons also started to move forward again. Wait, what's that sound? A wary Sirius Black had stopped eating. Inside the passage, Black yelled and quickly dodged Percy's wand. A spell was cast in an instant. Expelliarmus. The boa constrictor turned the corner and showed its head, and received a blow from Blake. However, it has high magic resistance, so taking a hit from Expelliarmus only knocked it back from the cave entrance into the tunnel. This curse also became the signal to officially launch the attack. Split diffindo. The sound of planks flying, shattering, and falling was heard. The three of Grindelwald simultaneously broke through the wooden boards of the shrieking shack and rushed into the house from behind Black. Expelliarmus. Sirius Black didn't even have time to turn around. Along with the flying wooden boards, he was hit by Grindelwald's spell and flew out instantly. Percy was even worse. Although he saw three people breaking through. But because the incident happened suddenly and he had insufficient combat experience, he was stunned and immediately took control of the Longbottoms. Petrificus Totalis. Petrificus Totalis. Two magic spells cleared the field. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents on Black's side, Grindelwald also calmly added one to Black, Langlock. Wait until Cedric walks in. The Longbottoms had already very calmly tied them both up with magic ropes, seized Percy's wand in their hands, and repaired the broken wooden wall. There was still enough energy left to clear out a clean area, so that Cedric can interrogate the two there. Grindelwald looked it over. The frustration of tracking down the Malfoy family and finding nothing before was finally relieved a little by today's clean and tidy battle. Very perfect. Cedric walked in and praised the three of them. Sure enough, it's good to have subordinates. You don't need to do it yourself to deal with Black. Cedric, why is it you? Percy was already frightened enough, but when he saw Cedric coming in, he trembled even more and lay on the ground as soft as a slug. Cedric raised an eyebrow. He noticed something was wrong. Anyway, I am quite familiar with the Weasley family, although I really have nothing to do with him, Percy. But see yourself. Shouldn't it be the joy and begging for mercy when seeing an acquaintance? Why am I even more scared? Percy. Cedric squatted beside him, his eyes not missing any of his expressions. Can you explain to us why you are with a wanted criminal? Blake beside him made a whining sound. He may have realized something was wrong. If Cedric really just wanted to capture them, he would not hesitate to start calling out Dementors and not interrogate them individually. But Percy was obviously much worse than him. Faced with Cedric's questioning, he didn't even say anything more and just started speaking out. It's that notebook that killed me. He suddenly showed up in my prefect's office and I just had a chat with him and then he did something wrong. But I'm scared. I threw it into the Forbidden Forest that night, and then Blake caught it. It brought me here to help me help him. I refused at first, but then he threatened me and said he only wanted to catch the rat Banban, so Percy also reacted at this time. He struggled to sit up and began to beg Cedric for mercy. Let me go, I was just hidden for a moment. A look of shame appeared on Percy's face. You are so dazzling, and you are also the favorite of all the deans. I'm afraid that I won't be able to compete with you for the position of doctor in the Student Union President election the year after next year. He said he could teach me and help me. It was only later that I found out that he possessed me and secretly did many things behind my back. I see. Just like what I imagined. As expected, Tom took advantage of his weakness and achieved the purpose of controlling him. Where is that notebook now? Cedric asked. I lost it. I lost it that night in the Forbidden Forest. At that time, the spiders in the Forbidden Forest were running around. I'm so scared. Later, he asked me to go back and look for it, but I couldn't find it. He asked me to do the rest. Not only could I be responsible for delivering food to him, I also said that you were very powerful and could be in Hogwarts. Catch my 2 brothers. Percy motioned to Black next to him. After hearing that he had said everything, Blake stopped struggling and just stared at the ceiling silently, as if waiting for his fate of death. There was only a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from catching that damn mouse. Sure enough, it fell into the hands of Peter Wormtail. Cedric's previous speculations were all reasonable. Percy was possessed, and Tom commanded the basilisk to hide in the Forbidden Forest to do something against him, but it ended up triggering a commotion among the 8-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Black spots Percy. After observation, he was determined to be a threat. Moreover, he also learned from him that he might have mastered the Marauder's map, so he hid in the Shrieking Shack and let Percy detect his movements. This is much calmer than in the original work. But now I can't care about Blake for the time being. He continued to ask Percy, is it his intention to hide the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest? Tell me, what else did he do? What else did you do? Percy thought quickly under pressure and quickly remembered something. Correct. He must have sent a lot of letters. Several times when I came to my senses, I found that the soles of my feet smelled like owl droppings. Finally a clue. Cedric's eyes lit up. He took out a piece of parchment, wrote some instructions on it, and handed it to Grindelwald. 3 people, you go find Slughorn. Ask him to take you to the Ministry of Magic and find out who Percy has mailed letters to. Don't miss any of them. Cedric also warned, don't miss the clues you finally got. Grindelwald confidently took the letter, flicked it, and said confidently, it just so happens that I also want to meet that little snake for a while. Among the people present, Cedric is the only one who knows Grindelwald's identity, and he is the only one who knows why Grindelwald seems so excited. He just didn't know that Voldemort saw him and was helping him deal with him. What would you think? It's really interesting to think about it. I look forward to hearing about you killing him. Cedric and Grindelwald looked at each other and smiled. However, the Longbottom said with some concern, your side? Don't you need us to deal with it further? Forget it. Before Cedric could speak, Diringewo answered for him, we don't have to worry about these 2 rotten sweet potatoes. Go. I can handle it here. At Cedric's insistence, the Longbottoms could only follow Grindelwald and disapparate together into the Shrieking Shack. Then, it's time to deal with you now. Cedric, who was in a great mood, first said to Percy, you were just confused by the magic item. I have already dealt with the basilisk. Now you help me bring him back to Hogwarts and hand him over to the deans. I will explain your situation clearly. Real. Percy was overjoyed and nodded quickly, I listened to you. Thank you so much, Cedric. I was always worried that you would threaten me. I'm so stupid. Cedric handed him his wand back. Okay, pick up your wand. Since you made a mistake, you have to work harder. Now, help me bring the hero Black back to Hogwarts. $7.89. As soon as Percy stood up, he suspected that he had heard the wrong words. Hero? No, he should be a fugitive, right? Is he a fugitive? It depends on whether we can catch Peter Wormtail in the end. Cedric breaks the spell on Blake. In his stunned eyes, he smiled and said to him, in exchange, if I can help you catch Wormtail Peter, then you will cooperate with my request and publish a book to prove your own deeds. No. Blake was too shocked. I was so shocked that I forgot to get up from the ground. He just lay on the ground covered in filth, raised his head and asked Cedric, why do you want me to publish a book? Because your deeds can inspire many people. Cedric said firmly, the magic world without heroes is a dark sea, and we need more lighthouses. You said I was a bright light. Blake was even more confused. Let's talk about it on the way. Anyway, I have found out clearly that you are innocent. Cedric Black pulled himself up from the ground. Blake put on a lost look and murmured, I am innocent. Haha. I'm innocent. Of course I'm innocent. Black suddenly waved his arms and roared wildly like he was venting, I was never the one who betrayed James. Ding, you moved Sirius to Black success. You get bonus talent points +1, Sirius * Black template card mouth. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.